Section 20 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 5th, The Duchess, Chapter 5. Late that night, in the smoking room, when the smokers, talkers and listeners alike were about to disperse, Mr. Longdon asked Vanderbank to stay. And then it was that the young man, to whom all the evening he had not addressed a word, could make out why, a little unnaturally, he had prolonged his vigil. "I've something particular to say to you, and I've been waiting. I hope you don't mind. It's rather important." Vanderbank expressed on the spot the liveliest desire to oblige him, and, quickly lighting another cigarette, mounted again to the deep divan with which a part of the place was furnished. The smoking room at Myrtle was not unworthy of the general nobleness, and the fastidious spectator had clearly been reckoned on in the great leather-covered lounge that, raised by a step or two above the floor, applied its back to 2/4 of the wall and enjoyed most immediately a view of the billiard-table. Mr. Longdon continued for a minute to roam with the air of dissimulated absence that, during the previous hour and among the other men, his companion's eye had not lost. He pushed a ball or two about, examined the form of an ash-stand, swung his glasses almost with violence, and declined either to smoke or to sit down. Vanderbank, perched aloft on the bench and awaiting developments, had a little the look of some prepossessing criminal who, in court, should have changed places with the judge. He was unlike many a man of marked good looks in that the effect of evening dress was not, with the perversity often observed in such cases, to over-emphasize his fineness. His type was rather chastened than heightened, and he sat there moreover with a primary discretion quite in the note of the deference that from the first, with his friend of the elder fashion, he had taken as imposed. He had a strong sense for shades of respect, and was now careful to loll scarcely more than with an official superior. "If you ask me," Mr. Longdon presently continued, "why at this hour of the night, after a day at best too heterogeneous, I don't keep over till tomorrow whatever I may have to say, I can only tell you that I appeal to you now because I've something on my mind that I shall sleep the better for being rid of." There was space to circulate in front of the haut pas, where he had still paced and still swung his glasses, but with these words he had paused, leaning against the billiard-table, to meet the interested urbanity of the answer they produced. "Are you very sure that having got rid of it you will sleep? Is it a pure confidence," Vanderbank said, "that you do me the honour to make me? Is it something terrific that requires a reply, so that I shall have to take account on my side of the rest I may deprive you of?" "Don't take account of anything. I'm myself a man who always takes too much. It isn't a matter about which I press you for an immediate answer. You can give me no answer probably without a good deal of thought. I've thought a good deal, otherwise I wouldn't speak. I only want to put something before you and leave it there." "I never see you," said Vanderbank, "that you don't put something before me." "That sounds," his friend returned, "as if I rather overloaded. What's the sort of thing you fellows nowadays say? You're intellectual bored. If there's a congestion of dishes, sweep everything without scruple away. I've never put before you anything like this." He spoke with a weight that in the great space, where it resounded a little, made an impression marked by the momentary pause that fell between them. He partly broke the silence first by beginning to walk again, and then Vanderbank broke it as through the apprehension of their becoming perhaps too solemn. "Well, you immensely interest me, and you really couldn't have chosen a better time. A secret, for we shall make it that of course, shan't we? At this witching hour, in this great old house, is all my visit here will have required to make the whole thing a rare remembrance, so I assure you the more you put before me the better." Mr. Longdon took up another ash tray. but with the air of doing so as a direct consequence of Vanderbank's tone. After he had laid it down he put on his glasses. Then, fixing his companion, he brought out, "Have you no idea at all?" "Of what you have in your head? Dear Mr. Longdon, how should I have?" "Well, I'm wondering if I shouldn't perhaps have a little in your place. There's nothing that in the circumstances occurs to you as likely I should want to say." Vanderbank gave a laugh that might have struck an auditor as a trifle uneasy. "When you speak of the circumstances you do a thing that, unless you mean the simple thrilling ones of this particular moment, always of course opens the door of the lurid for a man of any imagination. To such a man you've only to give a nudge for his conscience to jump. That's at any rate the case with mine. It's never quite on its feet, so it's now already on its back." He stopped a little. His smile was even strained. "Is what you want to put before me something awful I've done?" "Excuse me if I press this point." Mr. Longdon spoke kindly, but if his friend's anxiety grew his own thereby diminished. "Can you think of nothing at all?" "Do you mean that I've done?" "No, but that, whether you've done it or not, I may have become aware of." There could have been no better proof than Vanderbank's expression on this of his having mastered the secret of humouring without appearing to patronize. "I think you ought to give me a little more of a clue." Mr. Longdon took off his glasses. "Well, the clue's Nanda Brookenham." "Oh, I see." His friend had responded quickly, but for a minute said nothing more, and the great marble clock that gave the place the air of a club ticked louder in the stillness. Mr. Longdon waited with a benevolent want of mercy, yet with a look in his face that spoke of what depended for him, though indeed very far within, on the upshot of his patience. The hush between them, for that matter, became a conscious public measure of the young man's honesty. He evidently at last felt it as such, and there would have been for an observer of his handsome controlled face a study of some sharp things. "I judge that you ask me for such an utterance," he finally said, "as very few persons at any time have the right to expect of a man. Think of the people, and very decent ones, to whom on so many a question one must only reply that it's none of their business." "I see you know what I mean," said Mr. Longdon. "Then you know also the distinguished exception I make of you. There isn't another man with whom I talk of it." "And even to me you don't. But I'm none the less obliged to you," Mr. Longdon added. "It isn't only the gravity," his companion went on. "It's the ridicule that inevitably attaches." The manner in which Mr. Longdon indicated the empty room was in itself an interruption. "Don't I sufficiently spare you?" Thank you," said Vanderbank. "Besides, it's not for nothing." "Of course not," the young man returned, though with a look of noting the next moment a certain awkwardness in his concurrence. "But don't spare me now." "I don't mean to." Mr. Longdon had his back to the table again, on which he rested with each hand on the rim. "I don't mean to," he repeated. His victim gave a laugh that betrayed at least the drop of attention. "Yet I don't quite see what you can do to me." "It's just what for some time past I've been trying to think." "And at last you've discovered?" "Well, it has finally glimmered out a little in this extraordinary place." Vanderbank frankly wondered. "In consequence of anything particular that has happened?" Mr. Longdon had a pause. "For an old idiot who notices as much as I, something particular's always happening. If you're a man of imagination—" "Oh," Vanderbank broke in, "I know how much more in that case you're one. It only makes me regret," he continued, "that I've not attended more since yesterday to what you've been about." "I've been about nothing but what among you people I'm always about. I've been seeing, feeling, thinking. That makes no show, of course I'm aware, for anyone but myself, and it's wholly my own affair. Except indeed," he added, "so far as I've taken into my head to make, on it all, this special appeal. There are things that have come home to me." "Oh, I see, I see." Vanderbank showed the friendliest alertness. "I'm to take it from you then, with all the avidity of my vanity, that I strike you as the person best able to understand what they are?" Mr. Longdon appeared to wonder an instant if his intelligence now had not almost too much of a glitter. He kept the same position, his back against the table, and while Vanderbank, on the settee, pressed upright against the wall, they recognized in silence that they were trying each other. "You're much the best of them. I've my ideas about you. You've great gifts. Well then, we're worthy of each other. When Greek meets Greek." And the young man laughed while, a little with the air of bracing himself, he folded his arms. "Here we are." His companion looked at him a moment longer, then, turning away, went slowly round the table. On the further side of it he stopped again and, after a minute, with a nervous movement, set a ball or two in motion. "It's beautiful, but it's terrible," he finally murmured. He hadn't his eyes on Vanderbank, who for a minute said nothing, and he presently went on: "To see it and not to want to try to help, well, I can't do that." Vanderbank, still neither speaking nor moving, remained as if he might interrupt something of high importance, and his friend, passing along the opposite edge of the table, continued to produce in the stillness, without the cue, the small click of the ivory. "How long, if you don't mind my asking, have you known it?" Even for this at first Vanderbank had no answer, none but to rise from his place, come down to the floor and, standing there, look at Mr. Longdon across the table. He was serious now, but without being solemn. "How can one tell? One can never be sure. A man may fancy, may wonder. But about a girl, a person so much younger than himself and so much more helpless, he feels a what shall I call it?" "A delicacy?" Mr. Longdon suggested. "It may be that. The name doesn't matter. At all events he's embarrassed. He wants not to be an ass on the one side and yet not some other kind of brute on the other." Mr. Longdon listened with consideration, with a beautiful little air indeed of being, in his all but finally benighted state, earnestly open to information on such points from a magnificent young man. "He doesn't want, you mean, to be a coxcomb, and he doesn't want to be cruel." Vanderbank, visibly preoccupied, produced a faint kind smile. "Oh you know." I should know less than any one." Mr. Longdon had turned away from the table on this, and the eyes of his companion, who after an instant had caught his meaning, watched him move along the room and approach another part of the divan. The consequence of the passage was that Vanderbank's only rejoinder was presently to say: "I can't tell you how long I've imagined, have asked myself. She's so charming, so interesting, and I feel as if I'd known her always. I've thought of one thing and another to do, and then on purpose haven't thought at all. That has mostly seemed to me best." "Then I gather," said Mr. Longdon, "that your interest in her—" "Hasn't the same character as her interest in me?" Vanderbank had taken him up responsively, but after speaking looked about for a match and lighted a new cigarette. "I'm sure you understand," he broke out, "what an extreme effort it is to me to talk of such things." "Yes, yes. But it's just effort only. It gives you no pleasure, I mean the fact of her condition," Mr. Longdon explained. Vanderbank had really to think a little. "However much it might give me I should probably not be a fellow to gush. I'm a self-conscious stick of a Briton." "But even a stick of a Briton," Mr. Longdon faltered and hovered. "I've gushed, in short, to you." "About Lady Julia?" the young man frankly asked. "Is gushing what you call what you've done?" "Say then we're sticks of Britons." "You're not in any degree at all in love?" There fell between them, before Vanderbank replied, another pause, of which he took advantage to move once more round the table. Mr. Longdon meanwhile had mounted to the high bench and sat there as if the judge were now in his proper place. At last his companion spoke. "What you're coming to is of course that you've conceived a desire." "That's it, strange as it may seem. But believe me, it has not been precipitate. I've watched you both." "Oh I knew you were watching her," said Vanderbank. "To such a tune that I've made up my mind. I want her so to marry." But on the odd little quaver of longing with which he brought it out the elder man fairly hung. "Well?" said Vanderbank. "Well, so that on the day she does she'll come into the interest of a considerable sum of money, already very decently invested, that I've determined to settle on her." Vanderbank's instant admiration flushed across the room. "How awfully jolly of you! How beautiful!" "Oh, there's a way to show practically your appreciation of it." But Vanderbank, for enthusiasm, scarcely heard him. "I can't tell you how admirable I think you." Then eagerly, "Does Nanda know it?" he demanded. Mr. Longdon, after a wait, spoke with comparative dryness. "My idea has been that for the present you alone shall." Vanderbank took it in. "No other man?" His companion looked still graver. "I need scarcely say that I depend on you to keep the fact to yourself." "Absolutely then and utterly. But that won't prevent what I think of it. Nothing for a long time has given me such joy." Shining and sincere, he had held for a minute Mr. Longdon's eyes. "Then you do care for her?" "Immensely. Never, I think, so much as now. That sounds of a grossness, doesn't it?" The young man laughed. "But your announcement really lights up the mind." His friend for a moment almost glowed with his pleasure. "The sum I've fixed upon would be, I may mention, substantial, and I should of course be prepared with a clear statement, a very definite pledge, of my intentions." "So much the better. Only," Vanderbank suddenly pulled himself up, "to get it she must marry?" "It's not in my interest to allow you to suppose she needn't, and it's only because of my intensely wanting her marriage that I've spoken to you." "And on the ground also, with it," Vanderbank so far concurred, "of your quite taking for granted my only having to put myself forward." If his friend seemed to cast about it proved but to be for the fullest expression. Nothing in fact could have been more charged than the quiet way in which he presently said: "My dear boy, I back you." Vanderbank clearly was touched by it. "How extraordinarily kind you are to me!" Mr. Longdon's silence appeared to reply that he was willing to let it go for that, and the young man next went on: "What it comes to then, as you put it, is that it's a way for me to add something handsome to my income." Mr. Longdon sat for a little with his eyes attached to the green field of the billiard table, vivid in the spreading suspended lamplight. "I think I ought to tell you the figure I have in mind." Another person present might have felt rather taxed either to determine the degree of provocation represented by Vanderbank's considerate smile, or to say if there was an appreciable interval before he rang out: "I think, you know, you oughtn't to do anything of the sort. Let that alone, please. The great thing is the interest. The great thing is the wish you express. It represents a view of me, an attitude toward me." He pulled up, dropping his arms and turning away before the complete image. "There's nothing in those things that need overwhelm you. It would be odd if you hadn't yourself, about your value and your future, a feeling quite as lively as any feeling of mine. There is mine at all events. I can't help it. Accept it. Then of the other feeling, How she moves me, I won't speak." "You sufficiently show it." Mr. Longdon continued to watch the bright circle on the table, lost in which a moment he let his friend's answer pass. "I won't begin to you on Nanda." "Don't," said Vanderbank. But in the pause that ensued each, in one way or another, might have been thinking of her for himself. It was broken by Mr. Longdon's presently going on: "Of course what it superficially has the air of is my offering to pay you for taking a certain step. It's open to you to be grand and proud, to wrap yourself in your majesty and ask if I suppose you're bribable. I haven't spoken without having thought of that." "Yes," said Vanderbank all responsively. "But it isn't as if you proposed to me, is it, anything dreadful? If one cares for a girl one's deucedly glad she has money. The more of anything good she has the better. I may assure you," he added with the brightness of his friendly intelligence and quite as if to show his companion the way to be least concerned, "I may assure you that once I were disposed to act on your suggestion I'd make short work of any vulgar interpretation of my motive. I should simply try to be as fine as yourself." He smoked, he moved about, then came up in another place. "I dare say you know that dear old Mitchy, under whose blessed roof we're plotting this midnight treason, would marry her like a shot and without a penny." "I think I know everything. I think I've thought of everything. Mr. Mitchett," Mr. Longdon added, "is impossible." Vanderbank appeared for an instant to wonder. "Wholly then through her attitude?" "Altogether." Again he hesitated. "You've asked her?" "I've asked her." Once more Vanderbank faltered. "And that's how you know?" "About your chance? That's how I know." The young man, consuming his cigarette with concentration, took again several turns. "And your idea IS to give one time?" Mr. Longdon had for a minute to turn his idea over. "How much time do you want?" Vanderbank gave a headshake that was both restrictive and indulgent. "I must live into it a little. Your offer has been before me only these few minutes, and it's too soon for me to commit myself to anything whatever. Except," he added gallantly, "to my gratitude." Mr. Longdon, at this, on the divan, got up, as Vanderbank had previously done, under the spring of emotion. Only, unlike Vanderbank, he still stood there, his hands in his pockets and his face, a little paler, directed straight. There was disappointment in him even before he spoke. "You've no strong enough impulse?" His friend met him with admirable candour. "Wouldn't it seem that if I had I would by this time have taken the jump?" "Without waiting, you mean, for anybody's money?" Mr. Longdon cultivated for a little a doubt. "Of course she has struck one as, till now, tremendously young." Vanderbank looked about once more for matches and occupied a time with relighting. "Till now, yes. But it's not," he pursued, "only because she's so young that, for each of us, and for dear old Mitchy too, she's so interesting." Mr. Longdon had restlessly stepped down, and Vanderbank's eyes followed him till he stopped again. "I make out that in spite of what you said to begin with you're conscious of a certain pressure." "In the matter of time? Oh yes, I do want it done. That," Nanda's patron simply explained, "is why I myself put on the screw." He spoke with a ring of impatience. "I want her got out." "Out?" "Out of her mother's house." Vanderbank laughed, though, more immediately, he had coloured. "Why, her mother's house is just where I see her." "Precisely, and if it only weren't we might get on faster." Vanderbank, for all his kindness, looked still more amused. "But if it only weren't, as you say, I seem to understand you wouldn't have your particular vision of urgency." Mr. Longdon, through adjusted glasses, took him in with a look that was sad as well as sharp. then jerked the glasses off. "Oh, you do understand." "Ah," said Vanderbank, "I'm a mass of corruption." "You may perfectly be, but you shall not," Mr. Longdon returned with decision, "get off on any such plea. If you're good enough for me you're good enough, as you thoroughly know, on whatever head, for any one." "Thank you." But Vanderbank, for all his happy appreciation, thought again. "We ought at any rate to remember, oughtn't we, that we should have Mrs. Brook against us?" His companion faltered but an instant. "Ah, that's another thing I know. But it's also exactly why I want Nanda away." "I see, I see." The response had been prompt, yet Mr. Longdon seemed suddenly to show that he suspected the superficial. "Unless it's with Mrs. Brook you're in love." Then on his friend's taking the idea with a mere headshake of negation, a repudiation that might even have astonished by its own lack of surprise: "Or unless Mrs. Brook's in love with you," he amended. Vanderbank had for this any decent gaiety. "Ah, that of course may perfectly be." "But is it? That's the question." He continued light. "If she had declared her passion, shouldn't I rather compromise her?" "By letting me know?" Mr. Longdon reflected. "I'm sure I can't say. It's a sort of thing for which I haven't a measure or a precedent. In my time women didn't declare their passion. I'm thinking of what the meaning is of Mrs. Brookenham's wanting you, as I've heard it called, herself." Vanderbank, still with his smile, smoked a minute. "That's what you've heard it called?" "Yes. But you must excuse me from telling you by whom." He was amused at his friend's discretion. "It's unimaginable. But it doesn't matter. We all call everything anything. The meaning of it, if you and I put it so, is, well, a modern shade." "You must deal then yourself," said Mr. Longdon, "with your modern shades." He spoke now as if the case simply awaited such dealing. But at this his young friend was more grave. "You could do nothing? To bring, I mean, Mrs. Brook round?" Mr. Longdon fairly started. "Propose on your behalf for her daughter? With your authority? Tomorrow. Authorize me and I instantly act." Vanderbank's colour again rose. His flush was complete. "How awfully you want it!" Mr. Longdon, after a look at him, turned away. "How awfully you don't." The young man continued to blush. "No, you must do me justice. You've not made a mistake about me. I see in your proposal, I think, all you can desire I should. Only you see it much more simply. And yet I can't just now explain. If it were so simple I should say to you in a moment, do speak to them for me. I should leave the matter with delight in your hands. But I require time, let me remind you, and you haven't yet told me how much I may take." This appeal had brought them again face to face, and Mr. Longdon's first reply to it was a look at his watch. "It's 1 o'clock." "Oh I require," Vanderbank had recovered his pleasant humour, "more than tonight." Mr. Longdon went off to the smaller table that still offered to view 2 bedroom candles. "You must take of course the time you need. I won't trouble you. I won't hurry you. I'm going to bed." Vanderbank, overtaking him, lighted his candle for him, after which, handing it and smiling, "Shall we have conduced to your rest?" Mr. Longdon looked at the other candle. "You're not coming to bed?" "To my rest we shall not have conduced. I stay up a while longer." "Good." Mr. Longdon was pleased. "You won't forget then, as we promised, to put out the lights." "If you trust me for the greater you can trust me for the less. Good night." Vanderbank had offered his hand. "Good night." But Mr. Longdon kept him a moment. "You don't care for my figure?" "Not yet. Not yet, please. Vanderbank seemed really to fear it, but on Mr. Longdon's releasing him with a little drop of disappointment, they went together to the door of the room where they had another pause. "She's to come down to me alone in September." Vanderbank appeared to debate and conclude. "Then may I come?" His friend, on this footing, had to consider. "Shall you know by that time?" "I'm afraid I can't promise. If you must regard my coming as a pledge." Mr. Longdon thought on, then raising his eyes, "I don't quite see why you won't suffer me to tell you." "The detail of your intention? I do then. You've said quite enough. If my visit must commit me," Vanderbank pursued, "I'm afraid I can't come." Mr. Longdon, who had passed into the corridor, gave a dry sad little laugh. "Come then, as the ladies say, as you are." On which, rather softly closing the door, the young man remained alone in the great emptily lighted billiard room. End of Section 20. Section 21 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 6th, Mrs. Brooke, Chapter 1. Presenting himself at Buckingham Crescent 3 days after the Sunday spent at Myrtle, Vanderbank found Lady Fanny Cashmore in the act of taking leave of Mrs. Brooke, and found Mrs. Brooke herself in the state of muffled exultation that was the mark of all her intercourse, and most of all perhaps of her farewells, with Lady Fanny. This splendid creature gave out as it were so little that Vanderbank was freshly struck with all Mrs. Brooke could take in, though nothing, for that matter, in Buckingham Crescent had been more fully formulated on behalf of the famous beauty than the imperturbable grandeur of her almost total absence of articulation. Every aspect of the phenomenon had been freely discussed there, and endless ingenuity lavished on the question of how exactly it was that so much of what the world would in another case have called complete stupidity could be kept by a mere wonderful face from boring one to death. It was Mrs. Brooke who, in this relation as in many others, had arrived at the supreme expression of the law, had thrown off, happily enough, to whomever it might have concerned: "My dear thing, it all comes back, as everything always does, simply to personal pluck. It's only a question, no matter when or where, of having enough. Lady Fanny has the courage of all her silence, so much therefore that it sees her completely through and is what really makes her interesting. Not to be afraid of what may happen to you when you've no more to say for yourself than a steamer without a light. That truly is the highest heroism, and Lady Fanny's greatness is that she is never afraid. She takes the risk every time she goes out, takes, as you may say, her life in her hand. She just turns that glorious mask upon you and practically says, 'No, I won't open my lips,' to call it really open, for the 40 minutes I shall stay, but I calmly defy you, all the same, to kill me for it. And we don't kill her, we delight in her, though when either of us watches her in a circle of others it's like seeing a very large blind person in the middle of Oxford Street. One fairly looks about for the police." Vanderbank, before his fellow visitor withdrew it, had the benefit of the glorious mask, and could scarce have failed to be amused at the manner in which Mrs. Brooke alone showed the stress of thought. Lady Fanny, in the other scale, sat aloft and Olympian, so that though visibly much had happened between the two ladies, it had all happened only to the hostess. The sense in the air, in short, was just of Lady Fanny herself, who came to an end like a banquet or a procession. Mrs. Brooke left the room with her and, on coming back, was full of it. "She'll go, she'll go." "Go where?" Vanderbank appeared to have, for the question, less attention than usual. "Well, to the place her companion will propose. Probably, like Anna Karenina, to one of the smaller Italian towns." "Anna Karenina?" She isn't a bit like Anna." "Of course she isn't so clever," said Mrs. Brook, "but that would spoil her. So it's all right." "I'm glad it's all right," Vanderbank laughed, "but I dare say we shall still have her with us a while." "We shall do that, I trust, whatever happens. She'll come up again. She'll remain, I feel, one of those enormous things that fate seems somehow to have given me as the occupation of my odd moments. I don't see," Mrs. Brook added, "what still keeps her on the edge, which isn't an inch wide." Vanderbank looked this time as if he only tried to wonder. "Isn't it you?" Mrs. Brook mused more deeply. "Sometimes I think so, but I don't know." "Yes, how can you, of course, know, since she can't tell you?" "Oh, if I depended on her telling!" Mrs. Brook shook out with this a sofa cushion or two and sank into the corner she had arranged. The August afternoon was hot and the London air heavy. The room, moreover, though agreeably bedimmed, gave out the staleness of the season's end. "If you hadn't come to day," she went on, "you'd have missed me till I don't know when. For we've let the hovel again. Wretchedly, but still we've let it. And I go down on Friday to see that it isn't too filthy. Edward, who's furious at what I've taken for it, had his idea that we should go there this year ourselves." "And now," Vanderbank took her up, "that fond fancy has become simply the ghost of a dead thought, a ghost that, in company with 1,000 predecessors, haunts the house in the twilight and pops at you out of odd corners." "Oh, Edward's dead thoughts are indeed a cheerful company and worthy of the perpetual mental mourning we seem to go about in. They're worse than the relations we're always losing without seeming to have any fewer, and I expect every day to hear that the Morning Post regrets to have to announce in that line too some new bereavement. The apparitions following the deaths of so many thoughts are particularly awful in the twilight, so that at this season, while the day drags and drags, I'm glad to have any one with me who may keep them at a distance." Vanderbank had not sat down. Slowly, familiarly, he turned about. "And where's Nanda?" "Oh, she doesn't help. She attracts rather the worst of the bogies. Edward and Nanda and Harold and I, seated together, are fairly a case for that, what do you call it, investigating society. Deprived of the sweet resource of the hovel," Mrs. Brook continued, "we shall each, from about the 10th on, forage somehow or other for ourselves. Mitchy, perhaps," she added, "will insist on taking us to Baireuth." "That will be the form, you mean, of his own forage?" Mrs. Brook just hesitated. "Unless you should prefer to take it as the form of yours." Vanderbank appeared for a moment obligingly enough to turn this over, but with the effect of noting an objection. "Oh, I'm afraid I shall have to grind straight through the month, and that by the time I'm free every ring at Baireuth will certainly have been rung. Is it your idea to take Nanda?" he asked. She reached out for another cushion. "If it is impossible for you to manage what I suggest, why should that question interest you?" "My dear woman," and her visitor dropped into a chair, "do you suppose my interest depends on such poverties as what I can manage? You know well enough," he went on in another tone, "why I care for Nanda and enquire about her." She was perfectly ready. "I know it, but only as a bad reason. Don't be too sure." For a moment they looked at each other. "Don't be so sure, you mean, that the elation of it may go to my head? Are you really warning me against vanity?" "Your reallys, my dear Van, are a little formidable, but it strikes me that before I tell you there's something I've a right to ask. Are you really what they call thinking of my daughter?" "Your asking," Vanderbank returned, "exactly shows the state of your knowledge of the matter. I don't quite see moreover why you speak as if I were paying an abrupt and unnatural attention. What have I done the last 3 months but talk to you about her? What have you done but talk to ME about her? From the moment you first spoke to me monstrously, I remember you called it, of the difference made in your social life by her finally established, her perpetual, her inexorable participation. From that moment what have we both done but put our heads together over the question of keeping the place tidy, as you called it? Or as I called it, was it? For the young female mind." Mrs. Brook faced serenely enough the directness of this challenge. "Well, what are you coming to? I spoke of the change in my life, of course. I happen to be so constituted that my life has something to do with my mind, and my mind something to do with my talk. Good talk. You know, no one, dear Van, should know better, what part for me that plays. Therefore, when one has deliberately to make one's talk bad—" "Bad?" Vanderbank, in his amusement, fell back in his chair. "Dear Mrs. Brook, you're too delightful." "You know what I mean. Stupid, flat, fourth-rate. When one has to haul in sail to that degree, and for a perfectly outside reason, there's nothing strange in one's taking a friend sometimes into the confidence of one's irritation." "Ah," Vanderbank protested, "you do yourself injustice. Irritation hasn't been for you the only consequence of the affair." Mrs. Brook gloomily thought. "No, no. I've had my calmness, the calmness of deep despair. I've seemed to see everything go." "Oh, how can you say that," her visitor demanded, "when just what we've most been agreed upon so often is the practical impossibility of making any change? Hasn't it seemed as if we really can't overcome conversational habits so thoroughly formed?" Again Mrs. Brook reflected. "As if our way of looking at things were too serious to be trifled with? I don't know. I think it's only you who have denied our sacrifices, our compromises and concessions. I myself have constantly felt smothered in them. But there it is," she impatiently went on. "What I don't admit is that you've given me ground to take for proof of your intentions, to use the odious term, your association with me on behalf of the preposterous fiction, as it after all is, of Nanda's blankness of mind." Vanderbank's head, in his chair, was thrown back. His eyes ranged over the top of the room. "There never has been any mystery about my thinking her, all in her own way, the nicest girl in London. She is." His companion was silent a little. "She is, by all means. Well," she then added, "so far as I may have been alive to the fact of any one's thinking her so, it's not out of place I should mention to you the difference made in my appreciation of it by our delightful little stay at Myrtle. My views for Nanda," said Mrs. Brook, "have somehow gone up." Vanderbank was prompt to show how he could understand it. "So that you wouldn't consider even Mitchy now?" But his friend took no notice of the question. "The way Mr. Longdon distinguishes her is quite the sort of thing that gives a girl, as Harold says, a leg up. It's awfully curious and has made me think. He isn't anything whatever, as London estimates go, in himself. So that what is it, pray, that makes him, when added on to her, so double Nanda's value? I somehow or other see, through his being known to back her and through the pretty story of his loyalty to mamma and all the rest of it. Oh, if one chose to work that, ever so much more of a chance for her." Vanderbank's eyes were on the ceiling. "It is curious, isn't it? Though I think he's rather more in himself even for the London estimate than you quite understand." He appeared to give her time to take this up, but as she said nothing he pursued. "I dare say that if even I now were to enter myself it would strike you as too late." Her attention to this was but indirect. "It's awfully vulgar to be talking about it, but I can't help feeling that something possibly rather big will come of Mr. Longdon." "Ah, we've touched on that before," said Vanderbank, "and you know you did think something might come even for me." She continued, however, as if she scarce heard him, to work out her own vision. "It's very true that up to now—" "Well, up to now?" he asked as she faltered. She faltered still a little. "I do say the most hideous things, but we have said worse, haven't we? Up to now, I mean, he hasn't given her anything. Unless indeed," she mused, "she may have had something without telling me." Vanderbank went much straighter. "What sort of thing have you in mind? Are you thinking of money?" "Yes. Isn't it awful?" "That you should think of it?" "That I should talk this way." Her friend was apparently not prepared with an assent, and she quickly enough pursued: "If he had given her any it would come out somehow in her expenditure. She has tremendous liberty and is very secretive, but still it would come out." "He wouldn't give her any without letting you know, nor would she, without doing so," Vanderbank added, "take it." "Ah," Mrs. Brook quietly said, "she hates me enough for anything." "That's only your romantic theory." Once more she appeared not to hear him. She gave the discussion another turn. "Has he given YOU anything?" Her visitor smiled. "Not so much as a cigarette. I've always my pockets full of them and he never. So he only takes mine. Oh, Mrs. Brook," he continued, "with me too, though I've also tremendous liberty, it would come out." "I think you'd let me know," she returned. "Yes, I'd let you know." Silence, upon this, fell between them a little, which she was the first to break. "She has gone with him this afternoon, by solemn appointment, to the South Kensington Museum." There was something in Mrs. Brook's dolorous drop that yet presented the news as a portent so great that he was moved again to mirth. "Ah, that's where she is. Then I confess she has scored. He has never taken me to the South Kensington Museum." "You were asking what we were going to do," she went on. "What I meant was, about Baireuth, that the question for Nanda's simplified. He has pressed her so to pay him a visit." Vanderbank's assent was marked. "I see. So that if you do go abroad she'll be provided for by that engagement." "And by lots of other invitations." These were things such as, for the most part, the young man could turn over. "Do you mean you'd let her go alone?" "To wherever she's asked?" said Mrs. Brook. "Why not? Don't talk like the Duchess." Vanderbank seemed for a moment to try not to. "Couldn't Mr. Longdon take her? Why not?" His friend looked really struck with it. "That would be working him. But to a beautiful end," she meditated. "The only thing would be to get him also asked." "Ah, but there you are, don't you see? Fancy getting Mr. Longdon anything or anywhere whatever. Don't you feel," Vanderbank threw out, "how the impossibility of exerting that sort of patronage for him immediately places him?" Mrs. Brook gave her companion one of those fitful glances of almost grateful appreciation with which their intercourse was, even at its darkest hours, frequently illumined. "As if he were the Primate or the French Ambassador. Yes, you're right. One couldn't do it. Though it's very odd and one doesn't quite see why. It does place him. But he becomes thereby exactly the very sort of person with whom it would be most of an advantage for her to go about. What a pity," Mrs. Brook sighed, "he doesn't know more people." "Ah well, we are, in our way, bringing that to pass. Only we mustn't rush it. Leave it to Nanda herself," Vanderbank presently added; on which his companion so manifestly left it that she touched after a moment's silence on quite a different matter. "I dare say he'd tell YOU, wouldn't he, if you were to give her any considerable sum?" She had only obeyed his injunction, but he stared at the length of her jump. "He might attempt to do so, but I shouldn't at all like it." He was moved immediately to dismiss this branch of the subject and, apparently to help himself, take up another. "Do you mean she understands he has asked her down for a regular long stay?" Mrs. Brook barely hesitated. "She understands, I think, that what I expect of her is to make it as long as possible." Vanderbank laughed out, as it was even after 10 years still possible to laugh, at the childlike innocence with which her voice could invest the hardest teachings of life. Then, with something a trifle nervous in the whole sound and manner, he sprang up from his chair. "What a blessing he is to us all!" "Yes, but think what we must be to him." "An immense interest, no doubt." He took a few aimless steps and, stooping over a basket of flowers, inhaled it with violence, almost buried his face. "I dare say we are interesting." He had spoken rather vaguely, but Mrs. Brook knew exactly why. "We render him no end of a service. We keep him in touch with old memories." Vanderbank had reached one of the windows, shaded from without by a great striped sun-blind beneath which and between the flower-pots of the balcony he could see a stretch of hot relaxed street. He looked a minute at these things. "I do so like your phrases." She had a pause that challenged his tone. "Do you call mamma a phrase?" He went off again, quite with extravagance, but quickly, leaving the window, pulled himself up. "I dare say we must put things for him. He does it, cares, or is able to do it, so little himself." "Precisely. He just quietly acts. That's his nature, dear thing. We must LET him act." Vanderbank seemed to stifle again too vivid a sense of her particular emphasis. "Yes, yes, we must let him." "Though it won't prevent Nanda, I imagine," his hostess pursued, "from finding the fun of a whole month at Beccles, whatever she puts in. Not exactly fast and furious." Vanderbank had the look of measuring what the girl might put in. "The place will be quiet, of course, but when a person's so fond of a person—" "As she is of him, you mean?" He hesitated. "Yes. Then it's all right." "She is fond of him, thank God," said Mrs. Brook. He was before her now with the air of a man who had suddenly determined on a great blind leap. "Do you know what he has done? He wants me so to marry her that he has proposed a definite basis." Mrs. Brook got straight up. "Proposed? To her?" "No, I don't think he has said a word to Nanda. In fact I'm sure that, very properly, he doesn't mean to. But he spoke to me on Sunday night at Myrtle. I had a big talk with him there alone, very late, in the smoking room." Mrs. Brook's stare was serious, and Vanderbank now went on as if the sound of his voice helped him to meet it. "We had things out very much, and his kindness was extraordinary. He's the most beautiful old boy that ever lived. I don't know, now that I come to think of it, if I'm within my rights in telling you, and of course I shall immediately let him know that I HAVE told you, but I feel I can't arrive at any respectable sort of attitude in the matter without taking you into my confidence, which is really what I came here to-day to do, though till this moment I've funked it." It was either, as her friends chose to think it, an advantage or a drawback of intercourse with Mrs. Brook that, her face being at any moment charged with the woe of the world, it was unavoidable to remain rather in the dark as to the effect there of particular strokes. Something in Vanderbank's present study of the signs accordingly showed he had had to learn to feel his way and had more or less mastered the trick. That she had turned a little pale was really the one fresh mark. "Funked it? Why in the world?" His own colour deepened at her accent, which was a sufficient light on his having been stupid. "Do you mean you've declined the arrangement?" He only, with a smile somewhat strained, continued for a moment to look at her, clearly, however, at last feeling, and not much caring, that he got in still deeper. "You're magnificent. You're magnificent." Her lovely gaze widened out. "Comment donc? Where? Why?" You have declined her," she went on; after which, as he replied only with a slow headshake that seemed to say it was not for the moment all so simple as that, she had one of the inspirations to which she was constitutionally subject. "Do you imagine I want you myself?" "Dear Mrs. Brook, you're so admirable," he returned with gaiety, "that if by any chance you did, upon my honour, I don't see how I should be able not to say 'all right.'" But he spoke, too, more responsibly. "I was shy of really bringing out to you what has happened to me, for a reason that I've of course to look in the face. Whatever you want yourself for Nanda you want Mitchy." "I see, I see." She did full justice to his explanation. "And what did you say about a basis? The blessed man offers to settle?" "You're a real prodigy," her visitor answered, "and your imagination takes its fences in a way that, when I'm out with you, quite puts mine to shame. When he mentioned it to me I was quite surprised." "And I," Mrs. Brook asked, "am not surprised a bit. Isn't it only," she modestly suggested, "because I've taken him in more than you? Didn't you know he would?" she quavered. Vanderbank thought, or at least pretended to. "Make me the condition? How could I be sure of it?" But the point of his question was lost for her in the growing light. "Oh then the condition's you only?" "That at any rate is all I have to do with. He's ready to settle if I'm ready to do the rest." "To propose to her straight, you mean?" She waited, but as he said nothing she went on: "And you're not ready. Is that it?" "I'm taking my time." "Of course you know," said Mrs. Brook, "that she'd jump at you." He turned away from her now, but after some steps came back. "Then you do admit it?" She hesitated. "To you." He had a strange faint smile. "Well, as I don't speak of it." "No, only to me. What is it he settles?" Mrs. Brook demanded. "I can't tell you." "You didn't ask?" "On the contrary, I stopped him off." "Oh then," Mrs. Brook exclaimed, "that's what I call declining." The words appeared for an instant to strike her companion. "Is it? Is it?" he almost musingly repeated. But he shook himself the next moment free of his wonder, was more what would have been called in Buckingham Crescent on the spot. "Isn't there rather something in my having thus thought it my duty to warn you that I'm definitely his candidate?" Mrs. Brook turned impatiently away. "You certainly, with your talk about 'warning' the happiest expressions!" She put her face into the flowers as he had done just before. Then as she raised it: "What kind of a monster are you trying to make me out?" "My dear lady," Vanderbank was prompt, "I really don't think I say anything but what's fair. Isn't it just my loyalty to you in fact that has in this case positively strained my discretion?" She shook her head in mere mild despair. "Loyalty again is exquisite. The tact of men has a charm quite its own. And you're rather good," she continued, "as men go." His laugh was now a little awkward, as if she had already succeeded in making him uncomfortable. "I always become aware with you sooner or later that they don't go at all, in your sense. But how am I, after all, so far out if you HAVE put your money on another man?" "You keep coming back to that," she wearily sighed. He thought a little. "No then. You've only to tell me not to, and I'll never speak of it again." "You'll be in an odd position for speaking of it if you do really go in. You deny that you've declined," said Mrs. Brook. "Which means then that you've allowed our friend to hope." Vanderbank met it bravely. "Yes, I think he hopes." "And communicates his hope to my child?" This arrested the young man, but only for a moment. "I've the most perfect faith in his wisdom with her. I trust his particular delicacy. He cares more for her," he presently added, "even than we do." Mrs. Brook gazed away at the infinity of space. "We, my dear Van," she at last returned, "is one of your own real wonderful touches. But there's something in what you say. I have, as between ourselves, between me and him, been backing Mitchy. That is, I've been saying to him, 'Wait, wait, don't at any rate do anything else.' Only it's just from the depth of my thought for my daughter's happiness that I've clung to this resource. He would so absolutely, so unreservedly do anything for her." She had reached now, with her extraordinary self-control, the pitch of quiet bland demonstration. "I want the poor thing, que diable, to have another string to her bow and another loaf, for her desolate old age, on the shelf. When everything else is gone Mitchy will still be there. Then it will be at least her own fault." Mrs. Brook continued. "What can relieve me of the primary duty of taking precautions," she wound up, "when I know, as well as that I stand here and look at you?" "Yes, what?" he asked as she just paused. "Why, that so far as they count on you they count, my dear Van, on a blank." Holding him a minute as with the soft low voice of his fate, she sadly but firmly shook her head. "You won't do it." "Oh!" he almost too loudly protested. "You won't do it," she went on. "I say!" He made a joke of it. "You won't do it," she repeated. It was as if he couldn't at last but show himself really struck, yet what he exclaimed on was what might in truth most have impressed him. "You are magnificent, really." "Mr. Mitchett," the butler, appearing at the door, almost familiarly dropped; after which Vanderbank turned straight to the person announced. Mr. Mitchett was there, and anticipating Mrs. Brook in receiving him, her companion passed it straight. "She's magnificent." Mitchy was already all interest. "Rather. But what's her last?" It had been, though so great, so subtle, as they said in Buckingham Crescent, that Vanderbank scarce knew how to put it. "Well, she's so thoroughly superior." "Oh, to whom do you say it?" Mitchy cried as he greeted her. Section 21. Section 22 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 6th, Mrs. Brook, Chapter 2. The subject of this eulogy had meanwhile returned to her sofa, where she received the homage of her new visitor. "It's not I who am magnificent a bit. It's dear Mr. Longdon. I've just had from Van the most wonderful piece of news about him. His announcement of his wish to make it worth somebody's while to marry my child." "Make it?" Mitchy stared. "But isn't it?" "My dear friend, you must ask Van. Of course you've always thought so. But I must tell you all the same," Mrs. Brook went on, "that I'm delighted." Mitchy had seated himself, but Vanderbank remained erect and became perhaps even slightly stiff. He was not angry, no member of the inner circle at Buckingham Crescent was ever angry, but he looked grave and rather troubled. "Even if it is decidedly fine," he addressed his hostess straight, "I can't make out quite why you're doing this. I mean immediately making it known." "Ah, but what do we keep from Mitchy?" Mrs. Brook asked. "What can you keep? It comes to the same thing," Mitchy said. "Besides, here we are together, share and share alike, one beautiful intelligence. Mr. Longdon's somebody is of course Van. Don't try to treat me as an outsider." Vanderbank looked, a little foolishly, though it was but the shade of a shade, from one of them to the other. "I think I've been rather an ass." "What then, by the terms of our friendship, just as Mitchy says, can he and I have a better right to know and to feel with you about? You'll want, Mitchy, won't you?" Mrs. Brook went on, "to hear all about that?" "Oh, I only mean," Vanderbank explained, "in having just now blurted my tale out to you. However, I of course do know," he pursued to Mitchy, "that whatever's really between us will remain between us. Let me then tell you myself exactly what's the matter." The length of his pause after these words showed at last that he had stopped short, on which his companions, as they waited, exchanged a sympathetic look. They waited another minute, and then he dropped into a chair where, leaning forward, his elbows on the arms and his gaze attached to the carpet, he drew out the silence. Finally he looked at Mrs. Brook. "You make it clear." The appeal called up for some reason her most infantine manner. "I don't think I can, dear Van. Really clear? You know, however, yourself," she continued to Mitchy, "enough by this time about Mr. Longdon and mamma." "Oh rather!" Mitchy laughed. "And about mamma and Nanda." "Oh perfectly. The way Nanda reminds him, and the beautiful loyalty that has made him take such a fancy to her. But I've already embraced the facts. You needn't dot any i's." With another glance at his fellow visitor, Mitchy jumped up and stood there florid. "He has offered you money to marry her." He said this to Vanderbank as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Oh no," Mrs. Brook interposed with promptitude. "He has simply let him know before any one else that the money's there for Nanda, and that therefore—" "First come first served?" Mitchy had already taken her up. "I see, I see. Then to make her sure of the money," he put to Vanderbank, "you must marry her?" "If it depends upon that she'll never get it," Mrs. Brook returned. "Dear Van will think conscientiously a lot about it, but he won't do it." "Won't you, Van, really?" Mitchy asked from the hearthrug. "Never, never. We shall be very kind to him. We shall help him, hope and pray for him, but we shall be at the end," said Mrs. Brook, "just where we are now. Dear Van will have done his best, and we shall have done ours. Mr. Longdon will have done his. Poor Nanda even will have done hers. But it will all have been in vain. However," Mrs. Brook continued to expound, "she'll probably have the money. Mr. Longdon will surely consider that she'll want it if she doesn't marry still more than if she does. So we shall be so much at least," she wound up, "I mean Edward and I and the child, will be to the good." Mitchy, for an equal certainty, required but an instant's thought. "Oh there can be no doubt about that. The things about which your mind may now be at ease!" he cheerfully exclaimed. "It does make a great difference," Mrs. Brook comfortably sighed. Then in a different tone: "What dear Van will find at the end that he can't face will be, don't you see, just this fact of appearing to have accepted a bribe. He won't want, on the one hand, out of kindness for Nanda, to have the money suppressed, and yet he won't want to have the pecuniary question mixed up with the matter to look in short as if he had had to be paid. He's like you know. He's proud. And it will be there we shall break down." Mitchy had been watching his friend, who, a few minutes before perceptibly embarrassed, had quite recovered himself and, at his ease, though still perhaps with a smile a trifle strained, leaned back and let his eyes play everywhere but over the faces of the others. Vanderbank evidently wished now to show a good-humoured detachment. "See here," Mitchy said to him, "I remember your once submitting to me a case of some delicacy." "Oh he'll submit it to you. He'll submit it even to me," Mrs. Brook broke in. "He'll be charming, touching, confiding. Above all he'll be awfully interesting about it. But he'll make up his mind in his own way, and his own way won't be to accommodate Mr. Longdon." Mitchy continued to study their companion in the light of these remarks, then turned upon his hostess his sociable glare. "Splendid, isn't it, the old boy's infatuation with him?" Mrs. Brook just delayed. "From the point of view of the immense interest it just now, for instance, makes for you and me? Oh yes, it's one of our best things yet. It places him a little with Lady Fanny. He will, he won't, he won't, he will. Only, to be perfect, it lacks, as I say, the element of real suspense." Mitchy frankly wondered. "It does, you think?" "Not for me. Not wholly." He turned again quite pleadingly to their friend. "I hope it doesn't for yourself totally either." Vanderbank, cultivating his detachment, made at first no more reply than if he had not heard, and the others meanwhile showed faces that testified perhaps less than their respective speeches had done to the absence of anxiety. The only token he immediately gave was to get up and approach Mitchy, before whom he stood a minute laughing kindly enough, though not altogether gaily. As if then for a better proof of gaiety he presently seized him by the shoulders and, still without speaking, pushed him backward into the chair he himself had just quitted. Mrs. Brook's eyes, from the sofa, while this went on, attached themselves to her visitors. It took Vanderbank, as he moved about and his companions waited, a minute longer to produce what he had in mind. "What is splendid, as we call it, is this extraordinary freedom and good humour of our intercourse, and the fact that we do care, so independently of our personal interests, with so little selfishness or other vulgarity, to get at the idea of things. The beautiful specimen Mrs. Brook had just given me of that," he continued to Mitchy, "was what made me break out to you about her when you came in." He spoke to one friend, but he looked at the other. "What's really superior in her is that, though I suddenly show her an interference with a favourite plan, her personal resentment's nothing. All she wants is to see what may really happen, to take in the truth of the case and make the best of that. She offers me the truth as she sees it about myself, and with no nasty elation if it does chance to be the truth that suits her best. It was a charming, charming stroke." Mitchy's appreciation was no bar to his amusement. "You're wonderfully right about us. But still it was a stroke." If Mrs. Brook was less diverted she followed perhaps more closely. "If you do me so much justice then, why did you put to me such a cold, cruel question? I mean when you so oddly challenged me on my handing on your news to Mitchy. If the principal beauty of our effort to live together is, and quite according to your own eloquence, in our sincerity, I simply obeyed the impulse to do the sincere thing. If we're not sincere we're nothing." "Nothing." It was Mitchy who first responded. "But we are sincere." "Yes, we are sincere," Vanderbank presently said. "It's a great chance for us not to fall below ourselves. No doubt therefore we shall continue to soar and sing. We pay for it, people who don't like us say, in our self-consciousness." "But people who don't like us," Mitchy broke in, "don't matter. Besides, how can we be properly conscious of each other?" "That's it," Vanderbank completed his idea. "Without my finding myself, for instance, in you and Mrs. Brook. We see ourselves reflected, we're conscious of the charming whole. I thank you," he pursued after an instant to Mrs. Brook, "I thank you for your sincerity." It was a business sometimes, really, to hold her eyes, but they had, it must be said for her, their steady moments. She exchanged with Vanderbank a somewhat remarkable look, then, with an art of her own, broke short off without appearing to drop him. "The thing is, don't you think," she appealed to Mitchy, "for us not to be so awfully clever as to make it believed that we can never be simple? We mustn't see too tremendous things, even in each other." She quite lost patience with the danger she glanced at. "We CAN be simple." "We can, by God!" Mitchy laughed. "Well, we are now, and it's a great comfort to have it settled," said Vanderbank. "Then you see," Mrs. Brook returned, "what a mistake you'd make to see abysses of subtlety in my having been merely natural." "We can be natural," Mitchy declared. "We can, by God!" Vanderbank laughed. Mrs. Brook had turned to Mitchy. "I just wanted you to know. So I spoke. It is not more complicated than that. As for why I wanted you to know—" "What better reason could there be," Mitchy interrupted, "than your being filled to the finger-tips with a sense of how I would want it myself, and of the misery, the absolute pathos of my being left out? Fancy, my dear chap," he had only to put it to Van, "my not knowing!" Vanderbank evidently couldn't fancy it, but he said quietly enough: "I should have told you myself." "Well, what's the difference?" "Oh there is a difference," Mrs. Brook loyally said. Then she opened an inch or two, for Vanderbank, the door of her dim radiance. "Only I should have thought it a difference for the better. Of course," she added, "it remains absolutely with us three alone, and don't you already feel from it the fresh charm, with it here between us, of our being together?" It was as if each of the men had waited for the other to assent better than he himself could, and Mitchy then, as Vanderbank failed, had gracefully, to cover him, changed the subject. "But isn't Nanda, the person most interested, to know?" Vanderbank gave on this a strange sound of hilarity. "Ah, that would finish it off!" It produced for a few seconds something like a chill that had for consequence a momentary pause which, in its turn, added weight to the words next uttered. "It's not I who shall tell her," Mrs. Brook said gently and gravely. "There, you may be sure. If you want a promise, it's a promise. So that if Mr. Longdon's silent," she went on, "and you are, Mitchy, and I am, how in the world shall she have a suspicion?" "You mean of course except by Van's deciding to mention it himself." Van might have been, from the way they looked at him, some beautiful unconscious object, but Mrs. Brook was quite ready to answer. "Oh poor man, he'll never breathe." "I see. So there we are." To this discussion the subject of it had for the time nothing to contribute, even when Mitchy, rising with the words he had last uttered from the chair in which he had been placed, took sociably as well, on the hearthrug, a position before their hostess. This move ministered apparently to Vanderbank's mere silence, for it was still without speaking that, after a little, he turned away from his friend and dropped once more into the same seat. "I've shown you already, you of course remember," Vanderbank presently said to him, "that I'm perfectly aware of how much better Mrs. Brook would like you for the position." "He thinks I want him myself," Mrs. Brook blandly explained. She was indeed, as they always thought her, wonderful, but she was perhaps not even now so much so as Mitchy found himself able to be. "But how would you lose old Van, even at the worst?" he earnestly asked of her. She just hesitated. "What do you mean by the worst?" "Then even at the best," Mitchy smiled, "in the event of his falsifying your prediction. Which, by the way, has the danger, hasn't it? I mean, for your intellectual credit, of making him, as we all used to be called by our nursemaids, contrary." "Oh I've thought of that," Mrs. Brook returned. "But he won't do, on the whole, even for the sweetness of spiting me, what he won't want to do. I haven't said I should lose him," she went on. "That's only the view he himself takes, or, to do him perfect justice, the idea he candidly imputes to me; though without, I imagine, for I don't go so far as that, attributing to me anything so unutterably bad as a feeling of jealousy." "You wouldn't dream of my supposing anything inept of you," Vanderbank said on this, "if you understood to the full how I keep on admiring you. Only what stupefies me a little," he continued, "is the extraordinary critical freedom, or we may call it, if we like, the high intellectual detachment, with which we discuss a question touching you, dear Mrs. Brook, so nearly and engaging so your private and most sacred sentiments. What are we playing with, after all, but the idea of Nanda's happiness?" "Oh, I'm not playing," Mrs. Brook declared with a little rattle of emotion. "She's not playing," Mr. Mitchett gravely confirmed it. "Don't you feel in the very air the vibration of the passion that she's simply too charming to shake at the window as the housemaid shakes the tablecloth or the jingo the flag?" Then he took up what Vanderbank had previously said. "Of course, my dear man, I'm aware, as you just now put it, of everything, and I'm not indiscreet, am I, Mrs. Brook, in admitting for you as well as for myself that there was an impossibility you and I used sometimes to turn over together. Only, Lord bless us all, it isn't as if I hadn't long ago seen that there's nothing at all for me." "Ah, wait, wait," Mrs. Brook put in. "She has a theory," Vanderbank from his chair lighted it up for Mitchy, who hovered before them, "that your chance will come, later on, after I've given my measure." "Oh but that's exactly," Mitchy was quick to respond, "what you'll never do. You won't give your measure the least little bit. You'll walk in magnificent mystery later on, not a bit less than you do to day. You'll continue to have the benefit of everything that our imagination, perpetually engaged, often baffled and never fatigued, will continue to bedeck you with. Nanda, in the same way, to the end of all her time, will simply remain exquisite or genuine or generous, whatever we choose to call it. It may make a difference to us, who are comparatively vulgar, but what difference will it make to her whether you do or you don't decide for her? You can't belong to her more for herself than you do already, and that's precisely so much that there's no room for any one else. Where, therefore, without that room, do I come in?" "Nowhere. I see." Vanderbank seemed obligingly to muse. Mrs. Brook had followed Mitchy with marked admiration, but she gave on this a glance at Van that was like the toss of a blossom from the same branch. "Oh then shall I just go on with you both? That WILL be joy!" She had, however, the next thing, a sudden drop which shaded the picture. "You're so divine, Mitchy, that how can you not in the long run break any woman down?" It was not as if Mitchy was struck. It was only that he was courteous. "What do you call the long run? Taking about till I'm 80?" "Ah your genius is of a kind to which middle life will be particularly favourable. You'll reap then, somehow, one feels, everything you've sown." Mitchy still accepted the prophecy only to control it. "Do you call 80 middle life? Why, my moral beauty, my dear woman, if that's what you mean by my genius, is precisely my curse. What on earth is left for a man just rotten with goodness? It renders necessary the kind of liking that renders unnecessary anything else." "Now that IS cheap paradox," Vanderbank patiently sighed. "You're down for a fine." It was with less of the patience perhaps that Mrs. Brook took this up. "Yes, on that we are stiff. £5, please." Mitchy drew out his pocket-book even though he explained: "What I mean is that I don't give out the great thing," with which he produced a crisp bank-note. "Don't you?" asked Vanderbank, who, having taken it from him to hand to Mrs. Brook, held it a moment, delicately, to accentuate the doubt. "The great thing's the sacred terror. It's you who give that out." "Oh!" And Vanderbank laid the money on the small stand at Mrs. Brook's elbow. "Ain't I right, Mrs. Brook? Doesn't he tremendously? And isn't that more than anything else what does it?" The two again, as if they understood each other, gazed in a unity of interest at their companion, who sustained it with an air clearly intended as the happy mean between embarrassment and triumph. Then Mrs. Brook showed she liked the phrase. "The sacred terror? Yes, one feels it. It is that." "The finest case of it," Mitchy pursued, "that I've ever met. So my moral's sufficiently pointed." "Oh I don't think it can be said to be that," Vanderbank returned, "till you've put the whole thing into a box by doing for Nanda what she does most want you to do." Mitchy caught on without a shade of wonder. "Oh, by proposing to the Duchess for little Aggie?" He took but an instant to turn it over. "Well, I would propose, to please Nanda. Only I've never yet quite made out the reason of her wish." "The reason is largely," his friend answered, "that, being very fond of Aggie, and in fact extremely admiring her, she wants to do something good for her and to keep her from anything bad. Don't you know, it's too charming, she regularly believes in her." Mitchy, with all his recognition, vibrated to the touch. "Isn't it too charming?" "Well then," Vanderbank went on, "she secures for her friend a phoenix like you, and secures for you a phoenix like her friend. It's hard to say for which of you she desires most to do the handsome thing. She loves you both, in short." He followed it up, "though perhaps when one thinks of it the price she puts on you, Mitchy, in the arrangement is a little higher. Awfully fine at any rate, and yet awfully odd too, her feeling for Aggie's type, which is divided by such abysses from her own." "Ah," laughed Mitchy, "but think then of her feeling for mine." Vanderbank, still more at his ease now and with his head back, had his eyes aloft and far. "Oh, there are things in Nanda." The others exchanged a glance at this, while their companion added: "Little Aggie's really the sort of creature she would have liked to be able to be." "Well," Mitchy said, "I should have adored her even if she had been able." Mrs. Brook had for some minutes played no audible part, but the acute observer we are constantly taking for granted would perhaps have detected in her, as one of the effects of the special complexion to-day of Vanderbank's presence, a certain smothered irritation. "She couldn't possibly have been able," she now interposed, "with so loose, or rather, to express it more properly, with so perverse a mother." "And yet, my dear lady," Mitchy promptly qualified, "how if in little Aggie's case the Duchess hasn't prevented?" Mrs. Brook was full of wisdom. "Well, it's a different thing. I'm not, as a mother, am I, Van, bad enough? That's what's the matter with me. Aggie, don't you see, is the Duchess's morality, her virtue, which, by having it that way outside of you, as one may say, you can make a much better thing of. The child has been for Jane, I admit, a capital little subject, but Jane has kept her on hand and finished her like some wonderful piece of stitching. Oh, as work it's of a soigné? There it is, to show. A woman like me has to be herself, poor thing, her virtue and her morality. What will you have? It's our lumbering English plan." "So that her daughter," Mitchy sympathised, "can only, by the arrangement, hope to become at the best her immorality and her vice." But Mrs. Brook, without an answer for the question, appeared suddenly to have plunged into a sea of thought. "The only way for Nanda to have been really nice would have been for you to be like Jane?" Mitchy and his hostess seemed for a minute on this to gaze together at the tragic truth. Then she shook her head. "We see our mistakes too late." She repeated the movement, but as if to let it all go, and Vanderbank meanwhile, pulling out his watch, had got up with a laugh that showed some inattention and made to Mitchy a remark about their walking away together. Mitchy, engaged for the instant with Mrs. Brook, had assented only with a nod, but the attitude of the two men had become that of departure. Their friend looked at them as if she would like to keep one of them, and for a purpose connected somehow with the other, but was oddly, almost ludicrously, embarrassed to choose. What was in her face indeed during this short passage might prove to have been, should we penetrate, the flicker of a sense that in spite of all intimacy and amiability they could, at the bottom and as things commonly turned out, only be united against her. Yet she made at the end a sort of choice in going on to Mitchy. "He hasn't at all told you the real reason of Nanda's idea that you should go in for Aggie." "Oh, I draw the line there," said Vanderbank. "Besides, he understands that too." Mitchy, on the spot, did himself and every one justice. Why, it just disposes of me, doesn't it?" It made Vanderbank, restless now and turning about the room, stop with a smile at Mrs. Brook. "We understand too well." "Not if he doesn't understand," she replied after a moment while she turned to Mitchy, "that his real combination can in the nature of the case only be—" "Oh yes," Mitchy took her straight up, "with the young thing who is, as you say, positively and helplessly modern and the pious fraud of whose classic identity with a sheet of white paper has been tacitly of course, but none the less practically dropped. You've so often reminded me. I do understand. If I were to go in for Aggie it would only be to oblige. The modern girl, the product of our hard London facts and of her inevitable consciousness of them just as they are, she, wonderful being, is, I fully recognise, my real affair, and I'm not ashamed to say that when I like the individual I'm not afraid of the type. She knows too much, I don't say, but she doesn't know, after all, a millionth part of what I do." "I'm not sure!" Mrs. Brook earnestly exclaimed. He had rung out, and he kept it up with a limpidity unusual. "And product for product, when you come to that, I'm a queerer one myself than any other. The traditions I smash!" Mitchy laughed. Mrs. Brook had got up, and Vanderbank had gone again to the window. "That's exactly why," she returned. "You're a pair of monsters, and your monstrosity fits. She doesn't know too much," she added. "Well," said Mitchy with resolution, "it's all my fault." "Not all. Unless," Mrs. Brook returned, "that's only a sweet way of saying that it's mostly mine." "Oh yours too, immensely. In fact everyone's. Even Edward's, I dare say. And certainly, unmistakably, Harold's. Ah, and Van's own, rather," Mitchy continued, "for all he turns his back and will have nothing to say to it." It was on the back Vanderbank turned that Mrs. Brook's eyes now rested. "That's precisely why he shouldn't be afraid of her." He faced straight about. "Oh I don't deny my part." He shone at them brightly enough, and Mrs. Brook, thoughtful, wistful, candid, took in for a moment the radiance. "And yet to think that after all it has been mere talk!" Something in her tone again made her hearers laugh out; so it was still with the air of good humour that Vanderbank answered: "Mere, mere, mere. But perhaps it's exactly the mere that has made his range so wide." Mrs. Brook's intelligence abounded. "You mean that we haven't had the excuse of passion?" Her companions once more gave way to mirth, but "There you are!" Vanderbank said after an instant less sociably. With it too he held out his hand. "You are afraid," she answered as she gave him her own; on which, as he made no rejoinder, she held him before her. "Do you mean you really don't know if she gets it?" "The money if he doesn't go in?" Mitchy broke almost with an air of responsibility into Vanderbank's silence. "Ah but, as we said, surely!" It was Mitchy's eyes that Vanderbank met. "Yes, I should suppose she gets it." "Perhaps then, as a compensation, she'll even get more." "If I don't go in?" "Oh," said Vanderbank, and he changed colour. He was by this time off, but Mrs. Brook kept Mitchy a moment. "Now, by that suggestion he has something to show. He won't go in." End of section 22. Section 23 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 6th, Mrs. Brook, Chapter 3. Her visitors had been gone half an hour, but she was still in the drawing room when Nanda came back. The girl found her on the sofa in a posture that might have represented restful oblivion, but that, after a glance, our young lady appeared to interpret as mere intensity of thought. It was a condition from which, at all events, Mrs. Brook was quickly roused by her daughter's presence. She opened her eyes and put down her feet, so that the two were confronted as closely as persons may be when it is only one of them who looks at the other. Nanda, gazing vaguely about and not seeking a seat, slowly drew off her gloves while her mother's sad eyes considered her from top to toe. "Tea's gone," Mrs. Brook then said, as if there were something in the loss peculiarly irretrievable. "But I suppose," she added, "he gave you all you want." "Oh dear, yes, thank you. I've had lots." Nanda hovered there slim and charming, feathered and ribboned, dressed in thin fresh fabrics and faint colours, with something in the effect of it all to which the sweeter, deeper melancholy in her mother's eyes seemed happily to testify. "Just turn round, dear." The girl immediately obeyed, and Mrs. Brook once more took everything in. "The back's best, only she didn't do what she said she would. How they do lie!" she gently quavered. "Yes, but we lie so to them." Nanda had swung round again, producing evidently on her mother's part, by the admirable hang of her light skirts, a still deeper peace. "Do you mean the middle fold? I knew she wouldn't. I don't want my back to be best. I don't walk backward." "Yes," Mrs. Brook resignedly mused. "You dress for yourself." "Oh, how can you say that?" the girl asked, "when I never stick in a pin but what I think of you." "Well," Mrs. Brook moralized, "one must always, I consider, think as a sort of point de repère of some one good person. Only it's best if it's a person one's afraid of. You do very well, but I'm not enough. What one really requires is a kind of salutary terror. I never stick in a pin without thinking of your cousin Jane. What is it that someone quotes somewhere about someone's having said that our antagonist is our helper, he prevents our being superficial? The extent to which, with my poor clothes, the Duchess prevents me." It was a measure Mrs. Brook could give only by the general soft wail of her submission to fate. "Yes, the Duchess isn't a woman, is she? She's a standard." The speech had for Nanda's companion, however, no effect of pleasantry or irony, and it was a mark of the special intercourse of these good friends that though they showed each other, in manner and tone, such sustained consideration as might almost have given it the stamp of diplomacy, there was yet in it also something of that economy of expression which is the result of a common experience. The recurrence of opportunity to observe them together would have taught a spectator that, on Mrs. Brook's side doubtless more particularly, their relation was governed by two or three remarkably established and, as might have been said, refined laws, the spirit of which was to guard against the vulgarity so often coming to the surface between parent and child. That they were as good friends as if Nanda had not been her daughter was a truth that no passage between them might fail in one way or another to illustrate. Nanda had gathered up, for that matter, early in life, a flower of maternal wisdom. "People talk about conscience, but it seems to me one must just bring it up to a certain point and leave it there. You can let your conscience alone if you're nice to the second housemaid." Mrs. Brook was as "nice" to Nanda as she was to Sarah Curd, which involved, as may easily be imagined, the happiest conditions for Sarah. "Well," she resumed, reverting to the Duchess on a final appraisement of the girl's air, "I really think I do well by you and that Jane wouldn't have anything to say to day. You look awfully like mamma," she then threw off as if for the first time of mentioning it. "Oh, cousin Jane doesn't care for that," Nanda returned. "What I don't look like is Aggie, for all I try." "Ah, you shouldn't try. You can do nothing with it. One must be what one is." Mrs. Brook was almost sententious, but Nanda, with civility, let it pass. "No one in London touches her. She's quite by herself. When one sees her one feels her to be the real thing." Mrs. Brook, without harshness, wondered. "What do you mean by the real thing?" Even Nanda, however, had to think a moment. "Well, the real young one. That's what Lord Petherton calls her," she mildly joked. "The young 'un." Her mother's echo was not for the joke, but for something else. "I know what you mean. What's the use of being good?" "Oh, I didn't mean that," said Nanda. "Besides, isn't Aggie of a goodness?" "I wasn't talking of her. I was asking myself what's the use of my being." "Well, you can't help it any more than the Duchess can help." "Ah, but she could if she would," Mrs. Brook broke in with a sharper ring than she had yet given. "We can't help being good perhaps, if that burden's laid on us, but there are lengths in other directions we're not absolutely obliged to go, and what I think of when I stick in the pins," she went on, "is that Jane seems to me really never to have had to pay." She appeared for a minute to brood on this till she could no longer bear it, after which she jerked out: "Why, she has never had to pay for anything!" Nanda had by this time seated herself, taking her place, under the interest of their talk, on her mother's sofa, where, except for the removal of her long soft gloves, which one of her hands again and again drew caressingly through the other, she remained very much as if she were some friendly yet circumspect young visitor to whom Mrs. Brook had on some occasion dropped "Do come." But there was something perhaps more expressly conciliatory in the way she had kept everything on, as if, in particular serenity and to confirm kindly Mrs. Brook's sense of what had been done for her, she had neither taken off her great feathered hat nor laid down her parasol of pale green silk, the match of hat and ribbons and which had an expensive precious knob. Our spectator would possibly have found too much earnestness in her face to be sure if there was also candour. "And do you mean that you have had to pay?" "Oh yes, all the while." With this Mrs. Brook was a little short, and also, as she added, as if to banish a slight awkwardness, "But don't let it discourage you." Nanda seemed an instant to weigh the advice, and the whole thing would have been striking as another touch in the picture of the odd want, on the part of each, of any sense of levity in the other. Whatever escape, face to face, mother or daughter might ever seek would never be the humorous one, a circumstance, notwithstanding, that would not in every case have failed to make their interviews droll for a third person. It would always indeed, for such a person, have produced an impression of tension beneath the surface. "I could have done much better at the start and have lost less time," the girl at last said, "if I hadn't had the drawback of not really remembering Granny." "Oh well, I remember her," Mrs. Brook moaned with an accent that evidently struck her the next moment as so much out of place that she slightly deflected. She took Nanda's parasol and held it as if, a more delicate thing much than any one of hers, she simply liked to have it. "Her clothes, at your age at least, must have been hideous. Was it at the place he took you to that he gave you tea?" she then went on. "Yes, at the museum. We had an orgy in the refreshment room, but he took me afterwards to Tishy's, where we had another." "He went in with you?" Mrs. Brook had suddenly flashed into eagerness. "Oh yes, I made him." "He didn't want to?" "On the contrary, very much. But he doesn't do everything he wants," said Nanda. Mrs. Brook seemed to wonder. "You mean you've also to want it?" "Oh no, that isn't enough. What I suppose I mean," Nanda continued, "is that he doesn't do anything he doesn't want. But he does quite enough," she added. "And who then was at Tishy's?" "Oh, poor old Tish herself, naturally. And Carrie Donner." "And no one else?" The girl just waited. "Yes, Mr. Cashmore came in." Her mother gave a groan of impatience. "Ah, again?" Nanda thought an instant. "How do you mean, again? He just lives there as much as he ever did, and Tishy can't prevent him. I was thinking of Mr. Longdon, of their meeting. When he met him here that time he liked it so little. Did he like it any more today?" Mrs. Brook quavered. "Oh no, he hated it." "But hadn't he, if he should go in, known he would?" "Yes, perfectly. But he wanted to see." "To see?" Mrs. Brook just threw out. "Well, where I go so much. And he knew I wished it." "I don't quite see why," Mrs. Brook mildly observed; and then, as her daughter said nothing to help her, "At any rate he did loathe it." Nanda, for a reply, simply after an instant put a question. "Well, how can he understand?" "You mean, like me, why you do go there so much? How can he indeed?" "I don't mean that," the girl returned. "It's just that he understands perfectly because he saw them all in such an extraordinary way. Well, what can I ever call it? Clutch me and cling to me." Mrs. Brook, with full gravity, considered this picture. "And was Mr. Cashmore today so ridiculous?" "Ah, he's not ridiculous, mamma. He's very unhappy. He thinks now Lady Fanny probably won't go, but he feels that may be, after all, only the worse for him." "She will go," Mrs. Brook answered with one of her roundabout approaches to decision. "He is too great an idiot. She was here an hour ago, and if ever a woman was packed—" "Well," Nanda objected, "but doesn't she spend her time in packing and unpacking?" This enquiry, however, scarce pulled up her mother. "No, though she has, no doubt, hitherto wasted plenty of labour. She has now a dozen boxes. I could see them there in her wonderful eyes, just waiting to be called for. So if you're counting on her not going, my dear—" Mrs. Brook gave a head shake that was the warning of wisdom. "Oh, I don't care what she does," Nanda replied. "What I meant just now was that Mr. Longdon couldn't understand why, with so much to make them so, they couldn't be decently happy." "And did he wish you to explain?" "I tried to, but I didn't make it any better. He doesn't like them. He doesn't even care for Tish." "He told you so? Right out?" "Oh," Nanda said, "of course I asked him. I didn't press him, because I never do." "You never do?" Mrs. Brook broke in as with a glimpse of a new light. The girl showed an indulgence for this interest that was for a moment almost elderly. "I enjoy awfully with him seeing just how to take him." Her tone and her face evidently put forth for her companion at this juncture something freshly, even quite supremely suggestive, and yet the effect of them on Mrs. Brook's part was only a question so off-hand that it might already often have been asked. The mother's eyes, to ask it, we may none the less add, attached themselves closely to the daughter's, and her face just glowed. "You like him so very awfully?" It was as if the next instant Nanda felt herself on her guard. Yet she spoke with a sudden surrender. "Well, it's rather intoxicating to be one's self." She had only a drop over the choice of her term. "So tremendously made up to, you mean, even by a little fussy ancient man? But doesn't he, my dear," Mrs. Brook continued with encouragement, "make up to you?" A supposititious spectator would certainly on this have imagined in the girl's face the delicate dawn of a sense that her mother had suddenly become vulgar, together with the general consciousness that the way to meet vulgarity was always to be frank and simple, and above all to ignore. "He makes one enjoy being liked so much, liked better, I do think, than I've ever been liked by any one." If Mrs. Brook hesitated it was, however, clearly not because she had noticed. Not better, surely, than by dear Mitchy, or even, if you come to that, by Tishy herself. Nanda's simplicity maintained itself. "Oh, Mr. Longdon's different from Tishy." Her mother again hesitated. "You mean of course he knows more?" The girl considered it. "He doesn't know more. He knows other things. And he's pleasanter than Mitchy." "You mean because he doesn't want to marry you?" It was as if she had not heard that Nanda continued. "Well, he's more beautiful." "Oh!" cried Mrs. Brook, with a drawn-out extravagance of comment that amounted to an impugnment on her taste even by herself. It contributed to Nanda's quietness. "He's one of the most beautiful people in the world." Her companion at this, with a quick wonder, fixed her. "Does he, my dear, want to marry you?" "Yes, to all sorts of ridiculous people." "But I mean, would you take him?" Nanda, rising, met the question with a short ironic "Yes" that showed her first impatience. "It's so charming being liked without being approved." But Mrs. Brook only wanted to know. "He doesn't approve?" "No, but it makes no difference. It's all exactly right. It doesn't matter." Mrs. Brook seemed to wonder, however, exactly how these things could be. "He doesn't want you to give up anything?" She looked as if swiftly thinking what Nanda might give up. "Oh yes, everything." It was as if for an instant she found her daughter inscrutable. Then she had a strange smile. "Me?" The girl was perfectly prompt. "Everything. But he wouldn't like me nearly so much if I really did." Her mother had a further pause. "Does he want to adopt you?" Then more quickly and sadly, though also a little as if lacking nerve to push the research, "We couldn't give you up, Nanda." "Thank you so much, mamma. But we shan't be very much tried," Nanda said, "because what it comes to seems to be that I'm really what you may call adopting him. I mean I'm little by little changing him, gradually showing him that, as I couldn't possibly have been different, and as also of course one can't keep giving up, the only way is for him not to mind and to take me just as I am. That, don't you see, is what he would never have expected to do." Mrs. Brook recognised in a manner the explanation, but still had her wistfulness. "But to take you as you are where?" "Well, to the South Kensington Museum." "Oh," said Mrs. Brook. Then, however, in a more exemplary tone, "Do you enjoy so very much your long hours with him?" Nanda appeared for an instant to think how to express it. "Well, we're great friends." "And always talking about Granny?" "Oh no, really almost never now." "He doesn't think so awfully much of her?" There was an oddity of eagerness in the question, a hope, a kind of dash for something that might have been in Nanda's interest. The girl met these things only with obliging gravity. "I think he's losing any sense of my likeness. He's too used to it. Or too many things that are too different now cover it up." "Well," said Mrs. Brook as she took this in, "I think it's awfully clever of you to get only the good of him and have none of the worry." Nanda wondered. "The worry?" "You leave that all to me," her mother went on, but quite forgivingly. "I hope at any rate that the good for you will be real." "Real?" the girl, remaining vague, again echoed. Mrs. Brook showed for this not perhaps an irritation, but a flicker of austerity. "You must remember we've a great many things to think about. There are things we must take for granted in each other. We must all help in our way to pull the coach. That's what I mean by worry, and if you don't have any, so much the better for you. For me it's in the day's work. Your father and I have most to think about always at this time, as you perfectly know, when we have to turn things round and manage somehow or other to get out of town, have to provide and pinch, to meet all the necessities, with money, money, money at every turn running away like water. The children this year seem to fit into nothing, into nowhere, And Harold's more dreadful than he's ever been, doing nothing at all for himself and requiring everything to be done for him. He talks about his American girl with millions who's so awfully taken with him, but I can't find out anything about her. The only one just now that people seem to have heard of is the one Booby Manger's engaged to. The Mangers literally snap up everything," Mrs. Brook quite wailingly now continued. "The Jew man, so gigantically rich. Who is he? Baron Schack or Schmack, who has just taken Cumberland House and who has the awful stammer, or what is it, no roof to his mouth, is to give that horrid little Algy to do his conversation for him, 400 a year, which Harold pretended to me that, of all the rush of young men, dozens, he was most in the running for. Your father's settled gloom is terrible, and I bear all the brunt of it. We get literally nothing this year for the hovel, yet have to spend on it heaven knows what, and everybody for the next 3 months, in Scotland and everywhere, has asked us for the wrong time and nobody for the right, so that I assure you I don't know where to turn. Which doesn't, however, in the least prevent everyone coming to me with their own selfish troubles." It was as if Mrs. Brook had found the cup of her secret sorrows suddenly jostled by some touch of which the perversity, though not completely noted at the moment, proved, as she little let herself go, sufficient to make it flow over. But she drew, the next thing, from her daughter's stillness a reflection of the vanity of such heat, and speedily recovered herself as if in order with more dignity to point the moral. "I can carry my burden, and shall do so to the end. But we must each remember that we shall fall to pieces if we don't manage to keep hold of some little idea of responsibility. I positively can't arrange without knowing when it is you go to him." "To Mr. Longdon? Oh, whenever I like," Nanda replied very gently and simply. "And when shall you be so good as to like?" "Well, he goes himself on Saturday, and if I want I can go a few days later." "And what day can you go if I want?" Mrs. Brook spoke as with a small sharpness, just softened indeed in time, produced by the sight of her freedom in her daughter's life that suddenly loomed larger than any freedom of her own. It was still a part of the unsteadiness of the vessel of her anxieties, but she never, after all, remained publicly long subject to the influence she often comprehensively designated to others as well as to herself as nastiness. "What I mean is that you might go the same day, mightn't you?" "With him? In the train? I should think so, if you wish it." "But would he wish it? I mean, would he hate it?" "I don't think so at all. But I can easily ask him." Mrs. Brook's head inclined to the chimney and her eyes to the window. "Easily?" Nanda looked for a moment mystified by her mother's insistence. "I can at any rate perfectly try it." "Remembering even that mamma would never have pushed so?" Nanda's face seemed to concede even that condition. "Well," she at all events serenely replied, "I really think we're good friends enough for anything." It might have been, for the light it quickly produced, exactly what her mother had been working to make her say. "What do you call that then, I should like to know, but his adopting you?" "Ah, I don't know that it matters much what it's called." "So long as it brings with it, you mean," Mrs. Brook asked, "all the advantages?" "Well, yes," said Nanda, who had now begun dimly to smile. "Call them advantages." Mrs. Brook had a pause. "One would be quite ready to do that if one only knew a little more exactly what they're to consist of." "Oh, the great advantage, I feel, is doing something for him." Nanda's companion, at this, hesitated afresh. "But doesn't that, my dear, put the extravagance of your surrender to him on rather an odd footing? Charity, love, begins at home, and if it's a question of merely giving, you've objects enough for your bounty without going so far." The girl, as her stare showed, was held a moment by her surprise, which presently broke out. "Why, I thought you wanted me so to be nice to him." "Well, I hope you won't think me very vulgar," said Mrs. Brook, "if I tell you that I want you still more to have some idea of what you'll get by it. I've no wish," she added, to keep on boring you with Mitchy." "Don't, don't," Nanda pleaded. Her mother stopped as short as if there had been something in her tone to set the limit the more utterly for being unstudied. Yet poor Mrs. Brook couldn't leave it there. "Then what do you get instead?" "Instead of Mitchy? Oh," said Nanda, "I shall never marry." Mrs. Brook at this turned away, moving over to the window with quickened wariness. Nanda on her side, as if their talk had ended, went across to the sofa to take up her parasol before leaving the room, an impulse rather favoured than arrested by the arrival of her brother Harold, who came in at the moment both his relatives had turned a back to the door, and who gave his sister, as she faced him, a greeting that made their mother look round. "Hello, Nan. You are lovely. Ain't you lovely, mother?" "No," Mrs. Brook answered, not, however, otherwise noticing him. Her domestic despair centred at this instant all in her daughter. "Well then, we shall consider, your father and I, that he must take the consequence." Nanda had now her hand on the door, while Harold had dropped on the sofa. "He?" she just sounded. "I mean Mr. Longdon." "And what do you mean by the consequence?" "Well, it will do for the beginning of it that you'll please go down with him." "On Saturday then? Thanks, mamma," the girl returned. She was instantly gone, on which Mrs. Brook had more attention for her son. This, after an instant, as she approached the sofa and raised her eyes from the little table beside it, came straight out. "Where in the world is that £5 note?" Harold looked vacantly about him. "What £5 note?" End of section 23. Section 24 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the 7th, Mitchy. Chapter 1. Mr. Longdon's garden took in 3 acres and, full of charming features, had for its greatest wonder the extent and colour of its old brick wall, in which the pink and purple surface was the fruit of the mild ages and the protective function, for a visitor strolling, sitting, talking, reading, that of a nurse of reverie. The air of the place in the August time thrilled all the while with the bliss of birds, the hum of little lives unseen, and the flicker of white butterflies. It was on the large flat enclosed lawn that Nanda spoke to Vanderbank of the 3 weeks she would have completed there on the morrow, weeks that had been, she made no secret of it, the happiest she had yet spent anywhere. The greyish day was soft and still, and the sky faintly marbled, while the more newly arrived of the visitors from London, who had come late on the Friday afternoon, lounged away the morning in an attitude every relaxed line of which referred to the holiday he had, as it were, at first merely looking about and victualling, sat down in front of as a captain before a city. There were sitting places just there, out of the full light, cushioned benches in the thick white spread of old mulberry boughs. A large book of facts lay in the young man's lap, and Nanda had come out to him, half an hour before luncheon, somewhat as Beatrice came out to Benedick. Not to call him immediately indeed to the meal, but mentioning promptly that she had come at a bidding. Mr. Longdon had rebuked her, it appeared, for her want of attention to their guest, showing her in this way, to her pleasure, how far he had gone toward taking her, as he called it, into the house. "You've been thinking of yourself," Vanderbank asked, "as a mere clerk at a salary, and you now find that you're a partner and have a share in the concern." "It seems to be something like that. But doesn't a partner put in something? What have I put in?" "Well, me for one thing. Isn't it your being here that has brought me down?" "Do you mean you wouldn't have come for him alone? Then don't you make anything of his attraction?" "You ought to," said Nanda, "when he likes you so." Vanderbank, longing for a river, was in white flannels, and he took a question with a happy laugh, a handsome face of good humour that completed the effect of his long, cool fairness. Do you mind my just sitting still? Do you mind letting me smoke and staying with me a while? Perhaps after a little we'll walk about, shan't we? But face to face with this dear old house, in this jolly old nook, one's too contented to move, lest raising a finger even should break the spell. What will be perfect will be your just sitting down. Do sit down. And scolding me a little. That, my dear Nanda, will deepen the peace." Some minutes later, while, near him but in another chair, she fingered the impossible book, as she pronounced it, that she had taken from him, he came back to what she had last said. "Has he talked to you much about his liking me?" Nanda waited a minute, turning over the book. "No." "Then how are you just now so struck with it?" "I'm not struck, only with what I'm talked to about. I don't know," she went on, "only what people tell me." "Ah no, you're too much your mother's daughter for that." Vanderbank leaned back and smoked, and though all his air seemed to say that when one was so at ease for gossip almost any subject would do, he kept jogging his foot with the same small nervous motion as during the half hour at Myrtle that this record has commemorated. "You're too much one of us all," he continued. "We've tremendous perceptions," he laughed. "Of course I should have come for him. But after all," he added, as if all sorts of nonsense would equally serve, "he mightn't, except for you, you know, have asked me." Nanda so far accepted this view as to reply: "That's awfully weak. He's so modest that he might have been afraid of your boring yourself." "That's just what I mean." "Well, if you do," Nanda returned, "the explanation's a little conceited." "Oh, I only made it," Vanderbank said, "in reference to his modesty." Beyond the lawn the house was before him, old, square, red roofed, well assured of its right to the place it took up in the world. This was a considerable space, in the little world at least of Suffolk, and the look of possession had everywhere mixed with it, in the form of old windows and doors, the tone of old red surfaces, the style of old white facings, the age of old high creepers, the long conformation of time. Suggestive of panelled rooms, of precious mahogany, of portraits of women dead, of coloured china glimmering through glass doors, and delicate silver reflected on bad tables, the thing was one of those impressions of a particular period that it takes 2 centuries to produce. "Fancy," the young man incoherently exclaimed, "his caring to leave anything so lovable as all this to come up and live with us!" The girl also for a little lost herself. "Oh, you don't know what it is. The charm comes out so as one stays. Little by little it grows and grows. There are old things everywhere that are too delightful. He lets me explore so. He lets me rummage and rifle. Every day I make discoveries." Vanderbank wondered as he smoked. "You mean he lets you take things?" "Oh yes, up to my room, to study or to copy. There are old patterns that are too dear for anything. It's when you live with them, you see, that you know. Everything in the place is such good company." "Your mother ought to be here," Vanderbank presently suggested. "She's so fond of good company." Then as Nanda answered nothing he went on: "Was your grandmother ever?" "Never," the girl promptly said. "Never," she repeated in a tone quite different; after which she added: "I'm the only one." "Oh and me and you, as they say," her companion amended. "Yes, and Mr. Mitchy, who's to come down, please don't forget, this afternoon." Vanderbank had another of his contemplative pauses. "Thank you for reminding me. I shall spread myself as much as possible before he comes. Try to produce so much of my effect that I shall be safe. But what did Mr. Longdon ask him for?" "Ah," said Nanda gaily, "what did he ask you for?" "Why, for the reason you just now mentioned. that his interest in me is so uncontrollable." "Then isn't his interest in Mitchy—" "Of the same general order?" Vanderbank broke in. "Not in the least." He seemed to look for a way to express the distinction, which suddenly occurred to him. "He wasn't in love with Mitchy's mother." "No." Nanda turned it over. "Mitchy's mother, it appears, was awful. Mr. Cashmore knew her." Vanderbank's smoke puffs were profuse and his pauses frequent. "Awful to Mr. Cashmore? I'm glad to hear it. He must have deserved it. But I believe in her all the same. Mitchy's often awful himself," the young man rambled on. "Just so I believe in him." "So do I," said Nanda. "And that's why I asked him." "You asked him, my dear child? Have you the inviting?" "Oh yes." The eyes he turned on her seemed really to try if she jested or were serious. "So you arranged for me too?" She turned over again a few leaves of his book and, closing it with something of a clap, transferred it to the bench beside him, a movement in which, as if through a drop into thought, he rendered her no assistance. "What I mean is that I proposed it to Mr. Longdon. I suggested he should be asked. I've a reason for seeing him. I want to talk to him. And do you know," the girl went on, "what Mr. Longdon said?" "Something splendid, of course." "He asked if you wouldn't perhaps dislike his being here with you." Vanderbank, throwing back his head, laughed, smoked, jogged his foot more than ever. "Awfully nice. Dear old Mitch. How little afraid of him you are." Nanda wondered. "Of Mitch?" "Yes, of the tremendous pull he really has. It's all very well to talk. He has it. But of course I don't mean I don't know." And as with the effect of his nervous sociability he shifted his position. "I perfectly see that you're not afraid. I perfectly know what you have in your head. I should never in the least dream of accusing you, as far as he is concerned, of the least disposition to flirt. Any more indeed," Vanderbank pleasantly pursued, "than even of any general tendency of that sort. No, my dear Nanda," he kindly kept it up, "I will say for you that, though a girl, thank heaven, and awfully much a girl, you're really not on the whole more of a flirt than a respectable social ideal prescribes." "Thank you most tremendously," his companion quietly replied. Something in the tone of it made him laugh out, and the particular sound went well with all the rest, with the August day and the charming spot and the young man's lounging figure and Nanda's own little hovering hospitality. "Of course I strike you as patronising you with unconscious sublimity. Well, that's all right, for what's the most natural thing to do in these conditions but the most luxurious? Won't Mitchy be wonderful for feeling and enjoying them? I assure you I'm delighted he's coming." Then in a different tone a moment later, "Do you expect to be here long?" he asked. It took Nanda some time to say. "As long as Mr. Longdon will keep me, I suppose, if that doesn't sound very horrible." "Oh he'll keep you. Only won't he himself," Vanderbank went on, "be coming up to town in the course of the autumn?" "Well, in that case I'd perfectly stay here without him." "And leave him in London without you? Ah, that's not what we want. He wouldn't be at all the same thing without you. Least of all for himself," Vanderbank declared. Nanda again thought. "Yes, that's what makes him funny, I suppose. His curious infatuation. I set him off, what do you call it, show him off, by his going round and round me as the acrobat on the horse in the circus goes round the clown. He has said a great deal to me of your mother," she irrelevantly added. "Oh everything that's kind of course, or you wouldn't mention it." "That's what I mean," said Nanda. "I see, I see. Most charming of him." Vanderbank kept his high head thrown back as for the view, with a bright equal general interest of everything that was before them, whether talked of or seen. "Who do you think I yesterday had a letter from? An extraordinary funny one from Harold. He gave me all the family news." "And what is the family news?" the girl after a minute inquired. "Well, the first great item is that he himself—" "Wanted," Nanda broke in, "to borrow £5 of you. I say that," she added, "because if he wrote to you—" "It couldn't have been in such a case for the simple pleasure of the intercourse?" Vanderbank hesitated, but continued not to look at her. "What do you know, pray, of poor Harold's borrowings?" "Oh I know, as I know other things. Don't I know everything?" "Do you? I should rather ask," the young man gaily enough replied. "Why should I not? How should I not? You know what I know." Then, as to explain herself and attenuate a little the sudden emphasis with which she had spoken, "I remember your once telling me that I must take in things at my pause." Her companion stared, but with his laugh again changed his posture. "That you must?" "That I do. And you were quite right."
"And when did I make this extraordinary charge?"
"Ah then," said Nanda, "you admit it is a charge. It was a long time ago, when I was a little girl. Which made it worse," she dropped. It made it at all events now for Vanderbank more amusing. "Ah not worse. Better." She thought a moment. "Because in that case I mightn't have understood. But that I do understand is just what you've always meant."
"Always, my dear Nanda? I feel somehow," he rejoined very kindly, "as if you overwhelmed me."
"You feel as if I did, but the reality is just that I don't. The day I overwhelm you, Mr. Van—" She let that pass, however. There was too much to say about it, and there was something else much simpler. "Girls understand now. It has got to be faced, as Tishy says."
"Oh well," Vanderbank laughed, "we don't require Tishy to point that out to us. What are we all doing most of the time but trying to face it?"
"Doing? Aren't you doing rather something very different? You're just trying to dodge it. You're trying to make believe, not perhaps to yourselves, but to us, that it isn't so."
"But surely you don't want us to be any worse?"
She shook her head with brisk gravity. "We don't care really what you are."
His amusement now dropped to her straighter. "Your 'we' is awfully beautiful. It's charming to hear you speak for the whole lovely lot. Only you speak, you know, as if you were just the class apart that you yet complain of our, by our scruples, implying you to be." She considered this objection with her eyes on his face.
"Well then, we do care. Only—"
"Only it's a big subject."
"Oh yes, no doubt. It's a big subject."
She appeared to wish to meet him on everything reasonable.
"Even Mr. Longdon admits that."
Vanderbank wondered. "You mean you talk over with him?"
"The subject of girls? Why, we scarcely discuss anything else."
"Oh no wonder then you're not bored. But you mean," he asked, "that he recognises the inevitable change?"
"He can't shut his eyes to the facts. He sees we're quite a different thing."
"I dare say." Her friend was fully appreciative. Yet the old thing, what do you know of it?"
"I personally? Well, I've seen some change even in my short life. And aren't the old books full of us? Then Mr. Longdon himself has told me."
Vanderbank smoked and smoked. "You've gone into it with him?"
"As far as a man and a woman can together."
As he took her in at this with a turn of his eye he might have had in his ears the echo of all the times it had been dropped in Buckingham Crescent that Nanda was wonderful. She was indeed. "Oh he's of course on certain sides shy."
"Awfully. Too beautifully. And then there's Aggie," the girl pursued. "I mean for the real old thing."
"Yes, no doubt. If she be the real old thing. But what the deuce really is Aggie?"
"Well," said
said Nanda with the frankest interest.
She is a miracle. If one could be her exactly, absolutely, without the least little mite of change, one would probably be wise to close with it. Otherwise, except for anything but that, I'd rather brazen it out as myself." There fell between them on this a silence of some minutes, after which it would probably not have been possible for either to say if their eyes had met while it lasted. This was at any rate not the case, as Vanderbank at last remarked: "Your brass, my dear young lady, is pure gold." "Then it's of me, I think, that Harold ought to borrow."
"You mean therefore that mine isn't?" Vanderbank went on.
"Well, you really haven't any natural cheek, not like some of them. You're in yourself as uneasy, if anything's said and every one giggles or makes some face, as Mr. Longdon. And if Lord Petherton hadn't once told me that a man hates almost as much to be called modest as a woman does, I'd say that very often in London now you must pass some bad moments." The present might precisely have been one of them, we should doubtless have gathered, had we seen fully recorded in Vanderbank's face the degree to which this prompt response embarrassed or at least stupefied him. But he could always provisionally laugh. "I like your 'in London' now." "It's the tone and the current and the effect of all the others that push you along," she went on as if she hadn't heard him. "If such things are contagious, as every one says, you prove it perhaps as much as any one. But you don't begin," she continued blandly enough to work it out for him, "or you can't at least originally have begun. Any one would know that now, from the terrific effect I see I produce on you, by talking this way. There it is. It's all out before one knows it, isn't it? And I can't help it any more than you can I?" So she appeared to put it to him, with something in her lucidity that would have been infinitely touching, a strange grave calm consciousness of their common doom and of what in especial in it would be worst for herself. He sprang up indeed after an instant as if he had been infinitely touched. He turned away, taking just near her a few steps to and fro, gazed about the place again, but this time without the air of particularly seeing it, and then came back to her as if from a greater distance. An observer at all initiated would, at the juncture, fairly have hung on his lips, and there was in fact, on Vanderbank's part, quite the look of the man, though it lasted but just while we seize it, in suspense about himself. The most initiated observer of all would have been poor Mr. Longdon, in that case destined, however, to be also the most defeated, with the sign of his tension a smothered "Ah, if he doesn't do it now!" Well, Vanderbank didn't do it now, and the odd slow irrelevant sigh he gave out might have sufficed as the record of his recovery from a peril lasting just long enough to be measured. Had there been any measure of it meanwhile for Nanda? There was nothing at least to show either the presence or the relief of anxiety in the way in which, by a prompt transition, she left her last appeal to him simply to take care of itself. "You haven't denied that Harold does borrow?" He gave a sound as of cheer for this luckily firmer ground. "My dear child, I never lent the silly boy £5 in my life. In fact, I like the way you talk of that. I don't know quite for what you take me, but the number of persons to whom I have lent £5 "is so awfully small," she took him up on it, "as not to look so very well for you." She held him an instant as with a fine intelligence of his meaning in this, and then, though not with sharpness, broke out: "Why are you trying to make out that you're nasty and stingy? Why do you misrepresent—"
"My natural generosity? I don't misrepresent anything, but I take, I think, rather markedly good care of money." She had remained in her place and he was before her on the grass, his hands in his pockets and his manner perhaps a little awkward. "The way you young things talk of it!"
"Harold talks of it, but I don't think I do. I'm not a bit expensive. Ask mother, or even ask father. I do with awfully little. For clothes and things. And I could easily do with still less. Harold's a born consumer, as Mitchy says. He says also he's one of those people who will never really want." "Ah, for that, Mitchy himself will never let him." "Well then, with every one helping us all round, aren't we a lovely family? I don't speak of it to tell tales, but when you mention hearing from Harold all sorts of things immediately come over me. We seem to be all living more or less on other people, all immensely beholden. You can easily say, of course, that I'm worst of all. The children and their people at Bognor are in borrowed quarters. Mother got them lent her, as to which, no doubt, I'm perfectly aware that I ought to be there, sharing them, taking care of my little brother and sister, instead of sitting here at Mr. Longdon's expense to expose everything and criticize. Father and mother, in Scotland, are on a grand campaign. Well," she pulled herself up, "I'm not in that at any rate. Say you've lent Harold only 5 shillings," she went on. Vanderbank stood smiling. "Well, say I have. I never lend any one whatever more." "It only adds to my conviction," Nanda explained, "that he writes to Mr. Longdon." "But if Mr. Longdon doesn't say so?" Vanderbank objected. "Oh, that proves nothing." She got up as she spoke. "Harold also works granny." He only laughed out at first for this, while she went on: "You'll think I make myself out fearfully deep. I mean in the way of knowing everything without having to be told. That is, as you say, mamma's great accomplishment, so it must be hereditary. Besides, there seem to me only too many things one is told. Only Mr. Longdon has in fact said nothing." She had looked about responsibly, not to leave in disorder the garden nook they had occupied, picking up a newspaper and changing the place of a cushion. "I do think that with him you're remarkable," Vanderbank observed, "putting on one side all you seem to know and on the other all he holds his tongue about." "What then DOES he say?" the young man asked after a slight pause and perhaps even with a slight irritation. Nanda glanced round again. She was folding, rather carefully, her paper. Presently her glance met their friend, who, having come out of one of the long windows that opened to the lawn, had stopped there to watch them. "He says just now that luncheon's ready." End of section 24. Section 25 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the 7th, Mitchy, Chapter 2. "I've made him," she said in the drawing room to Mitchy, "make Mr. Van go with him." Mr. Longdon, in the rain, which had come on since the morning, had betaken himself to church, and his other guest, with sufficiently marked good humour, had borne him company. The windows of the drawing room looked at the wet garden, all vivid and rich in the summer shower, and Mitchy, after seeing Vanderbank turn up his trousers and fling back a last answer to the not quite sincere chaff his submission had engendered, adopted freely and familiarly the prospect not only of a grateful freshened lawn, but of a good hour in the very pick, as he called it, of his actual happy conditions. The favouring rain, the dear old place, the charming serious house, the large inimitable room, the absence of the others, the present vision of what his young friend had given him to count on, the sense of these delights was expressed in his fixed generous glare. He was at first too pleased even to sit down. He measured the great space from end to end, admiring again everything he had admired before and protesting afresh that no modern ingenuity, not even his own, to which he did justice, could create effects of such purity. The final touch in the picture before them was just the composer's ignorance. Mr. Longdon had not made his house, he had simply lived it, and the taste of the place Mitchy in certain connexions abominated the word was just nothing more than the beauty of his life.
Everything on every side had dropped straight from heaven, with nowhere a bargaining thumb mark, a single sign of the shop. All this would have been a wonderful theme for discourse in Buckingham Crescent. So happy an exercise for the votaries of that temple of analysis that they repeatedly spoke of their experience of it as crying aloud for Mrs. Brook. The questions it set in motion for the perceptive mind were exactly those that, as he said, most made them feel themselves. Vanderbank's plea for his morning had been a pile of letters to work off, and Mitchy, then coming down, as he announced in the first, ready for anything, had gone to church with Mr. Longdon and Nanda in the finest spirit of curiosity. He now, after the girl's remark, turned away from his view of the rain, which he found different somehow from other rain, as everything else was different, and replied that he knew well enough what she could make Mr. Longdon do, but only wondered at Mr. Longdon's secret for acting on their friend. He was there before her with his hands in his pockets and appreciation winking from every yellow spot in his red necktie. Afternoon service of a wet Sunday in a small country town is a large order. Does Van do everything the governor wants? He may perhaps have had a suspicion of what I want, Nanda explained. If I want particularly to talk to you. He has got out of the way to give me a chance. Well then, he is as usual simply magnificent. How can I express the bliss of finding myself enclosed with you in this sweet old security, this really unimagined sanctity? Nothing's more charming than suddenly to come across something sharp and fresh after we've thought there was nothing more that could draw from us a groan. We've supposed we've had it all, have squeezed the last impression out of the last disappointment, penetrated to the last familiarity and the last surprise. Then some fine day we find that we haven't done justice to life. There are little things that pop up and make us feel again. What may happen is after all incalculable. There's just a little chuck of the dice, and for 3 minutes we win. These, my dear young lady, are my 3 minutes. You wouldn't believe the amusement I get from them, and how can I possibly tell you? There's a faint divine old fragrance here in the room. Or doesn't it perhaps reach you? I shan't have lived without it, but I see now I had been afraid I should. You, on your side, won't have lived without some touch of greatness. This moment's great, and you've produced it. You were great when you felt all you could produce. Therefore, Mitchy went on, pausing once more as he walked before a picture, I won't pull the whole thing down by the vulgarity of wishing I too only had a first-rate cotman. Have you given up some very big thing to come? Nanda replied to this. What in the world is very big, my child, but the beauty of this hour? I haven't the least idea what, when I got Mr. Longdon's note, I gave up. Don't ask me for an account of anything. Everything went, became imperceptible. I will say that for myself. I shed my badness. I do forget people, with a facility that makes me, for bits, for little patches, so far as they're concerned, cease to be, so that my life is spotted all over with momentary states in which I am as the dead of whom nothing said but good. He'd strolled toward her again while she smiled at him. I've died for this, Nanda. The only difficulty I see, she presently replied, is that you ought to marry a woman really clever, and that I'm not quite sure what there may be of that in Aggie. In Aggie? Her friend echoed very gently. Is that what you've sent for me for? To talk about Aggie? Didn't it occur to you it might be? That it couldn't possibly, you mean, be anything else? He looked about for the place in which it would express the deepest surrender to the scene to sit, then sank down with a beautiful prompt submission. I've no idea of what occurred to me. Nothing at least but the sense that I had occurred to you. The occurrence is clay in the hands of the potter. Do with me what you will. You appreciate everything so wonderfully, Nanda said,
that it oughtn't to be hard for you to appreciate her. I do dream so you may save her. That's why I haven't waited."
"The only thing that remains to me in life," he answered, "is a certain accessibility to the thought of what I may still do to figure a little in your eye. But that's precisely a thought you may assist to become clearer. You may, for instance, give me some pledge or sign that if I do figure, prance and caracole and sufficiently kick up the dust, your eye won't suffer itself to be distracted from me. I think there's no adventure I'm not ready to undertake for you. Yet my passion, chastened through all this, purified, austere, is still enough of this world not wholly to have renounced the fancy of some small reward."
"How small?" the girl asked.
She spoke as if feeling she must take from him in common kindness at least as much as she would make him take, and the serious anxious patience such a consciousness gave her tone was met by Mitchy with a charmed reasonableness that his habit of hyperbole did nothing to misrepresent. He glowed at her with the fullest recognition that there was something he was there to discuss with her, but with the assurance in every soft sound of him that no height to which she might lift the discussion would be too great for him to reach. His every cadence and every motion was an implication, as from one to the other, of the exquisite. Oh, he could sustain it. "Well, I mean the establishment of something between us. I mean your arranging somehow that we shall be drawn more together, know together something nobody else knows. I should like so terrifically to have a relation that is a secret with you."
"Oh, if that's all you want you can be easily gratified. Rien de plus facile, as mamma says. I'm full of secrets. I think I'm really most secretive. I'll share almost any one of them with you, if it's only a good one."
Mitchy debated. "You mean you'll choose it yourself? You won't let it be one of mine?" Nanda wondered.
"But what's the difference?"
Her companion jumped up again and for a moment pervaded the place. "When you say such things as that, you're of a beauty. May it," he asked as he stopped before her, "be one of mine? A perfectly awful one?" She showed her clearest interest.
"As I suppose the most awful secrets are the best. Yes, certainly."
"I'm hideously tempted." But he hung fire; then dropping into his chair again, "It would be too bad. I'm afraid I can't."
"Then why won't this do, just as it is?"
"This?" He looked over the big bland room. "Which?"
"Why, what you're here for."
"My dear child, I'm here most of all to love you more than ever, and there's an absence of favouring mystery about that." She looked at him as if seeing what he meant and only asking to remedy it.
"There's a certain amount of mystery we can now make. That it strikes me in fact we must make. Dear Mitchy," she continued almost with eagerness, "I don't think we can really tell." He had fallen back in his chair, not looking at her now, and with his hands, from his supported elbows, clasped himself more quiet.
"Are you still talking about Aggie?"
"Why, I've scarcely begun."
"Oh." It was not irritation he appeared to express, but a slight strain of an effort to get into relation with the subject. Better to focus the image, he closed his eyes a while.
"You speak of something that may draw us together, and I simply reply that if you don't feel how near together we are, in this, I shouldn't imagine you ever would. You must have wonderful notions," she presently went on, "of the ideal state of union. I pack every one off for you, I banish everything that can interfere, and I don't in the least mind your knowing that I find the consequence delightful. You may talk, if you like, of what will have passed between us, but I shall never mention it to a soul, literally not to a living creature. What do you want more than that?"
He opened his eyes in deference to the question, but replied only with a gaze as unassisted as if it had come through a hole in a curtain.
"You say you're ready for an adventure, and it's just an adventure that I propose. If I can make you feel for yourself as I feel for you the beauty of your chance to go in and save her."
"Well, if you can," Mitchy at last broke in, "I don't think, you know," he said after a moment, "you'll find it easy to make your two ends meet." She thought a little longer.
"One of the ends is yours, so that you'll act with me. If I wind you up so that you go—"
"You'll just happily sit and watch me spin? Thank you. That will be my reward?" Nanda rose on this from her chair as if with the impulse of protest.
"Shan't you care for my gratitude, my admiration?"
"Oh yes," Mitchy seemed to muse, "I shall care for them. Yet I don't quite see, you know, what you owe to Aggie. It isn't as if—" But with this he faltered.
"As if she cared particularly for me? Ah, that has nothing to do with it. That's a thing without which surely it's but too possible to be exquisite. There are beautiful, quite beautiful people who don't care for me. The thing that's important to one is the thing one sees oneself, and it's quite enough if I see what can be made of that child. Marry her, Mitchy, and you'll see who she'll care for."
Mitchy kept his position. He was for the moment, his image of shortly before reversed, the one who appeared to sit happily and watch. "It's too awfully pleasant your asking of me anything whatever."
"Well then, as I say, beautifully, grandly save her."
"As you say, yes." He sympathetically inclined his head. "But without making me feel exactly what you mean by it."
"Keep her," Nanda returned, "from becoming like the Duchess."
"But she isn't a bit like the Duchess in any of her elements. She's a totally different thing."
It was only for an instant, however, that this objection seemed to tell. "That's exactly why she'll be so perfect for you. You'll get her away, take her out of her aunt's life."
Mitchy met it all now in a sort of spellbound stillness. "What do you know about her aunt's life?"
"Oh, I know everything."
She spoke with her first faint shade of impatience. It produced for a little a hush between them, at the end of which her companion said with extraordinary gentleness and tenderness: "Dear old Nanda!" Her own silence appeared consciously to continue, and the suggestion of it might have been that for intelligent ears there was nothing to add to the declaration she had just made, and which Mitchy sat there taking in as with a new light. What he drew from it indeed he presently went on to show. "You're too awfully interesting. Of course you know a lot. How shouldn't you? And why?"
"Why? Oh, that's another affair. But you don't imagine what I know. I'm sure it's much more than you've a notion of. That's the kind of thing now one is. Just accept the little marvel of Aggie. What on earth," the girl pursued, "do you take us for?"
"Oh, it's all right," breathed Mitchy, divinely pacific.
"I'm sure I don't know whether it is. I shouldn't wonder if it were in fact all wrong. But what at least is certainly right is for one not to pretend anything else. There I am for you at any rate. Now the beauty of Aggie is that she knows nothing, but absolutely, utterly, not the least little tittle of anything."
It was barely visible that Mitchy hesitated, and he spoke quite gravely. "Have you tried her?"
"Oh yes, and Tishy has."
His gravity had been less than Nanda's.
"Nothing, nothing."
The memory of some scene or some passage might have come back to her with a charm.
"Ah, say what you will, it is the way we ought to be. Mitchy, after a minute of much intensity, had stopped watching her. Changing his posture, and with his elbows on his knees, he dropped for a while his face into his hands. Then he jerked himself to his feet. "There is something I wish awfully I could say to you, but I can't." Nanda, after a slow headshake, covered him with one of the dimmest of her smiles. "You needn't say it. I know perfectly which it is." She held him an instant, after which she went on. "It's simply that you wish me fully to understand that you're one who, in perfect sincerity, doesn't mind one straw. How awful." "Yes? How awful?" He had kindled as he paused with his new eagerness. "Well, one's knowledge may be. It doesn't shock in you a single hereditary prejudice." "Oh, hereditary!" Mitchy ecstatically murmured. "You even rather like me the better for it, so that one of the reasons why you couldn't have told me, though not of course I know the only one, is that you would have been literally almost ashamed. Because, you know," she went on, "it is strange." "My lack of hereditary ?" "Yes, discomfort in presence of the fact I speak of. There's a kind of sense you don't possess." His appreciation again fairly goggled at her. "Oh, you do know everything." "You're so good that nothing shocks you," she lucidly persisted. "There's a kind of delicacy you haven't got." He was more and more struck. "I've only that, as it were, of the skin and the fingers," he appealed. "Oh, and that of the mind, and that of the soul, and some other kinds certainly, but not the kind." "Yes," he wondered. "I suppose that's the only way one can name it." It appeared to rise there before him. "The kind." "The kind that would make me painful to you. Or rather not me perhaps," she added as if to create between them the fullest possible light, "but my situation, my exposure, all the results of them I show. Doesn't one become a sort of a little drain pipe with everything flowing through?" "Why don't you call it more gracefully," Mitchy asked, freshly struck, "a little Aeolian harp set in the drawing room window and vibrating in the breeze of conversation?" "Oh, because the harp gives out a sound, and we, at least we try to, give out none." "What you take, you mean, you keep?" "Well, it sticks to us. And that's what you don't mind." Their eyes met long on it. "Yes, I see. I don't mind. I've the most extraordinary lacunae." "Oh, I don't know about others," Nanda replied. "I haven't noticed them. But you've that one, and it's enough." He continued to face her with his queer mixture of assent and speculation. "Enough for what, my dear? To have made me impossible for you because the only man you could, as they say, have respected would be a man who would have minded?" Then, as under the cool soft pressure of the question, she looked at last away from him. "The man with the kind, as you call it, happens to be just the type you CAN love." "But what's the use," he persisted as she answered nothing, "in loving a person with a prejudice, hereditary or other, to which you're precisely obnoxious? Do you positively like to love in vain?" It was a question, the way she turned back to him seemed to say, that deserved a responsible answer. "Yes." But she had moved off after speaking, and Mitchy's eyes followed her to different parts of the room as, with small pretext of present attention to it, small bestowed touches for symmetry, she slowly measured it. "What's extraordinary then is your idea of my finding any charm in Aggie's ignorance." She immediately put down an old snuff box. "Why, it's the one sort of thing you don't know. You can't imagine. she said as she returned to him, "the effect it will produce on you. You must get really near it and see it all come out to feel all its beauty. You'll like it, Mitchy." And Nanda's gravity was wonderful. "Better than anything you have known." The clear sincerity of this, even had there been nothing else, imposed a consideration that Mitchy now flagrantly could give, and the deference of his suggestion of difficulty only grew more deep. "I'm to do then, with this happy condition of hers, what you say you've done, to try it?" And then as her assent, so directly challenged, failed an instant, "But won't my approach to it, however cautious, be just what will break it up and spoil it?" Nanda thought. "Why so? If mine wasn't?" "Oh, you're not me." "But I'm just as bad." "Thank you, my dear," Mitchy rang out. "Without," Nanda pursued, "being as good." She had on this, in a different key, her own sudden explosion. "Don't you see, Mitchy dear, for the very heart of it all, how good I believe you?" She had spoken as with a flare of impatience at some justice he failed to do her, and this brought him, after a startled instant, close enough to her to take up her hand. She let him have it, and in mute solemn reassurance he raised it to his lips, saying to her thus more things than he could say in any other way, which yet just after, when he had released it and a motionless pause had ensued, didn't prevent his adding 3 words. "Oh Nanda, Nanda!" The tone of them made her again extraordinarily gentle. "Don't try anything then. Take everything for granted." He had turned away from her and walked mechanically, with his air of blind emotion, to the window, where for a minute he looked out. "It has stopped raining," he said at last. "It's going to brighten." The place had 3 windows and Nanda went to the next. "Not quite yet, but I think it will." Mitchy soon faced back into the room, where after a brief hesitation he moved, as quietly, almost as cautiously as if on tiptoe, to the seat occupied by his companion at the beginning of their talk. Here he sank down, watching the girl, who stood a while longer with her eyes on the garden. "You want me, you say, to take her out of the Duchess's life. But where am I myself, if we come to that, but even more in the Duchess's life than Aggie is? I'm in it by my contacts, my associations, my indifferences, all my acceptances, knowledges, amusements. I'm in it by my cynicisms, those that circumstances somehow from the first, when I began for myself to look at life and the world, committed me to and steeped me in. I'm in it by a kind of desperation that I shouldn't have felt perhaps if you had got hold of me sooner with just this touch with which you've got hold of me today. And I'm in it more than all, you'll yourself admit, by the very fact that her aunt desires, as you know, much more even than you do, to bring the thing about. Then we should be, the Duchess and I, shoulder to shoulder." Nanda heard him motionless to the end, taking also another minute to turn over what he had said. "What is it you like so in Lord Petherton?" she asked as she came to him. "My dear child, if you only could tell me! It would be, wouldn't it? It must have been, the subject of some fairy tale, if fairy tales were made now, or better still, of some Christmas pantomime. The gnome and the giant." Nanda appeared to try, not with much success, to see it. "Do you find Lord Petherton a gnome?" Mitchy at first, for all reward, only glared at her. "Charming, Nanda, charming." "A man's giant enough for Lord Petherton," she went on, "when his fortune's gigantic. He preys upon you." His hands in his pockets and his legs much apart, Mitchy sat there as in a posture adapted to her simplicity. "You're adorable. You don't. But it is rather horrid, isn't it?" he presently went on. Her momentary silence would have been by itself enough of an answer. "Nothing, of all you speak of," she nevertheless returned, "will matter then. She'll so simplify your life." He remained just as he was, only with his eyes on her, and meanwhile she had turned again to her window, through which a faint sun-streak began to glimmer and play. At sight of it she opened the casement to let in the warm freshness. "The rain has stopped." "You say you want me to save her. But what you really mean," Mitchy resumed from the sofa, "isn't at all exactly that." Nanda, without heeding the remark, took in the sunshine. "It will be charming now in the garden." Her friend got up, found his wonderful cross-barred cap, after a glance, on a neighbouring chair, and with it came toward her. "Your hope is that, as I'm good enough to be worth it, she'll save me?" Nanda looked at him now. "She will, Mitchy. She will." They stood a moment in the recovered brightness, after which he mechanically, as with the pressure of quite another consciousness, put on his cap. "Well then, shall that hope between us be the thing?" "The thing?" she just wondered. "Why, that will have drawn us together. To hold us so, you know, this afternoon. I mean the secret we spoke of." She put out to him on this the hand he had taken a few minutes before, and he clasped it now only with the firmness it seemed to give and to ask for. "Oh, it will do for that," she said as they went out together. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 7th, Chapter 3. It had been understood that he was to take his leave on the morrow, though Vanderbank was to stay another day. Mr. Longdon had for the Sunday dinner invited 3 or 4 of his neighbours to meet the 2 gentlemen from town, so that it was not till the company had departed, or in other words till near bedtime, that our 4 friends could again have become aware, as between themselves, of that directness of mutual relation which forms the subject of our picture. It had not, however, prevented Nanda's slipping upstairs as soon as the doctor and his wife had gone, and the manner indeed in which, on the stroke of 11, Mr. Longdon conformed to his tradition of appropriating a particular candle was as positive an expression of it as any other. Nothing in him was more amiable than the terms maintained between the rigour of his personal habits and his free imagination of the habits of others. He deprecated as regards the former, it might have been seen, most signs of likeness, and no one had ever dared to learn how he would have handled the show of imitation. "The way to flatter him," Mitchy threw off 5 minutes later, "is not to make him think you resemble or agree with him, but to let him see how different you perceive he can bear to think you. I mean of course without hating you." "But what interest have you," Vanderbank asked, "in the way to flatter him?" "My dear fellow, more interest than you. I haven't been here all day without arriving at conclusions on the credit he has opened to you." "Do you mean the amount he'll settle?" "You have it in your power," said Mitchy, "to make it anything you like." "Is he then so bloated?" Mitchy was on his feet in the apartment in which their host had left them, and he had at first, for this question, but an expressive motion of the shoulders in respect to everything in the room. See, judge, guess, feel. But it was as if Vanderbank, before the fire, consciously controlled his own attention. "Oh, I don't care a hang." This passage took place in the library, and as a consequence of their having confessed, as their friend faced them with his bedroom light, that a brief discreet vigil and a box of cigars would fix better than anything else the fine impression of the day. Mitchy might at that moment, on the evidence of the eyes Mr. Longdon turned to them and of which his innocent candle flame betrayed the secret, have found matter for a measure of the almost extreme allowances he wanted them to want of him. They had only to see that the greater window was fast and to turn out the library lamp. It might really have amused them to stand a moment at the open door that, apart from this, was to testify to his conception of those who were not, in the smaller hours, as he was. He had in fact by his retreat, and but too sensibly,
left them there with a deal of midnight company. If one of these presences was the mystery he had himself mixed, the manner of our young man showed a due expectation of the others. Mitchy, on hearing how little Vanderbank cared, only kept up a while longer that observant revolution in which he had spent much of his day, to which any fresh sense of any exhibition always promptly committed him, and which, had it not been controlled by infinite tact, might have affected the nerves of those in whom enjoyment was less rotary. He was silent long enough to suggest his fearing that almost anything he might say would appear too allusive. Then at last once more he took his risk. "Awfully jolly old place." "It is indeed," Van only said, but his posture in the large chair he had pushed toward the open window was of itself almost an opinion. The August night was hot and the air that came in charged and sweet. Vanderbank smoked with his face to the dusky garden and the dim stars, at the end of a few moments more of which he glanced round. "Don't you think it rather stuffy with that big lamp? As those candles on the chimney are going, we might put it out." "Like this?" The amiable Mitchy had straightway obliged his companion, and he as promptly took in the effect of the diminished light on the character of the room, which he commended as if the depth of shadow produced were all this companion had sought. He might freshly have brought home to Vanderbank that a man sensitive to so many different things, and thereby always sure of something or other, could never really be incommoded, though that personage presently indeed showed himself occupied with another thought. "I think I ought to mention to you that I've told him how you and Mrs. Brook now both know. I did so this afternoon on our way back from church. I hadn't done it before. He took me a walk round to show me more of the place, and that gave me my chance. But he doesn't mind," Vanderbank continued. "The only thing is that I've thought it may possibly make him speak to you, so that it's better you should know he knows. But he told me definitely Nanda doesn't." Mitchy took this in with an attention that spoke of his already recognising how the less tempered darkness favoured talk. "And is that all that passed between you?" "Well, practically. Except of course that I made him understand, I think, how it happened that I haven't kept my own counsel." "Oh but you have. Didn't he at least feel? Or perhaps even have done better, when you've two such excellent persons to keep it for you? Can't he easily believe how we feel with you?" Vanderbank appeared for a minute to leave this appeal unheeded. He continued to stare into the garden while he smoked and swung the long leg he had thrown over the arm of the chair. When he at last spoke, however, it was with some emphasis, perhaps even with some vulgarity. "Oh rot!" Mitchy hovered without an arrest. "You mean he can't feel?" "I mean it isn't true. I've no illusions about you. I know how you're both affected, though I of course perfectly trust you." Mitchy had a short silence. "Trust us not to speak?" "Not to speak to Nanda herself. Though of course too if you spoke to others," Vanderbank went on, "they'd immediately rush and tell her." "I've spoken to no one," said Mitchy. "I'm sure of it. And neither has Mrs. Brook." "I'm glad you're sure of that also," Mitchy returned, "for it's only doing her justice." "Oh I'm quite confident of it," said Vanderbank. "And without asking her?" "Perfectly." "And you're equally sure, without asking, that I haven't betrayed you?" After which, while, as if to let the question lie there in its folly, Vanderbank said nothing, his friend pursued: "I came, I must tell you, terribly near it to day." "Why must you tell me? Your coming near doesn't concern me, and I take it you don't suppose I'm watching or sounding you. Mrs. Brook will have come terribly near," Vanderbank continued as if to make the matter free, "but she won't have done it either. She'll have been distinctly tempted." "But she won't have fallen?" Mitchy broke in. "Exactly. There we are. I was distinctly tempted and I didn't fall." "I think your certainty about Mrs. Brook," he added, "shows you do know her. She's incapable of anything deliberately nasty." "Oh, of anything nasty in any way," Vanderbank said musingly and kindly. "Yes, one knows on the whole what she won't do." After which, for a period, Mitchy roamed and reflected. "But in spite of the assurance given you by Mr. Longdon, or perhaps indeed just because of your having taken it, I think I ought to mention to you my belief that Nanda does know of his offer to you. I mean by having guessed it." "Oh," said Vanderbank. "There's in fact more still," his companion pursued, "that I feel I should like to mention to you." "Oh," Vanderbank at first only repeated. But after a moment he said: "My dear fellow, I'm much obliged." "The thing I speak of is something I should at any rate have said, and I should have looked out for some chance if we had not had this one." Mitchy spoke as if his friend's last words were not of consequence, and he continued as Vanderbank got up and, moving rather aimlessly, came and stood with his back to the chimney. "My only hesitation would have been caused by its entailing our going down into the things in a way that, face to face, given the private nature of the things, I dare say most men don't particularly enjoy. But if you don't mind—" "Oh, I don't mind. In fact, as I tell you, I recognise an obligation to you." Vanderbank, with his shoulders against the high mantel, uttered this without a direct look. He smoked and smoked, then considered the tip of his cigar. "You feel convinced she knows?" he threw out. "Well, it's my impression." "Ah, any impression of yours, of that sort, is sure to be right. If you think I ought to have it from you I'm really grateful. Is that what you wanted to say to me?" Vanderbank, after a slight pause, demanded. Mitchy, watching him more than he watched Mitchy, shook a mildly decisive head. "No." Vanderbank, his eyes on his smoke puffs, seemed to wonder. "What you wanted is something else?" "Something else?" "Oh," said Vanderbank for the third time. The ejaculation had been vague, but the movement that followed it was definite. The young man, turning away, found himself again near the chair he had quitted and resumed possession of it as a sign of being at his friend's service. This friend, however, not only hung fire but finally went back to take a shot from a quarter they might have been supposed to have left. "It strikes me as odd his imagining, awfully acute as he is, that she has not guessed. One wouldn't have thought he could live with her here in such an intimacy, seeing her every day and pretty much all day, and make such a mistake." Vanderbank, his great length all of a lounge again, turned it over. "And yet I do thoroughly feel the mistake's not yours." Mitchy had a new serenity of affirmation. "Oh, it's not mine." Perhaps then, it occurred to his friend, he doesn't really believe it. "And only says so to make you feel more easy?" "So that one may, in fairness to one's self, keep one's head, as it were, and decide quite on one's own ground." "Then you have still to decide?" Vanderbank took time to answer. "I've still to decide." Mitchy became again on this, in the sociable dusk, a slow circling, vaguely agitated element, and his companion continued: "Is your idea very generously and handsomely to help that by letting me know—" "That I do definitely renounce," Mitchy took him up, "any pretension and any hope? Well, I'm ready with a proof of it. I've passed my word that I'll apply elsewhere." Vanderbank turned more round to him. "Apply to the Duchess for her niece?" "It's practically settled." "But since when?" Mitchy barely faltered. "Since this afternoon." "Ah then not with the Duchess herself?" "With Nanda, whose plan from the first, you won't have forgotten, the thing has so charmingly been." Vanderbank could show that his not having in the least forgotten was yet not a bar to his being now mystified. "But, my dear man, what can Nanda settle?" "My fate," Mitchy said, pausing well before him. Vanderbank sat now a minute with raised eyes, catching the indistinctness of the other's strange expression. "You're both beyond me!" he exclaimed at last. "I don't see what you in particular gain." I didn't either till she made it all out to me. One sees then in such a matter for oneself. And as everything's gain that isn't loss, there was nothing I could lose. It gets me," Mitchy further explained, "out of the way." "Out of the way of what?" This, Mitchy frankly showed, was more difficult to say, but he in time brought it out. "Well, of appearing to suggest to you that my existence, in a prolonged state of singleness, may ever represent for her any real alternative." "But alternative to what?" "Why, to being YOUR wife, damn you!" Mitchy on these words turned away again, and his companion, in the presence of his renewed dim gyrations, sat for a minute dumb. Before Van had spoken indeed he was back again. "Excuse my violence, but of course you really see." "I'm not pretending anything," Vanderbank said, "but a man must understand. What I catch hold of is that you offer me, in the fact that you're thus at any rate disposed of, a proof that I, by the same token, shan't, if I hesitate to go in, have a pretext for saying to myself that I may deprive her—" "Yes, precisely," Mitchy now urbanely assented, "of something in the shape of a man with my amount of money that she may live to regret and to languish for. My amount of money, don't you see," he very simply added, "is nothing to her." "And you want me to be sure that, so far as I may ever have had a scruple, she has had her chance and got rid of it?" "Completely," Mitchy smiled. "Because," Vanderbank with the aid of his cigar thoughtfully pieced it out, "that may possibly bring me to the point." "Possibly!" Mitchy laughed. He had stood a moment longer, almost as if to see the possibility develop before his eyes, and had even started at the next sound of his friend's voice. What Vanderbank in fact brought out, however, only made him turn his back. "Do you like so very much little Aggie?" "Well," said Mitchy, "Nanda does. And I like Nanda." "You're too amazing," Vanderbank mused. His musing had presently the effect of making him rise. Meditation indeed beset him after he was on his feet. "I can't help its coming over me then that on such an extraordinary system you must also rather like ME." "What will you have, my dear Van?" Mitchy frankly asked. "It's the sort of thing you must be most used to. For at the present moment, look, aren't we all at you at once?" It was as if his dear Van had managed to appear to wonder. "All?" "Nanda, Mrs. Brook, Mr. Longdon." "And you. I see." "Names of distinction. And all the others," Mitchy pursued, "that I don't count." "Oh you're the best." "I?" "You're the best," Vanderbank simply repeated. "It's at all events most extraordinary," he declared, "but I make you out on the whole better than I do Mr. Longdon." "Ah, aren't we very much the same? Simple lovers of life. That is, of that finer essence of it which appeals to the consciousness." "The consciousness?" His companion took up his hesitation. "Well, enlarged and improved." The words had made on Mitchy's lips an image by which his friend appeared for a moment held. "One doesn't really know quite what to say or to do." "Oh you must take it all quietly. You're of a special class, one of those who, as we said the other day, don't you remember, are a source of the sacred terror. People made in such a way must take the consequences, just as people must take them," Mitchy went on, "who are made as I am. So cheer up." Mitchy, uttering this incitement, had moved to the empty chair by the window, in which he presently was sunk, and it might have been in emulation of his previous strolling and straying that Vanderbank himself now began to revolve. The meditation he next threw out, however, showed a certain resistance to Mitchy's advice. "I'm glad at any rate I don't deprive her of a fortune." "You don't deprive her of mine of course," Mitchy answered from the chair. "But isn't her enjoyment of Mr. Longdon's at least a good deal staked after all on your action?" Vanderbank stopped short. It's his idea to settle it all?" Mitchy gave out his glare. "I thought you didn't care a hang." "I haven't been here so long," he went on as his companion at first retorted nothing, "without making up my mind for myself about his means. He is distinctly bloated." It sent Vanderbank off again. "Oh well, she'll no more get all in the one event than she'll get nothing in the other. She'll only get a sort of provision. But she'll get that, whatever happens." "Oh, if you're sure," Mitchy simply commented. "I'm not sure, confound it!" Then, for his voice had been irritated, Van spoke more quietly. "Only I see her here, though on his wish of course, handling things quite as if they were her own and paying him a visit without apparently any calculable end. What's that on his part but a pledge?" Oh, Mitchy could show offhand that he knew what it was. "It's a pledge quite as much to you. He shows you the whole thing. He likes you not a whit less than he likes her." "Oh thunder!" Van impatiently sighed. "It's as rum as you please, but there it is," said the inexorable Mitchy. "Then does he think I'll do it for this?" "For this?" "For the place, the whole thing as you call it, that he shows me." Mitchy had a short silence that might have represented a change of colour. "It isn't good enough?" But he instantly took himself up. "Of course he wants, as I do, to treat you with tact." "Oh, it's all right," Vanderbank immediately said. "Your tact, yours and his, is marvellous, and Nanda's greatest of all." Mitchy's momentary renewal of stillness was addressed, he somehow managed not obscurely to convey, to the last clause of his friend's speech. "If you're not sure," he presently resumed, "why can't you frankly ask him?" Vanderbank again, as the phrase is, mooned about a little. "Because I don't know that it would do." "What do you mean by do?" "Well, that it would be exactly, what do you call it, square, or even quite delicate or decent. To take from him, in the way of an assurance so handsomely offered, so much, and then to ask for more. I don't feel I can do it. Besides, I've my little conviction. To the question itself he might easily reply that it's none of my business." "I see," Mitchy dropped. "Such pressure might suggest to him moreover that you're hesitating more than you perhaps really are." "Oh, as to that," said Vanderbank, "I think he practically knows how much." "And how little?" He met this, however, with no more form than if it had been a poor joke, so that Mitchy also smoked for a moment in silence. "It's your coming down here, you mean, for these 3 or 4 days that will have fixed it?" The question this time was one to which the speaker might have expected an answer, but Vanderbank's only immediate answer was to walk and walk. "I want so awfully to be kind to her," he at last said. "I should think so!" Then with irrelevance Mitchy harked back. "Shall I find out?" But Vanderbank, with another thought, had lost the thread. "Find out what?" "Why, if she does get anything." "If I'm not kind enough?" Van had caught up again. "Dear no. I'd rather you shouldn't speak unless first spoken to." "Well, he may speak, since he knows we know." "It isn't likely, for he can't make out why I told you." "You didn't tell me, you know," said Mitchy. "You told Mrs. Brook." "Well, she told you, and her talking about it is the unpleasant idea. He can't get her down anyhow." "Poor Mrs. Brook!" Mitchy meditated. "Poor Mrs. Brook," his companion echoed. "But I thought you said," he went on, "that he doesn't mind." "Your knowing? Well, I dare say he doesn't. But he doesn't want a lot of gossip and chatter." "Oh," said Mitchy with meekness. "I may absolutely take it from you then," Vanderbank presently resumed, "that Nanda has her idea?" "Oh she didn't tell me so, but it's none the less my belief." "Well," Vanderbank at last threw off, "I feel it for myself. If only because she always knows everything," he pursued without looking at Mitchy. She always knows everything. 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 Mitchy got up. She told me so herself yesterday, said Van. And she told me so today. Vanderbank's hesitation might have shown he was struck with this. Well, I don't think it's information that either of us required, but of course she can't help it, he added. Everything, literally everything in London, in the world she lives in, is in the air she breathes, so that the longer she's in it, the more she'll know. The more she'll know, certainly, Mitchy acknowledged, but she isn't in it, you see, down here. No, only she appears to have come down with such accumulations, and she won't be here forever, Vanderbank hastened to mention. Certainly not if you marry her. But isn't that at the same time, Vanderbank asked, just the difficulty? Mitchy looked vague. The difficulty? Why, as a married woman, she'll be steeped in it again. Surely. Oh, Mitchy could be candid. But the difference will be that for a married woman it won't matter. It only matters for girls, he plausibly continued, and then only for those on whom no one takes pity. The trouble is, said Vanderbank, but quite as if uttering only a general truth, that it's just the thing that may sometimes operate as a bar to pity. Isn't it for the non-marrying girls that it doesn't particularly matter? For the others it's such an odd preparation. Oh, I don't mind it, Mitchy declared. Vanderbank visibly demurred. Ah, but your choice is such a different sort of thing. Mitchy, for the half hour, in the ambiguous dusk, had never looked more droll. The young lady I named isn't my choice. Well then, that's only a sign the more that you do these things more easily. Oh, easily, Mitchy murmured. We oughtn't at any rate to keep it up, said Vanderbank, who had looked at his watch. 12:25. Good night. Shall I blow out the candles? Do, please. I'll close the window. And Mitchy went to it. I'll follow you. Good night. The candles after a minute were out and his friend had gone, but Mitchy, left in darkness face to face with the vague quiet garden, still stood there. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 8th, Tishy Grandon. Chapter 1. The footman, opening the door, mumbled his name without sincerity, and Vanderbank, passing in, found in fact, for he had caught the symptom, the chairs and tables, the lighted lamps, and the flowers alone in possession. He looked at his watch, which exactly marked 8, then turned to speak again to the servant, who had, however, without another sound and as if blushing for the house, already closed him in. There was nothing indeed but Mrs. Grandon's want of promptness that failed of a welcome. Her drawing-room, on the January night, showed its elegance through a suffusion of pink electricity which melted, at the end of the vista, into the faintly golden glow of a retreat still more sacred. Vanderbank walked after a moment into the second room, which also proved empty and which had its little globes of white fire, discreetly limited in number, coated with lemon-coloured silk. The walls, covered with delicate French mouldings, were so fair that they seemed vaguely silvered. The low French chimney had a French fire. There was a lemon-coloured stuff on the sofa and chairs, a wonderful polish on the floor that was largely exposed, and a copy of a French novel in blue paper on one of the spindle-legged tables. Vanderbank looked about him an instant as if generally struck, then gave himself to something that had particularly caught his eye. This was simply his own name, written rather large on the cover of the French book, and endowed, after he had taken the volume up, with the power to hold his attention the more closely the longer he looked at it. He uttered, for a private satisfaction, before letting the matter pass, a low confused sound; after which, flinging the book down with some emphasis in another place, he moved to the chimney-piece, where his eyes, for a little, intently fixed the small ashy wood fire.
When he raised them again it was, on the observation that the beautiful clock on the mantel was wrong, to consult once more his watch and then give a glance, in the chimney glass, at the state of his moustache, the ends of which he twisted for a moment with due care. While so engaged he became aware of something else and, quickly facing about, recognized in the doorway of the room the other figure the glass had just reflected. "Oh, you," he said with a quick handshake. "Mrs. Grendon's down?" But he had already passed with Nanda, on their greeting, back into the first room, which contained only themselves, and she had mentioned that she believed Tishy to have said 8:15, which meant of course anything people liked. "Oh, then there'll be nobody till 9. I didn't, I suppose, sufficiently study my note, which didn't mention to me, by the way," Vanderbank added, "that you were to be here." "Ah, but why should it?" Nanda spoke again, however, before he could reply. "I dare say that when she wrote to you she didn't know." "Know you'd come bang up to meet me?" Vanderbank laughed. "Jolly at any rate, thanks to my mistake, to have in this way a quiet moment with you. You came on ahead of your mother?" "Oh no, I'm staying here." "Oh," said Vanderbank. "Mr. Longdon came up with me. I came here Friday last, straight." "You parted at the door?" he asked with marked gaiety. She thought a moment. She was more serious. "Yes, but only for a day or two. He's coming tonight." "Good. How delightful." "He'll be glad to see you," Nanda said, looking at the flowers. "Awfully kind of him when I've been such a brute." "How a brute?" "Well, I mean not writing, nor going back." "Oh, I see," Nanda simply returned. It was a simplicity that, clearly enough, made her friend a little awkward. "Has he minded? But he can't have complained," he quickly added. "Oh, he never complains." "No, no, it isn't in him. But it's just that," said Vanderbank, "that makes one feel so base. I've been ferociously busy." "He knows that. He likes it," Nanda returned. "He delights in your work. And I've done what I can for him." "Ah," said her companion, "you've evidently brought him round. I mean to this lady." "To Tishy? Oh, of course I can't leave her. With nobody." "No." Vanderbank became jocose again. "That's a London necessity. You can't leave anybody with nobody, exposed to everybody." Mild as it was, however, Nanda missed the pleasantry. "Mr. Grendon's not here." "Where is he then?" "Yachting. But she doesn't know." "Then she and you are just doing this together?" "Well," said Nanda, "she's dreadfully frightened." "Oh, she mustn't allow herself," he returned, "to be too much carried away by it. But we're to have your mother?" "Yes, and papa. It's really for Mitchy and Aggie," the girl went on, "before they go abroad." "Ah, then I see what you've come up for. Tishy and I aren't in it. It's all for Mitchy." "If you mean there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, you're quite right. He's always been of a kindness to me." "That culminated in marrying your friend?" Vanderbank asked. "It was charming, certainly, and I don't mean to diminish the merit of it. But Aggie herself, I gather, is of a charm now." "Isn't she?" Nanda was eager. "Hasn't she come out?" "With a bound into the arena. But when a young person's out with Mitchy !" "Oh, you mustn't say anything against that. I've been out with him myself." "Ah, but my dear child!" Van frankly argued. It was not, however, a thing to notice. "I knew it would be just so. It always is when they've been like that." "Do you mean as she apparently was? But doesn't it make one wonder a little if she was?" "Oh, she was. I know she was." And we're also to have Harold," Nanda continued. "Another of Mitchy's beneficiaries. It would be a banquet, wouldn't it, if we were to have them all?" Vanderbank hesitated, and the look he fixed on the door might have suggested a certain open attention to the arrival of their hostess or the announcement of other guests. "If you haven't got them all, the beneficiaries, you've got, in having me, I should suppose, about the biggest." "Ah, what has he done for you?" Nanda asked. Again her friend hung fire. "Do you remember something you said to me down there in August?" She looked vague but quite unembarrassed. "I remember but too well that I chattered." "You declared to me that you knew everything." "Oh yes, and I said so to Mitchy too." "Well, my dear child, you don't." "Because I don't know?" "Yes, what makes me the victim of his insatiable benevolence." "Ah well, if you've no doubt of it yourself, that's all that's required. I'm quite glad to hear of something I don't know," Nanda pursued. "And we're to have Harold too," she repeated. "As a beneficiary? Then we shall fill up. Harold will give us a stamp." "Won't he? I hear of nothing but his success. Mother wrote me that people are frantic for him. And," said the girl after an instant, "do you know what Cousin Jane wrote me?" "What would she now? I'm trying to think." Nanda relieved him of this effort. "Why, that mother has transferred to him all the scruples she felt, even to excess, in my time, about what we might pick up among you all that wouldn't be good for us." "That's a neat one for me," Vanderbank declared, "and I like your talk about your antediluvian time." "Oh, it's all over." "What exactly is it," Vanderbank presently demanded, "that you describe in that manner?" "Well, my little hour and the danger of picking up." "There's none of it here?" Nanda appeared frankly to judge. "No, because really Tishy, don't you see, is natural. We just talk." Vanderbank showed his interest. "Whereas at your mother's?" "Well, you were all afraid." Vanderbank laughed straight out. "Do you mind my telling her that?" "Oh she knows it. I've heard her say herself you were." "Ah, I was," he concurred. "You know we've spoken of that before." "I'm speaking now of all of you," said Nanda. "But it was she who was most so, for she tried I know she did, she told me so to control you. And it was when you were most controlled." Van's amusement took it up. "That we were most detrimental?" "Yes, because of course what's so awfully unutterable is just what we most notice. Tishy knows that," Nanda wonderfully observed. As the reflexion of her tone might have been caught by an observer in Vanderbank's face, it was in all probability caught by his interlocutress, who superficially, however, need have recognised there, what was all she showed, but the right manner of waiting for dinner. "The better way then is to dash right in. That's what our friend here does." "Oh you know what she does," the girl replied as with a sudden drop of interest in the question. She turned at the moment to the opening of the door. It was Tishy who at last appeared, and her guest had his greeting ready. "We're talking of the delicate matters as to which you think it's better to dash right in, but I'm bound to say your inviting a hungry man to dinner doesn't appear to be one of them." The sign of Tishy Grendon, as it had been often called in a society in which variety of reference had brought to high perfection, for usual safety, the sense of signs, was a retarded facial glimmer that, in respect to any subject, closed up the rear of the procession. It had been said of her indeed that when processions were at all rapid she was usually to be found, on a false impression of her whereabouts, mixed up with the next, so that now, for instance, by the time she had reached the point of saying to Vanderbank, "Are you really hungry?" Nanda had begun to appeal to him for some praise of their hostess's appearance. This was of course with soft looks up and down at her clothes. "Isn't she too nice?" Did you ever see anything so lovely?"
"I am so faint with inanition," Van replied to Mrs. Grendon, "that, like the traveller in the desert, isn't it, I only make out, as an oasis or a mirage, a sweet green rustling blur. I don't trust you."
"I don't trust you," Nanda said on her friend's behalf. "She isn't green. Men are amazing. They don't know the dearest old blue that ever was seen."
"Is it your old blue?" Vanderbank, monocular, very earnestly asked. "I can imagine it was dear, but I should have thought—"
"It was yellow," Nanda helped him out, "if I hadn't kindly told you." Tishy's figure showed the confidence of objects consecrated by publicity. Bodily speaking, a beautiful human plant, it might have taken the last November gale to account for the completeness with which, in some quarters, she had shed her leaves. Her companions could only emphasize, by the direction of their eyes, the nature of the responsibility with which a spectator would have seen them saddled. A choice, as to consciousness, between the effect of her being and the effect of her not being dressed. "Oh, I'm hideous. Of course I know it," said Tishy. "I'm only just clean. Here's Nanda now, who's beautiful," she vaguely continued. "And Nanda—" "Oh but, darling, Nanda's clean too," the young lady in question interrupted; on which her fellow guest could only laugh with her as in relief from the antithesis of which her presence of mind had averted the completion, little indeed as in Mrs. Grendon's talk that element of style was usually involved. "There's nothing in such a matter," Vanderbank observed as if it were the least he could decently say, "like challenging inquiry. And here's Harold, precisely," he went on in the next breath, "as clear and crisp and undefiled as a fresh £5 note." "A fresh one?" Harold had passed in a flash from his hostess. "A man who like me hasn't seen one for 6 months could perfectly do, I assure you, one that has lost its what-do-you-call-it." He kissed Nanda with a friendly peck, then, more completely aware, had a straighter apprehension for Tishy. "My dear child, you seem to have lost something, though I'll say for you that one doesn't miss it." Mrs. Grendon looked from him to Nanda. "Does he mean anything very nasty?" "I can only understand you when Nanda explains," she returned to Harold. "In fact, there's scarcely anything I understand except when Nanda explains. It's too dreadful her being away so much now with strange people, whom I'm sure she can't begin to do for what she does for me. It makes me miss her all round. And the only thing I've come across that she can't explain," Tishy bunched straight at her friend, "is what on earth she's doing there." "Why, she's working Mr. Longdon like a good fine girl," Harold said. "Like a good true daughter, and even, though she doesn't love me nearly so much as I love her, I will say like a good true sister. I'm bound to tell you, my dear Tishy," he went on, "that I think it awfully happy, with the trend of manners, for any really nice young thing to be a bit lost to sight. London, upon my honour, is quite too awful for girls, and any big house in the country is as much worse, with the promiscuities and opportunities and all that, as you know for yourselves. I know some places," Harold declared, "where, if I had any girls, I'd see 'em shot before I'd take 'em." "Oh you know too much, my dear boy," Vanderbank remarked with commiseration. "Ah my brave old Van," the youth returned, "don't speak as if YOU had illusions. I know," he pursued to the ladies, "just where some of Van's must have perished, and some of the places I've in mind are just where he's left his tracks. A man must be wedded to sweet superstitions not nowadays to have to open his eyes. Nanda, love," he benevolently concluded, "stay where you are. So at least I shan't blush for you. That you've the good fortune to have reached your time of life with so little injury to your innocence makes you a case by yourself, of which we must recognise the claims. If Tishy can't make you gasp, that's nothing against you nor against her. Tishy comes of one of the few innocent English families that are left. Yes, you may all cry 'Oh-ho!' but I defy you to name me, say, 5, or at most 7, in which some awful thing or other hasn't happened. Of course ours is one, and Tishy's is one, and Van's is one, and Mr. Longdon's is one, and that makes you bang off 4. So there you are," Harold gaily wound up. "I see now why he's the rage," Vanderbank observed to Nanda. but Mrs. Grandon expressed to their young friend a lingering wonder. "Do you mean you go in for the adoption?" "Oh, Tishy," Nanda mildly murmured. Harold, however, had his own tact. "The dear man's taking her quite over. Not altogether unreservedly. I'm with the governor. I think we ought to get something. Oh yes, dear man, but what do you give us for her? That's what I should say to him. I mean, don't you know, that I don't think she's making quite the bargain she might. If he were to want me, I don't say he mightn't have me, but I should have it on my conscience to make it in one way or another a good thing for my parents. You are nice, old woman," he turned to his sister, "and one can still feel for the flower of your youth something of the wonderful reverence that we were all brought up on. For God's sake, therefore, all the more, don't really close with him till you've had another word or two with me. I'll be hanged," he appealed to the company again, "if he shall have her for nothing." "See rather," Vanderbank said to Mrs. Grendon, "how little it's like you're really losing her that she should be able this evening fairly to bring the dear man to you. At this rate we don't lose her. We simply get him as well." "Ah, but is it quite the dear man's company we want?" And Harold looked anxious and acute. "If that's the best arrangement Nanda can make." "If he hears us talking in this way, which strikes me as very horrible," Nanda interposed very simply and gravely, "I don't think we're likely to get anything." "Oh, Harold's talk," Vanderbank protested, "offers, I think, an extraordinary interest, only I'm bound to say it crushes me to the earth. I've to make at least, as I listen to him, a big effort to bear up. It doesn't seem long ago," he pursued to his young friend, "that I used to feel I was in it, but the way you bring home to me, dreadful youth, that I'm already not." Harold looked earnest to understand. "The hungry generations tread you down, is that it?" Vanderbank gave a pleasant tragic headshake. "We speak a different language." "Ah, but I think I perfectly understand yours." "That's just my anguish and your advantage. It's awfully curious," Vanderbank went on to Nanda, "but I feel as if I must figure to him, you know, very much as Mr. Longdon figures to me. Mr. Longdon doesn't somehow get into me. Yet I do, I think, into him. But we don't matter." "We?" Nanda, with her eyes on him, echoed it. "Mr. Longdon and I. It can't be helped, I suppose," he went on, for Tishy, with sociable sadness, "but it is short innings." Mrs. Grendon, who was clearly credulous, looked positively frightened. "Ah, but my dear, thank you. I haven't begun to live." "Well, I have. That's just where it is," said Harold. "Thank you all the more, old Van, for the tip." There was an announcement just now at the door, and Tishy turned to meet the Duchess, with Harold, almost as if he had been master of the house, figuring but a step behind her. "Don't mind her," Vanderbank immediately said to the companion with whom he was left. "But tell me, while I still have hold of you, who wrote my name on the French novel that I noticed a few minutes since in the other room?" Nanda at first only wondered. "If it's there, didn't you?" He just hesitated. "If it were here you'd see if it's my hand." Nanda faltered and for somewhat longer. "How should I see? What do I know of your hand?" He looked at her hard. "You HAVE seen it?" "Oh, so little," she replied with a faint smile. "Do you mean I've not written to you for so long? Surely I did in when was it?" "Yes, when? But why should you?" she asked in quite a different tone. He was not prepared on this with the right statement, and what he did after a moment bring out had for the occasion a little the sound of the wrong. "The beauty of you is that you're too good, which for me is but another way of saying you're too clever. You make no demands, you let things go. You don't allow in particular for the human weakness that enjoys an occasional glimpse of the weakness of others." She had deeply attended to him. "You mean perhaps one doesn't show enough what one wants?" "I think that must be it. You're so fiendishly proud." She appeared again to wonder. "Not too much so, at any rate. Only to want from you." "Well, what?" "Why, what's pleasant for yourself," she simply said. "Oh dear, that's poor bliss," he returned. "How does it come then," he next said, "that with this barrenness of our intercourse I know so well YOUR hand?" A series of announcements had meanwhile been made, with guests arriving to match them, and Nanda's eyes at this moment engaged themselves with Mr. Longdon and her mother, who entered the room together. When she looked back to her companion she had had time to drop a consciousness of his question. "If I'm proud to you I'm not good," she said. "And if I'm good, always to you, I'm not proud. I know at all events perfectly how immensely you're occupied, what a quantity of work you get through, and how every minute counts for you. Don't make it a crime to me that I'm reasonable." "No, that would show, wouldn't it, that there isn't much else? But how it all comes back." "Well, to what?" she asked. "To the old story. You know how I'm occupied. You know how I work. You know how I manage my time." "Oh, I see," said Nanda. "It is my knowing, after all, everything." "Everything. The book I just mentioned is one that, months ago I remember now I lent your mother." "Oh, a thing in a blue cover? I remember then too." Nanda's face cleared up. "I had forgotten it was lying about here, but I must have brought it. In fact, I remember I did, for Tishy, and I wrote your name on it so that we might know." "That I hadn't lent it to either of you. It didn't occur to you to write your own," Vanderbank went on. "Well, but if it isn't mine, it isn't mine, I'm sure." "Therefore also if it can't be Tishy's." "The thing's simple enough. It's mother's." "Simple?" Vanderbank laughed. "I like you. And may I ask if you've read the remarkable work?" "Oh yes." Then she wonderfully said: "For Tishy." "To see if it would do?" "I've often done that," the girl returned. "And she takes your word?" "Generally. I think I remember she did that time." "And read the confounded thing?" "Oh no," said Nanda. He looked at her a moment longer. "You're too particular," he rather oddly sounded, turning away with it to meet Mr. Longdon. End of Section 27. Section 28 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 8th, Tishy Grandon, Chapter 2. When after dinner the company was restored to the upper rooms, the Duchess was on her feet as soon as the door opened for the entrance of the gentlemen. Then it might have been seen that she had a purpose, for as soon as the elements had again, with a due amount of the usual shuffling and mismatching, been mixed, her case proved the first to have been settled. She had got Mr. Longdon beside her on a sofa that was just right for two. "I've seized you without a scruple," she frankly said, "for there are things I want to say to you as well as very particularly to ask. More than anything else, of course, I want again to thank you." No collapse of Mr. Longdon's was ever incompatible with his sitting well forward. "Again?" "Do you look so blank," she demanded, "because you've really forgotten the gratitude I expressed to you when you were so good as to bring Nanda up for Aggie's marriage, or because you don't think it a matter I should trouble myself to return to? How can I help it," she went on without waiting for his answer, "if I see your hand in everything that has happened since the so interesting talk I had with you last summer at Myrtle? There have been times when I've really thought of writing to you. I've even had a bold bad idea of proposing myself to you for a Sunday. Then the crisis, my momentary alarm, has struck me as blowing over, and I felt I could wait for some luck like this which would sooner or later come." Her companion, however, appeared to have the luck so on her hands that she could only snatch up, to cover its nudity, the next handsomest assumption. "I see you cleverly guess that what I've been worried about is the effect on Mrs. Brook of the loss of her dear Mitchy. If you've not at all events had your own impression of this effect, isn't that only because these last months you've seen so little of her? I've seen," said the Duchess, "enough and to spare." She waited as if for her vision on this to be flashed back at her, but the only result of her speech was that her friend looked hard at somebody else. It was just this symptom indeed that perhaps sufficed her, for in a minute she was again afloat. "Things have turned out so much as I desire them that I should really feel wicked not to have a humble heart. There's a quarter indeed," she added with a noble unction, "to which I don't fear to say for myself that no day and no night pass without my showing it. However, you English, I know, don't like one to speak of one's religion. I'm just as simply thankful for mine, I mean with as little sense of indecency or agony about it, as I am for my health or my carriage. My point is at any rate that I say, in no cruel spirit of triumph, yet do none the less very distinctly say, that the person Mr. Mitchett's marriage has inevitably pleased least may be now rather to be feared." These words had the sound of a climax, and she had brought them out as if, with her duty done, to leave them. But something that took place for her eye in the face Mr. Longdon had half averted gave her, after an instant, what he might have called her second wind. "Oh I know you think she always HAS been, but you've exaggerated as to that, and I don't say that even at present it's anything we shan't get the better of. Only we must keep our heads. We must remember that from her own point of view she has her grievance, and we must at least look as if we trusted her. That, you know, is what you've never quite done." He gave out a murmur of discomfort which produced in him a change of position, and the sequel to the change was that he presently accepted from his cushioned angle of the sofa the definite support it could offer. If his eyes moreover had not met his companion's, they had been brought by the hand he repeatedly and somewhat distressfully passed over them, closer to the question of which of the alien objects presented to his choice it would cost him least to profess to handle. What he had already paid, a spectator would easily have gathered from the long, the suppressed wriggle that had ended in his falling back, was some sacrifice of his habit of not privately depreciating those to whom he was publicly civil. It was plain, however, that when he presently spoke his thought had taken a stretch. "I'm sure I fully intended to be everything that's proper, but I don't think Mr. Vanderbank cares for her." It kindled in the Duchess an immediate light. "Vous avez bien de l'esprit. You put one at one's ease. I've been vaguely groping while you were already there. It's really only for Nanda he cares." "Yes, really." The Duchess debated. "And yet exactly how much?" "I haven't asked him." She had another, a briefer pause. "Don't you think it about time you should?" Once more she waited, then seemed to feel her opportunity wouldn't. "We've worked a bit together, but you don't take me into your confidence. I dare say you don't believe I'm quite straight. Don't you really see how I must be?" She had a pleading note which made him at last more consentingly face her. "Don't you see," she went on with the advantage of it, "that, having got all I want for myself, I haven't a motive in the world for spoiling the fun of another? I don't want in the least, I assure you, to spoil even Mrs. Brook's. For how will she get a bit less out of him, I mean than she does now, if what you desire should take place? Honestly, my dear man, that's quite what I desire, and I only want, over and above, to help you. What I feel for Nanda, believe me, is pure pity. I won't say I'm frantically grateful to her, because in the long run, one way or another, she'll have found her account. It nevertheless worries me to see her, and all the more because of this very certitude, which you've so kindly just settled for me, that our young man hasn't really with her mother." Whatever the certitude Mr. Longdon had kindly settled, it was in another interest that he at this moment broke in. "Is he YOUR young man too?" She was not too much amused to cast about her. "Aren't such marked ornaments of life a little the property of all who admire and enjoy them?" "You enjoy him?" Mr. Longdon asked in the same straightforward way. "Immensely." His silence for a little seemed the sign of a plan. "What is it he hasn't done with Mrs. Brook?" "Well, the thing that would be the complication. He hasn't gone beyond a certain point. You may ask how one knows such matters, but I'm afraid I've not quite a receipt for it. A woman knows, but she can't tell. They haven't done, as it's called, anything wrong." Mr. Longdon frowned. "It would be extremely horrid if they had." "Ah, but for you and me who know life, it isn't that, if other things had made for it, would have prevented. As it happens, however, we've got off easily. She doesn't speak to him." She had forms he could only take up. "Speak to him?" "Why, as much as she would have liked to be able to believe." "Then where's the danger of which you appear to wish to warn me?" "Just in her feeling in the case as most women would feel. You see, she did what she could for her daughter. She did, I'm bound to say, as that sort of thing goes among you people, a good deal. She treasured up, she nursed along Mitchy, whom she would also, though of course not so much, have liked herself. Nanda could have kept him on with a word, becoming thereby so much the less accessible for your plan. That would have thoroughly obliged her mother. But your little English girls, in these altered times, oh, I know how you feel them, don't stand on such trifles. And, even if you think it odd of me, I can't defend myself, though I've so directly profited, against a certain compassion also for Mrs. Brook's upset. As a good-natured woman I feel, in short, for both of them. I deplore all round what's after all a rather sad relation. Only, as I tell you, Nanda's the one, I naturally say to myself, for me now most to think of. If I don't assume too much, that is, that you don't suffer by my freedom." Mr. Longdon put by with a mere drop of his eyes the question of his suffering. There was so clearly for him an issue more relevant. "What do you know of my plan?" "Why, my dear man, haven't I told you that ever since Myrtle I've made out your hand? What on earth, for other people, can your action look like but an adoption?"
"Of him?"
"You're delightful. Of her. If it does come to the same thing for you, so much the better. That at any rate is what we're all taking it for. And Mrs. Brook herself en tête. She sees, through your generosity, Nanda's life more or less, at the worst, arranged for, and that's just what gives her a good conscience." If Mr. Longdon breathed rather hard it seemed to show at least that he followed. "What does she want of a good conscience?" From under her high tiara an instant she almost looked down at him. "Ah, you do hate her?" He coloured but held his ground. "Don't you tell me yourself she's to be feared?" "Yes, and watched. But if possible with amusement." "Amusement?" Mr. Longdon faintly gasped. "Look at her now," his friend went on with an indication that was indeed easy to embrace. Separated from them by the width of the room, Mrs. Brook was, though placed in profile, fully presented. The satisfaction with which she had lately sunk upon a light gilt chair marked itself as superficial, and was moreover visibly not confirmed by the fact that Vanderbank's high-perched head, arrested before her in a general survey of opportunity, kept her eyes too far above the level of talk. Their companions were dispersed, some in the other room, and for the occupants of the Duchess's sofa they made, as a couple in communion, a picture, framed and detached, vaguely reduplicated in the high polish of the French floor. "She IS tremendously pretty."
The Duchess appeared to drop this as a plea for indulgence and to be impelled in fact by the interlocutor's silence to carry it further. "I've never at all thought, you know, that Nanda touches her." Mr. Longdon demurred. "Do you mean for beauty?" His friend, for his simplicity, discriminated. "Ah, they've neither of them beauty. That's not a word to make free with. But the mother has grace." "And the daughter hasn't?" "Not a line. You answer me of course when I say that. You answer me with your adored Lady Julia, and will want to know what then becomes of the lucky resemblance. I quite grant you that Lady Julia must have had the thing we speak of, but that dear sweet blessed thing is very much the same lost secret as the dear sweet blessed other thing that went away with it. The decent leisure that, for the most part, we've also seen the last of. Is the thing at any rate that poor Nanda and all her kind have most effectually got rid of. Oh, if you'd trust me a little more you'd see that I'm quite at one with you on all the changes for the worse. I bear up, but I'm old enough to have known. All the same, Mrs. Brook has something, say what you like, when she bends that little brown head. Dieu sait comme elle se coiffe. But what she gets out of it! Only look." Mr. Longdon conveyed in an indescribable manner that he had retired to a great distance, yet even from this position he must have launched a glance that arrived at a middle way. "They both know you're watching them." "And don't they know you are? Poor Mr. Van has a consciousness." "So should I, if two terrible women—" "Were admiring you both at once?" The Duchess folded the big feathered fan that had partly protected their vision. "Well, she, poor dear, can't help it. She wants him herself." At the drop of the Duchess's fan he restored his nippers. "And he doesn't, not a bit, want her." "There it is. She has put down her money, as it were, without a return. She has given Mitchy up and got nothing instead." There was delicacy, yet there was distinctness in Mr. Longdon's reserve. "Do you call me nothing?" The Duchess, at this, fairly swelled with her happy stare. "Then it IS an adoption!" She forbore to press, however; she only went on: "It isn't a question, my dear man, of what I call it. You don't make love to her." "Dear me," said Mr. Longdon, "what would she have had?" "That could be more charming, you mean, than your famous loyalty? Oh, caro mio, she wants it straighter. But I shock you," his companion quickly added. The manner in which he firmly rose was scarce a denial, yet he stood for a moment in place. "What, after all, can she do?" "She can keep Mr. Van." Mr. Longdon wondered. "Where?" "I mean till it's too late. She can work on him." "But how?" Covertly again the Duchess had followed the effect of her friend's perceived movement on Mrs. Brook, who also got up. She gave a rap with her fan on his leg. "Sit down. You'll see." End of section 28. Section 29 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 8th, Tishy Grendon, Chapter 3. He mechanically obeyed her, although it happened to lend him the air of taking Mrs. Brook's approach for a signal to resume his seat. She came over to them, Vanderbank followed, and it was without again moving, with a vague upward gape in fact, from his place, that Mr. Longdon received as she stood before him a challenge of a sort to flash a point into what the Duchess had just said. "Why do you hate me so?" Vanderbank, who, beside Mrs. Brook, looked at him with attention, might have suspected him of turning a trifle pale, though even Vanderbank, with reasons of his own for an observation of the sharpest, could scarce have read into the matter the particular dim vision that would have accounted for it, the flicker of fear of what Mrs. Brook, whether as daughter or as mother, was at last so strangely and differently to show herself. "I should warn you, sir," the young man threw off, How little we consider that, in Buckingham Crescent certainly, a fair question. It isn't playing the game. It's hitting below the belt. We hate and we love, the latter especially, but to tell each other why is to break that little tacit rule of finding out for ourselves which is the delight of our lives and the source of our triumphs. You can say, you know, if you like, but you are not obliged." Mr. Longdon transferred to him something of the same colder apprehension, looking at him manifestly harder than ever before and finding in his eyes also, no doubt, a consciousness more charged. He presently got up, but, without answering Vanderbank, fixed again Mrs. Brook, to whom he echoed without expression, "Hate you?" The next moment, while he remained in presence with Vanderbank, Mrs. Brook was pointing out her meaning to him from the cushioned corner he had quitted. "Why, when you come back to town you come straight, as it were, here." "Ah, what's that?" the Duchess asked in his interest. "But to follow Nanda as closely as possible, or at any rate to keep well with her." Mrs. Brook, however, had no ear for this plea. "And when I, coming here too and thinking only of my chance to meet you, do my very sweetest to catch your eye, you're entirely given up." "To trying, of course," the Duchess broke in afresh, "to keep well with me." Mrs. Brook now had a smile for her. "Ah, that takes precautions then that I shall perhaps fail of if I too much interrupt your conversation." "Isn't she nice to me?" the Duchess asked of Mr. Longdon, "when I was in the very act of praising her to the skies?" Their interlocutor's reply was not too rapid to anticipate Mrs. Brook herself. "My dear Jane, that only proves his having reached some extravagance in the other sense that you had in mere decency to match. The truth is probably in the mean isn't that what they call it? Between you. Don't you now take him away," she went on to Vanderbank, who had glanced about for some better accommodation. He immediately pushed forward the nearest chair, which happened to be by the Duchess's side of the sofa. "Will you sit here, sir?" "If you'll stay to protect me." "That was really what I brought him over to you for," Mrs. Brook said, while Mr. Longdon took his place and Vanderbank looked out for another seat. "But I didn't know," she observed with her sweet free curiosity, "that he called you sir." She often made discoveries that were fairly childlike. "He has done it twice." "Isn't that only your inevitable English surprise," the Duchess demanded, "at the civility quite the commonest in other societies, so that one is to come here to find it regarded, in the way of ceremony, as the very end of the world?" "Oh," Mr. Longdon remarked, "it's a word I rather like myself even to employ to others." "I always ask here," the Duchess continued to him, "what word they've got instead. And do you know what they tell me?" Mrs. Brook wondered, then again, before he was ready, charmingly suggested, "Our pretty manner?" Quickly too she appealed to Mr. Longdon. "Is that what you miss from me?" He wondered, however, more than Mrs. Brook. "Your pretty manner?" "Well, these grand old forms that the Duchess is such a mistress of." Mrs. Brook had with this one of her eagerest visions. "Did mamma say sir to you? Ought I? Do you really get it in private out of Nanda? She has such depths of discretion," she explained to the Duchess and to Vanderbank, who had come back with his chair, "that it's just the kind of racy anecdote she never in the world gives me." Mr. Longdon looked across at Van, placed now, after a moment's talk with Tishy in sight of them all, by Mrs. Brook's arm of the sofa. "You haven't protected. You've only exposed me." "Oh, there's no joy without danger." Mrs. Brook took it up with spirit. "Perhaps one should even say there's no danger without joy." Vanderbank's eyes had followed Mrs. Grendon after his brief passage with her, terminated by some need of her listless presence on the other side of the room. "What do you say then, on that theory, to the extraordinary gloom of our hostess? Her safety, by such a rule, must be deep." The Duchess was this time the first to know what they said. "The expression of Tishy's face comes precisely from our comparing it so unfavourably with that of her poor sister Carrie, who, though she isn't here to-night with the Cashmores, amazing enough even as coming without that, has so often shown us that an âme en peine
constantly tottering, but, as Nanda guarantees us, usually recovering, may look after all as beatific as a Dutch doll." Mrs. Brook's eyes had, on Tishy's passing away, taken the same course as Vanderbank's, whom she had visibly not neglected moreover while the pair stood there. "I give you Harry, as you know, and I throw Mr. Cashmore in, but I'm lost in admiration tonight, as I always have been, of the way Tishy makes her ugliness serve. I should call it, if the word weren't so for ladies' maids, the most elegant thing I know." "My dear child," the Duchess objected, "what you describe as making her ugliness serve is what I should describe as concealing none of her beauty. There's nothing the matter surely with elegant as applied to Tishy, save that as commonly used it refers rather to a charm that's artificial than to a state of pure nature. There should be for elegance a basis of clothing. Nanda rather stints her." Mrs. Brook, perhaps more than usually thoughtful, just discriminated. "There is, I think, one little place. I'll speak to her." "To Tishy?" Vanderbank asked. "Oh, that would do no good. To Nanda. All the same," she continued, "it's an awfully superficial thing of you not to see that her dreariness, on which moreover I've set you right before, is a mere facial accident and doesn't correspond or, as they say, rhyme to anything within her that might make it a little interesting. What I like it for is just that it's so funny in itself. Her low spirits are nothing more than her features. Her gloom, as you call it, is merely her broken nose." "Has she a broken nose?" Mr. Longdon demanded with an accent that for some reason touched in the others the spring of laughter. "Has Nanda never mentioned it?" Mrs. Brook profited by this gaiety to ask. "That's the discretion you just spoke of," said the Duchess. "Only I should have expected from the cause you refer to rather the comic effect." "Mrs. Grendon's broken nose, sir," Vanderbank explained to Mr. Longdon, "is only the kinder way taken by these ladies to speak of Mrs. Grendon's broken heart. You must know all about that." "Oh yes, all." Mr. Longdon spoke very simply, with the consequence this time, on the part of his companions, of a silence of some minutes, which he himself had at last to break. "Mr. Grendon doesn't like her." The addition of these words apparently made the difference, as if they constituted a fresh link with the irresistible comedy of things. That he was unexpectedly diverting was, however, no check to Mr. Longdon's delivering his full thought. Very horrid of two sisters to be both, in their marriages, so wretched. "Ah but Tishy, I maintain," Mrs. Brook returned, "isn't wretched at all. If I was satisfied that she's really so I'd never let Nanda come to her." "That's the most extraordinary doctrine, love," the Duchess interposed. "When you're satisfied a woman's really poor you never give her a crust." "Do you call Nanda a crust, Duchess?" Vanderbank amusedly asked. "She's all, at any rate, apparently, just now, that poor Tishy has to live on." "You're severe then," the young man said, "on our dinner of tonight." "Oh Jane," Mrs. Brook declared, "is never severe. She's only uncontrollably witty. It's only Tishy, moreover, who gives out that her husband doesn't like her. He, poor man, doesn't say anything of the sort." "Yes, but after all, you know," Vanderbank just put it to her, "where the deuce all the while is he?" "Heaven forbid," the Duchess remarked, "that we should too rashly ascertain." "There it is, exactly," Mr. Longdon subjoined. He had once more his success of hilarity, though not indeed to the injury of the Duchess's next word. "It's Nanda, you know, who speaks, and loud enough, for Harry Grendon's dislikes." "That's easy for her," Mrs. Brook declared, "when she herself isn't one of them." "She isn't surely one of anybody's," Mr. Longdon gravely observed. Mrs. Brook gazed across at him. "You are too, dear, but I've none the less a crowd to pick with you." Mr. Longdon returned her look, but returned it somehow to Van. "You frighten me, you know, out of my wits." "I do?" said Vanderbank. Mr. Longdon just hesitated. "Yes." "It must be the sacred terror," Mrs. Brook suggested to Van, "that Mitchy so often speaks of. I'm not trying with you," she went on to Mr. Longdon, for anything of that kind, but only for the short half-hour in private that I think you won't for the world grant me. Nothing will induce you to find yourself alone with me." "Why, what on earth," Vanderbank asked, "do you suspect him of supposing you want to do?" "Oh, it isn't that," Mrs. Brook sadly said. "It isn't what?" laughed the Duchess. "That he fears I may want in any way to, what you call it, make up to him." She spoke as if she only wished it had been. "He has a deeper thought." "Well then, what in goodness is it?" the Duchess pressed. Mr. Longdon had said nothing more, but Mrs. Brook preferred none the less to treat the question as between themselves. She was, as the other said, wonderful. "You can't help thinking me," she spoke to him straight, "rather tortuous." The pause she thus momentarily produced was so intense as to give a sharpness that was almost vulgar to the little "oh" by which it was presently broken, and the source of which neither of her three companions could afterwards in the least have named. Neither would have endeavoured to fix an infelicity of which each doubtless had been but too capable. "It's only as a mother," she added, "that I want my chance." But the Duchess was at this again in the breach. "Take it, for mercy's sake then, my dear, over Harold, who's an example to Nanda herself in the way that, behind the piano there, he's keeping it up with Lady Fanny." If this had been a herring that, in the interest of peace, the Duchess had wished to draw across the scent, it could scarce have been more effective. Mrs. Brook, whose position had made just the difference that she lost a view of the other side of the piano, took a slight but immediate stretch. "IS Harold with Lady Fanny?" "You ask it, my dear child," said the Duchess, "as if it were too grand to be believed. It's the note of eagerness," she went on for Mr. Longdon's benefit. "It's almost a note of hope, one of those that ces messieurs that we all in fact delight in and find so matchless. She desires for Harold the highest advantages." "Well then," declared Vanderbank, who had achieved a glimpse, "he's clearly having them. It brings home to one his success." "His success is true," Mrs. Brook insisted. "How he does it I don't know." "Oh don't you?" trumpeted the Duchess. "He's amazing," Mrs. Brook pursued. "I watch, I hold my breath, but I'm bound to say also I rather admire. He somehow amuses them." "She's as pleased as Punch," said the Duchess. "Those great calm women, they like slighter creatures." "The great calm whales," the Duchess laughed, "swallow the little fishes." "Oh my dear," Mrs. Brook returned, "Harold can be tasted if you like." "If I like?" the Duchess parenthetically jeered. "Thank you, love." "But he can't, I think, be eaten. It all works out," Mrs. Brook expounded, "to the highest end. If Lady Fanny's amused she'll be quiet." "Bless me," cried the Duchess, "of all the immoral speeches! I put it to you, Longdon, does she mean," she appealed to their friend, "that if she commits murder she won't commit anything else?" "Oh it won't be murder," said Mrs. Brook. "I mean that if Harold, in one way and another, keeps her along she won't get off." "Off where?" Mr. Longdon risked. Vanderbank immediately informed him. "To one of the smaller Italian towns. Don't you know?" "Oh yes, like who is it? I forget." "Anna Karenina? You know about Anna?" "Nanda," said the Duchess, "has told him. But I thought," she went on to Mrs. Brook, "that Lady Fanny by this time must have gone." "Petherton then," Mrs. Brook returned, "doesn't keep you au courant?" The Duchess blandly wondered. "I seem to remember he had positively said so, and that she had come back." "Because this looks so like a fresh start? No, WE know. You assume besides," Mrs. Brook asked, "that Mr. Cashmore would have received her again?" The Duchess fixed a little that gentleman and his actual companion. "What will you have? He mightn't have noticed." "Oh you're out of step, Duchess," Vanderbank said. "We used all to march abreast, but we're falling to pieces. It's all, saving your presence, Mitchy's marriage." "Ah," Mrs. Brook concurred, "how thoroughly I feel that! Oh, I knew. The spell's broken. The harp has lost a string. We're not the same thing. He's not the same thing." "Frankly, my dear," the Duchess answered, "I don't think that you personally are either. Oh, as for that, which is what matters least, we shall perhaps see." With which Mrs. Brook turned again to Mr. Longdon. "I haven't explained to you what I meant just now. We want Nanda." Mr. Longdon stared. "At home again?" "In her little old nook. You must give her back." "Do you mean altogether?" "Ah, that will be for you in a manner to arrange. But you've had her practically these 5 months, and with no desire to be unreasonable we yet have our natural feelings." This interchange, to which circumstances somehow gave a high effect of suddenness and strangeness, was listened to by the others in a quick silence that was like the sense of a blast of cold air, though with the difference between the spectators that Vanderbank attached his eyes hard to Mrs. Brook and that the Duchess looked as straight at Mr. Longdon, to whom clearly she wished to convey that if he had wondered a short time before how Mrs. Brook would do it, he must now be quite at his ease. He indulged, in fact, after this lady's last words, in a pause that might have signified some of the fullness of a new light. He only said very quietly, "I thought you liked it." At this his neighbour broke in. "The care you take of the child? They do." The Duchess, as she spoke, became aware of the nearer presence of Edward Brookenham, who within a minute had come in from the other room, and her decision of character leapt forth in her quick signal to him. "Edward will tell you." He was already before their semicircle. "Do you, dear," she appealed, "want Nanda back from Mr. Longdon?" Edward plainly could be trusted to feel in his quiet way that the oracle must be a match for the priestess. "Want her, Jane? We wouldn't take her." And as if knowing quite what he was about, he looked at his wife only after he had spoken. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 8th, Tishy Grandin, Chapter 4. His reply had complete success, to which there could scarce have afterwards been a positive denial that some sound of amusement, even from Mr. Longdon himself, had in its degree contributed. Certain it was that Mrs. Brook found, as she exclaimed that her husband was always so awfully civil, just the right note of resigned understanding, whereupon he for a minute presented to them blankly enough his fine dead face. "Civil is just what I was afraid I wasn't. I mean, you know," he continued to Mr. Longdon, "that you really mustn't look to us to let you off." "From a week or a day," Mr. Longdon took him up, "of the time to which you consider I've pledged myself. My dear sir, please don't imagine it's for me the Duchess appeals." "It's from your wife, you delicious dull man," that lady elucidated. "If you wish to be stiff with our friend here you've really been so with her. Which comes, no doubt, from the absence between you of proper preconcerted action. You spoke without your cue." "Oh," said Edward Brookenham. "That's it, Jane." Mrs. Brook continued to take it beautifully. "We dressed today in a hurry and hadn't time for our usual rehearsal. Edward, when we dine out, generally brings 3 pocket handkerchiefs and 6 jokes. I leave the management of the handkerchiefs to his own taste, but we mostly try together in advance to arrange a career for the other things. It's some charming light thing of my own that's supposed to give him the sign." "Only sometimes he confounds," Vanderbank helped her out. "You're light and you're heavy." He had got up to make room for his host of so many occasions and, having forced him into the empty chair, now moved vaguely off to the quarter of the room occupied by Nanda and Mr. Cashmore. "That's very well," the Duchess resumed, "but it doesn't at all clear you, cara mia, of the misdemeanour of setting up as a felt domestic need something of which Edward proves deeply unconscious. He has put his finger on Nanda's true interest. He doesn't care a bit how it would look for you to want her." "Don't you mean rather, Jane, how it looks for us not to want her?" Mrs. Brook amended, with the detachment now complete. "Of course, dear old friend," she continued to Mr. Longdon, "she quite puts me with my back to the wall when she helps you to see what you otherwise mightn't guess that Edward and I work it out between us to show off as tender parents, and yet to get from you everything you'll give. I do the sentimental and he the practical, so that we, after one fashion and another, deck ourselves in the glory of our sacrifice without forfeiting the keep of our daughter. This must appeal to you as another useful illustration of what London manners have come to. Unless indeed," Mrs. Brook prattled on, "it only strikes you still more, and to a degree that blinds you to its other possible bearings, as the last proof that I'm too tortuous for you to know what I'd be at." Mr. Longdon faced her across his interval, with his original terror represented now only by such a lingering flush as might have formed a natural tribute to a brilliant scene. "I haven't the glimmering of an idea of what you'd be at. But please understand," he added, "that I don't at all refuse you the private half-hour you referred to a while since." "Are you really willing to put the child up for the rest of the year?" Edward placidly demanded, speaking as if quite unaware that anything else had taken place. His wife fixed her eyes on him. "The ingenuity of your companions, love, plays in the air like the lightning, but flashes round your head only, by good fortune, to leave it unscathed. Still, you have after all your own strange wit, and I'm not sure that any of ours ever compares with it. Only, confronted also with ours, how can poor Mr. Longdon really choose which of the two he'll meet?" Poor Mr. Longdon now looked hard at Edward. "Oh, Mr. Brookenham's, I feel, any day. It's even with you, I confess," he said to him, "that I'd rather have that private half-hour." "Done," Mrs. Brook declared. "I'll send him to you. But we have, you know, as Van says, gone to pieces," she went on, twisting her pretty head and tossing it back over her shoulder to an auditor of whose approach to her from behind, though it was impossible she should have seen him, she had visibly within a minute become aware. "It's your marriage, Mitchy, that has darkened our old bright air, changed us more than we even yet know, and most grossly and horribly, my dear man, changed you. You steal up in a way that gives one the creeps, whereas in the good time that's gone you always burst in with music and song. Go round where I can see you. I mayn't love you now, but at least I suppose I may look at you. Direct your energies," she pursued while Mitchy obeyed her, "as much as possible, please, against our uncanny chill. Pile on the fire and close up the ranks. This was our best hour, you know, and all the more that Tishy, I see, is getting rid of her superfluities. Here comes back old Van," she wound up, "vanquished, I judge, in the attempt to divert Nanda from her prey. Won't Nanda sit with poor us?" she asked of Vanderbank, who now, meeting Mitchy in range of the others, remained standing with him and as at her commands. "I didn't of course ask her," the young man replied. "Then what did you do?" "I only took a little walk." Mrs. Brook on this was woeful at Mitchy. "See then what we've come to. When did we ever walk, in your time, save as a distinct part of the effect of our good things? Please return to Nanda," she said to Vanderbank, "and tell her I particularly wish her to come in for this delightful evening's end." "She's joining us of herself now," the Duchess noted, "and so's Mr. Cashmore, and so's Tishy. Voyez, who has kept on, bless her little bare back, no one she oughtn't to keep. As nobody else will now arrive, it would be quite cosy if she locked the door." "But what on earth, my dear Jane," Mrs. Brook plaintively wondered, "are you proposing we should do?" Mrs. Brook, in her apprehension, had looked expressively at their friends, but the eye of the Duchess wandered no further than Harold and Lady Fanny. "It would perhaps serve to keep that pair a little longer from escaping together." Mrs. Brook took a pause no greater. "But wouldn't it be, as regards another pair, locking the stable door after what do you call it? Don't Petherton and Aggie appear already to have escaped together? Mitchy, man, where in the world's your wife?" "I quite grant you," said the Duchess gaily, "that my niece is wherever Petherton is. This I'm sure of, for there's a friendship, if you please, that has not been interrupted. Petherton's not gone, is he?" she asked in her turn of Mitchy. But again before he could speak it was taken up.
Mitchy's silent, Mitchy's altered, Mitchy's queer," Mrs. Brook proclaimed, while the new recruits to the circle, Tishy and Nanda and Mr. Cashmore, Lady Fanny and Harold too after a minute, and on perceiving the movement of the others, ended by enlarging it, with mutual accommodation and aid, to a pleasant talkative ring in which the subject of their companion's demonstration, on a low ottoman and glaring in his odd way in almost all directions at once, formed a conspicuous attractive centre. Tishy was nearest Mr. Longdon, and Nanda, still flanked by Mr. Cashmore, between that gentleman and his wife, who had Harold on her other side. Edward Brookenham was neighboured by his son and by Vanderbank, who might easily have felt himself, in spite of their separation and given, as it happened, their places in the group, rather publicly confronted with Mr. Longdon. "Is his wife in the other room?" Mrs. Brook now put to Tishy. Tishy, after a stare about, recovered the acuter consciousness to account for this guest. "Oh yes, she's playing with him." "But with whom, dear?" "Why, with Petherton. I thought you knew." "Knew they're playing?" Mrs. Brook was almost Socratic. "The missus is regularly wound up," her husband meanwhile, without resonance, observed to Vanderbank. "Brilliant indeed," Vanderbank replied. "But she's rather naughty, you know," Edward after a pause continued. "Oh fiendish," his interlocutor said with a short smothered laugh that might have represented for a spectator a sudden start at such a flash of analysis from such a quarter. When Vanderbank's attention at any rate was free again, their hostess, assisted to the transition, was describing the play, as she had called it, of the absentees. "She has hidden a book and he's trying to find it." "Hide and seek? Why, isn't it innocent, Mitch?" Mrs. Brook exclaimed. Mitchy, speaking for the first time, faced her with extravagant gloom. "Do you really think so?" "That's her innocence," the Duchess laughed to him. "And don't you suppose he has found it yet?" Mrs. Brook pursued earnestly to Tishy. "Isn't it something we might all play at if—" On which, however, abruptly checking herself, she changed her note. "Nanda, love, please go and invite them to join us." Mitchy, at this moment, on his ottoman, wheeled straight round to the girl, who looked at him before speaking. "I'll go if Mitchy tells me." "But if he does fear," said her mother, "that there may be something in it?" Mitchy jerked back to Mrs. Brook. "Well, you see, I don't want to give way to my fear. Suppose there should be something. Let me NOT know." She dealt with him tenderly. "I see. You couldn't so soon bear it." "Ah but, savez-vous," the Duchess interposed with some majesty, "you're horrid." "Let them alone," Mitchy continued. "We don't want at all events a general romp." "Oh I thought just that," said Mrs. Brook, "was what the Duchess wished the door locked for. Perhaps moreover," she returned to Tishy, "he hasn't yet found the book." "He can't," Tishy said with simplicity. "But why in the world?" "You see, she's sitting on it." Tishy felt, it was plain, the responsibility of explanation. "So that unless he pulls her off—" "He can't compass his desperate end? Ah I hope he won't pull her off," Mrs. Brook wonderfully murmured. It was said in a manner that stirred the circle, and unanimous laughter seemed already to have crowned her invocation, lately uttered, to the social spirit. "But what in the world," she pursued, "is the book selected for such a position? I hope it's not a very big one." "Oh, aren't the books that are set upon," Mr. Cashmore freely speculated, "as a matter of course the bad ones?" "Not a bit as a matter of course," Harold as freely replied to him. "They sit all round nowadays, I mean in the papers and places, on some awfully good stuff. Why I myself read books that I couldn't, upon my honour I wouldn't risk it, read out to you here." "What a pity!" his father dropped with a special shade of dryness that was all Edward's own. "What a pity you haven't got one of your favourites to try on us." Harold looked about as if it might have been, after all, a happy thought. "Well, Nanda's the only girl." "And one's sister doesn't count," said the Duchess. "It's just because the thing's bad," Tishy resumed for Mrs. Brook's more particular benefit, "that Lord Petherton's trying to wrest it." Mrs. Brook's pale interest deepened. "Then it's a real hand-to-hand struggle." "She says she will." "Ah that's because, isn't it, Jane?" Mrs. Brook appealed, "he's so long overlooked and advised her in those matters.
Doesn't he feel by this time, so awfully clever as he is, the extraordinary way she has come out?"
"By this time?" Harold echoed. "Dearest mummy, you're too sweet. It's only about 10 weeks. Isn't it, Mitch? You don't mind my saying that, I hope?" he solicitously added.
Mitchy had his back to him and, bending it a little, sat with head dropped and knees pressing his hands together.
"I don't mind anyone saying anything." "Lord, are you already past that?" Harold sociably laughed.
"He used to vibrate to everything. My dear man, what is the matter?" Mrs. Brook demanded. "Does it all move too fast for you?"
"Mercy on us, what are you talking about? That's what I want to know," Mr. Cashmore vivaciously declared. "Well, she has gone at a pace, if Mitchy doesn't mind," Harold interposed in the tone of tact and taste. "But then don't they always? I mean when they're like Aggie and they once get loose, go at a pace? That's what I want to know. I don't suppose mother did, nor Tishy, nor the Duchess," he communicated to the rest. "But mother and Tishy and the Duchess, it strikes me, must either have been of the school that knew, don't you know, a deuce of a deal before, or of the type that takes it all more quietly after."
"I think a woman can only speak for herself. I took it all quietly enough both before and after," said Mrs. Brook. Then she addressed to Mr. Cashmore with a small formal nod one of her lovely wan smiles. "What I'm talking about, s'il vous plaît, is marriage." "I wonder if you know," the Duchess broke out on this, "how silly you all sound. When did it ever, in any society that could call itself decently good, not make a difference that an innocent young creature, a flower tended and guarded, should find from one day to the other her whole consciousness changed? People pull long faces and look wonderful looks and punch each other, in your English fashion, in the sides, and say to each other in corners that my poor darling has 'come out.' Je crois bien she has come out. I married her, I don't mind saying it now, exactly that she should come out, and I should be mightily ashamed of every one concerned if she hadn't. I didn't marry her, I give you to believe, that she should stay in, and if any of you think to frighten Mitchy with it, I imagine you'll do so as little as you frighten me. If it has taken her a very short time, as Harold so vividly puts it, to which of you did I ever pretend, I should like to know, that it would take her a very long one? I dare say there are girls it would have taken longer, just as there are certainly others who wouldn't have required so much as an hour. It surely isn't news to you that if some young persons among us all are very stupid and others very wise, my dear child was never either, but only perfectly bred and deliciously clever. Ah, that, rather. If she's so clever that you don't know what to do with her, it's scarcely her fault. But add to it that Mitchy's very kind, and you have the whole thing. What more do you want?" Mrs. Brook, who looked immensely struck, replied with the promptest sympathy, yet as if there might have been an alternative. "I don't think," and her eyes appealed to the others, "that we want any more, do we, than the whole thing?"
"Gracious, I should hope not," her husband remarked as privately as before to Vanderbank. "Jane, for a mixed company, does go into it."
Vanderbank, for a minute and with a special short arrest, took in the circle.
"Should you call us mixed? There's only one girl."
Edward Brookenham glanced at his daughter.
"Yes, but I wish there were more."
"Do you?" And Vanderbank's laugh at this odd view covered, for a little, the rest of the talk. But when he again began to follow no victory had yet been snatched. It was Mrs. Brook, naturally, who rattled the standard. "When you say, dearest, that we don't know what to do with Aggie's cleverness, do you quite allow for the way we bow down before it and worship it? I don't quite see what else we, in here, can do with it, even though we have gathered that, just over there, Petherton's finding for it a different application. We can only each in our way do our best. Don't therefore succumb, Jane, to the delusive harm of a grievance. There would be nothing in it. You haven't got one. The beauty of the life that so many of us have so long led together," and she showed that it was for Mr. Longdon she more particularly brought this out, "is precisely that nobody has ever had one. Nobody has dreamt of it. It would have been such a rough false note, a note of violence out of all keeping. Did you ever hear of one, Van? Did you, my poor Mitchy? But you see for yourselves," she wound up with a sigh and before either could answer, "how inferior we've become, when we have even in our defence to assert such things."
Mitchy, who for a while past had sat gazing at the floor, now raised his good natural goggles and stretched his closed mouth to its widest. "Oh, I think we're pretty good still," he then replied. Mrs. Brook indeed appeared, after a pause and addressing herself again to Tishy, to give a reluctant illustration of it, coming back as from an excursion of the shortest to the question momentarily dropped. "I'm bound to say, all the more, you know, that I don't quite see what Aggie mayn't now read." Suddenly, however, her look at their informant took on an anxiety. "Is the book you speak of something very awful?" Mrs. Grendon, with so much these past minutes to have made her so, was at last visibly more present. "That's what Lord Petherton says of it, from what he knows of the author." "So that he wants to keep her?" "Well, from trying it first. I think he wants to see if it's good for her." "That's one of the most charming swans, I think," the Duchess said, "that a gentleman may render a young woman to whom he desires to be useful. I won't say that Petherton always knows how good a book may be, but I'd trust him any day to say how bad." Mr. Longdon, who had sat throughout silent and still, quitted his seat at this, and evidently in so doing gave Mrs. Brook as much occasion as she required. She also got up, and her movement brought to her view at the door of the further room something that drew from her a quick exclamation. "He can tell us now then, for here they come!" Lord Petherton, arriving with animation and followed so swiftly by his young companion that she presented herself as pursuing him, shook triumphantly over his head a small volume in blue paper. There was a general movement at the sight of them, and by the time they had rejoined their friends the company, pushing back seats and causing a variety of mute expression smoothly to circulate, was pretty well on its feet. "See, he has pulled her off," said Mrs. Brook. Little Aggie, to whom plenty of pearls were singularly becoming, met it as pleasant sympathy. "Yes, and it was a real pull. But of course," she continued with the prettiest humour and as if Mrs. Brook would quite understand, "from the moment one has a person's nails and almost his teeth in one's flesh." Mrs. Brook's sympathy passed, however, with no great ease from Aggie's pearls to her other charms, fixing the former indeed so markedly that Harold had a quick word about it for Lady Fanny. "When poor mummy thinks, you know, that Nanda might have had them." Lady Fanny's attention, for that matter, had resisted them as little. "Well, I dare say that if I'd wanted I might." "Lord, could he have stood him?" the young man returned. "But I believe women can stand anything," he profoundly concluded. His mother meanwhile, recovering herself, had begun to ejaculate on the prints in Aggie's arms, and he was then diverted from the sense of what he personally, as he would have said, couldn't have stood, by a glance at Lord Petherton's trophy, for which he made a prompt grab. "The bone of contention." Lord Petherton had let it go, and Harold remained arrested by the cover. "Why, blest if it hasn't Van's name." "Van's?" His mother was near enough to effect her own snatch, after which she swiftly faced the proprietor of the volume. "Dear man, it's the last thing you lent me. But I don't think," she added, turning to Tishy, "that I ever passed such a production on to you." "It was just seeing Mr. Van's hand," Aggie conscientiously explained, "that made me think one was free." "But it isn't Mr. Van's hand." Mrs. Brook quite smiled at the error. She thrust the book straight at Mr. Longdon. "Is that Mr. Van's hand?" Holding the disputed object, which he had put on his nippers to glance at, he presently, without speaking, looked over these aids straight at Nanda, who looked as straight back at him. "It was I who wrote Mr. Van's name." The girl's eyes were on Mr. Longdon, but her words as for the company. "I brought the book here from Buckingham Crescent and left it by accident in the other room." "By accident, my dear," her mother replied, "I do quite hope! But what on earth did you bring it for? It's too hideous." Nanda seemed to wonder. "Is it?" she murmured. "Then you haven't read it?" She just hesitated. "One hardly knows now, I think, what is and what isn't." "She brought it only for me to read," Tishy gravely interposed. Mrs. Brook looked strange. "Nanda recommended it?" "Oh no, the contrary." Tishy, as if scared by so much publicity, floundered a little. "She only told me." "The awful subject!" Mrs. Brook wailed.
There was so deepening an echo of the drollery of this last passage that it was a minute before Vanderbank could be heard saying, "The responsibility's wholly mine for setting the beastly thing in motion. Still," he added good-humouredly, and as to minimise, if not the cause, at least the consequence, "I think I agree with Nanda that it's no worse than anything else." Mrs. Brook had recovered the volume from Mr. Longdon's relaxed hand and now, without another glance at it, held it behind her with an unusual air of firmness. "Oh, how can you say that, my dear man, of anything so revolting?" The discussion kept them for the instant well face to face. "Then did you read it?" She debated, jerking the book into the nearest empty chair, where Mr. Cashmore quickly pounced on it. "Wasn't it for that you brought it me?" she demanded. Yet before he could answer she again challenged her child. "Have you read this work, Nanda?" "Yes, mamma." "Oh, I say!" cried Mr. Cashmore, hilarious and turning the leaves. Mr. Longdon had by this time ceremoniously approached Tishy. "Good night." End of Section 30. Section 31 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the 9th, Vanderbank, Chapter 1. "I think you'd better wait," Mrs. Brook said, "till I see if he has gone." And on the arrival the next moment of the servants with the tea she was able to put her question. "Is Mr. Cashmore still with Miss Brookenham?" "No, ma'am," the footman replied. "I let Mr. Cashmore out 5 minutes ago." Vanderbank showed for the next short time by his behaviour what he felt at not yet being free to act on this, moving pointlessly about the room while the servants arranged the tea table and taking no trouble to make, for appearance, any other talk. Mrs. Brook, on her side, took so little that the silence, which their temporary companions had all the effect of keeping up by conscious dawdling, became precisely one of those precious lights for the circle below stairs which people fondly fancy they have not kindled when they have not spoken. But Vanderbank spoke again as soon as the door was closed. "Does he run in and out that way without even speaking to you?" Mrs. Brook turned away from the fire that, late in May, was the only charm of the crude cold afternoon. "One would like to draw the curtains, wouldn't one, and gossip in the glow of the hearth." "Oh, gossip!" Vanderbank wearily said as he came to her pretty table. In the act of serving him she checked herself. "You wouldn't rather have it with her?" He balanced a moment. "Does she have a tea of her own?" "Do you mean to say you don't know?" Mrs. Brook asked it with surprise. "Such ignorance of what I do for her does tell, I think, the tale of how you've lately treated us." "In not coming for so long?" "For more weeks, for more months than I can count. Scarcely since, when was it, the end of January, that night of Tishy's dinner." "Yes, that awful night." "Awful, you call it?" "Awful." "Well, the time without you," Mrs. Brook returned, "has been so bad that I'm afraid I've lost the impression of anything before." Then she offered the tea to his choice. "Will you have it upstairs?" He received the cup. "Yes, and here too." After which he said nothing again till, first pouring in milk to cool it, he had drunk his tea down. "That's not literally true, you know. I have been in." "Yes, but always with other people. You managed it somehow. The wrong ones. It hasn't counted." "Ah, in one way and another I think everything counts. And you forget I've dined." "Oh, for once." "The once you asked me. So don't spoil the beauty of your own behaviour by mistimed reflections. You've been, as usual, superior." "Ah, but there has been no beauty in it. There has been nothing," Mrs. Brook went on, "but bare bleak recognition, the curse of my hideous intelligence. We fall into pieces, and at least I'm not such a fool as not to have felt it in time. From the moment one did feel it, why should one insist on vain forms? If you felt it and were so ready to drop them, my part was what it has always been, to accept the inevitable. We shall never grow together again. The smash was too great." Vanderbank for a little said nothing. Then, at last, "You ought to know how great." Whatever had happened, her lovely look here survived it. "I?" "The smash," he replied, "was indeed as complete, I think, as your intention. Each of the pieces testifies to your success. 5 minutes did it." She appeared to wonder where he was going. "But surely not my minutes. Where have you discovered that I made Mitchy's marriage?" "Mitchy's marriage has nothing to do with it." "I see." She had the old interest at least still at their service. "You think we might have survived that?" A new thought of it seemed to glimmer. "I'm bound to say Mitchy's marriage promises elements." "You did it that night, Mrs. Grendon's." He spoke as if he had not heard her. "It was a wonderful performance. You pulled us down, just closing with each of the great columns in its turn, as Samson pulled down the temple. I was at the time more or less bruised and buried, and didn't in the agitation and confusion fully understand what had happened. But I understand now." "Are you very sure?" Mrs. Brook earnestly asked. "Well, I'm stupid compared with you, but you see I've taken my time. I've puzzled it out. I've lain awake on it, all the more that I've had to do it all myself, with the Mitchys in Italy and Greece. I've missed his aid." "You'll have it now," Mrs. Brook kindly said. "They're coming back." "And when do they arrive?" "Any day, I believe." "Has he written you?" "No," said Mrs. Brook. "There it is. That's just the way we've fallen to pieces. But you'll of course have heard something." "Never a word." "Ah, then it's complete." Vanderbank thought a moment. "Not quite, is it? I mean it won't be altogether unless he hasn't written to Nanda." "Then has he?" She was keen again. "Oh I'm assuming. Don't you know?" "How should I?" This too he turned over. "Just as a consequence of your having, at Tishy's, so abruptly and wonderfully tackled the question that a few days later, as I afterwards gathered, was to be crowned with a measure of success not yet exhausted. Why, in other words, if it was to know so little about her, to get no nearer to her, did you bring about Nanda's return?" There was a clear reason, her face said, if she could only remember it. "Why did I?" Then as catching a light: "Fancy your asking me at this time of day!" "Ah, you have noticed that I haven't asked before. However," Van promptly added, "I know well enough what you notice. Nanda hasn't mentioned to you whether or no she has heard?" "Absolutely not. But you don't suppose, I take it, that it was to pry into her affairs I called her in?" Vanderbank, on this, lighted for the first time with a laugh. "Called her in? How I like your expressions!" "I do then, in spite of all," she eagerly asked, "remind you a little of the bon temps? Ah," she sighed, "I don't say anything good now. But of course I see Jane though not so often either. It's from Jane I've heard of what she calls her 'young things.' It seems so odd to think of Mitchy as a young thing. He's as old time, and his wife, who the other day was about 6, is now practically about 40. And I also saw Petherton," Mrs. Brook added, "on his return." "His return from where?" "Why, he was with them at Corfu, Malta, Cyprus, I don't know where, yachting, spending Mitchy's money, larking, he called it, I don't know what. He was with them for weeks." "Till Jane, you mean, called him in?" "I think it must have been that." "Well, that's better," said Van, "than if Mitchy had had to call him out." "Oh Mitchy!" Mrs. Brook comprehensively sounded. Her visitor quite assented. "Isn't he amazing?" "Unique." He had a short pause. "But what's she up to?" It was apparently for Mrs. Brook a question of such variety of application that she brought out experimentally: "Jane?" "Dear no. I think we've fathomed Jane, haven't we?" "Well," mused Mrs. Brook, "I'm by no means sure I have. Just of late I've had a new sense."
"Yes, of what now?" Van amusedly put it as she held the note.
"Oh, of deaths below deaths. But poor Jane, of course after all she is human. She's beside herself with one thing and another, but she can't in any consistency show it. She took her stand so on having with Petherton's aid formed Aggie for a femme charmante."
"That it's too late to cry out that Petherton's aid can now be dispensed with? Do you mean then that he is such a brute that after all Mitchy has done for him?" Vanderbank, at the rising image, pulled up in easy disgust.
"I think I'm quite capable of considering with a magnificent insolence of selfishness that what Mitchy has most done will have been to make Aggie accessible in a way that, for decency and delicacy of course, things on which Petherton highly prides himself, she could naturally not be as a girl. Her marriage has simplified it."
Vanderbank took it all in. "Accessible is good. Then, which was what I intended just now, Aggie has already become so—"
Mrs. Brook, however, could as yet in fairness only wonder. "That's just what I'm dying to see." Her companion smiled at it.
"Even in our ashes live their wonted fires. But what do you make, in such a box, of poor Mitchy himself? His marriage can scarcely to such an extent have simplified him."
It was something, none the less, that Mrs. Brook had to weigh. "I don't know. I give it up. The thing was of a strangeness." Her friend also paused, and it was as if for a little, on either side of a gate on which they might have had their elbows, they remained looking at each other over it and over what was unsaid between them.
"It was rum," he at last merely dropped.
It was scarce for Mrs. Brook, all the same, she seemed to feel after a moment, to surround the matter with an excess of silence. "He did what a man does, especially in that business, when he doesn't do what he wants."
"Do you mean what somebody else wanted?"
"Well, what he himself didn't. And if he's unhappy," she went on, "he'll know whom to pitch into."
"Ah," said Vanderbank, "even if he is, he won't be the man to what you might call vent it on her. He'll seek compensations elsewhere and won't mind any ridicule."
"Whom are you speaking of as her?" Mrs. Brook asked as on feeling that something in her face had made him stop. "I wasn't referring," she explained, "to his wife."
"Oh," said Vanderbank.
"Aggie doesn't matter," she went on.
"Oh," he repeated. "You meant the Duchess?" he then threw off.
"Don't be silly," she rejoined. "He may not become unhappy, God grant not," she developed, "but if he does he'll take it out of Nanda." Van appeared to challenge this.
"Take it out of her?"
"Well, want to know, as some American asked me the other day of somebody, what she's going to do about it." Vanderbank, who had remained on his feet, stood still at this for a longer time than at anything yet. But what CAN she do? "That's again just what I'm curious to see." Mrs. Brook then spoke with a glance at the clock. "But if you don't go up to her—"
"My notion of seeing her alone may be defeated by her coming down on learning that I'm here."
He had taken out his watch.
"I'll go in a moment. But, as a light on that danger, would you, in the circumstances, come down?"
Mrs. Brook, however, could, for light, only look darkness. "Oh, you don't love me?" Vanderbank, still with his watch, stared then as an alternative at the fire.
"You haven't yet told me, you know, if Mr. Cashmore now comes every day."
"My dear man, how can I say? You've just your occasion to find out." "From her, you mean?" Mrs. Brook hesitated. "Unless you prefer the footman. Must I again remind you that, with her own sitting room and one of the men, in addition to her maid, wholly at her orders, her independence is ideal?" Vanderbank, who appeared to have been timing himself, put up his watch.
"I'm bound to say then that with separations so established I understand less than ever your unforgettable explosion."
"Ah, you come back to that?" she wearily asked. "And you find it, with all you've to think about, unforgettable?"
"Oh, but there was a wild light in your eye."
"Well," Mrs. Brook said, You see it now quite gone out." She had spoken more sadly than sharply, but her impatience had the next moment a flicker. "I called Nanda in because I wanted to." "Precisely. But what I don't make out, you see, is what you've since gained by it." "You mean she only hates me the more?" Van's impatience, in the movement with which he turned from her, had a flare still sharper. "You know I'm incapable of meaning anything of the sort." She waited a minute while his back was presented. "I sometimes think, in effect, that you're incapable of anything straightforward." Vanderbank's movement had not been to the door, but he almost reached it after giving her, on this, a hard look. He then stopped short, however, to stare an instant still more fixedly into the hat he held in his hand, the consequence of which, in turn, was that he the next minute stood again before her chair. "Don't you call it straightforward of me just not to have come for so long?" She had again to take time to say. "Is that an allusion to what, by the loss of your beautiful presence, I failed to gain? I dare say at any rate," she gave him no time to reply, "that you feel you're quite as straightforward as I, and that we're neither of us creatures of mere rash impulse. There was a time in fact, wasn't there, when we rather enjoyed each other's dim depths. If I wanted to fawn on you," she went on, "I might say that, with such a comrade in obliquity to wind and double about with, I'd risk losing myself in the mine. But why retort or recriminate? Let us not, for God's sake, be vulgar. We haven't yet, bad as it is, come to that. I can be, no doubt. I some day must be. I feel it looming at me out of the awful future as an inevitable fate. But let it be for when I'm old and horrible, not an hour before. I do want to live a little, even yet. So you ought to let me off easily, even as I let you." "Oh I know," said Vanderbank handsomely, "that there are things you don't put to me. You show a tact." "There it is. And I like much better," Mrs. Brook went on, "our speaking of it as delicacy than as duplicity. If you understand, it's so much saved." "What I always understand more than anything else," he returned, "is the general truth that you're prodigious." It was perhaps a little as relapse from tension that she had nothing against that. "As for instance when it would be so easy." "Yes, to take up what lies there you yet so splendidly abstain." "You literally press upon me my opportunity. It's you who are splendid," she rather strangely laughed. "Don't you at least want to say," he went on with a slight flush, "what you most obviously and naturally might?" Appealed to on the question of underlying desire, Mrs. Brook went through the decent form of appearing to try to give it the benefit of any doubt. "Don't I want, you mean, to find out before you go up what you want? Shall you be too disappointed," she asked, "if I say that, since I shall probably learn, as we used to be told as children, all in good time, I can wait till the light comes out of itself?" Vanderbank still lingered. "You ARE deep." "You've only to be deeper." "That's easy to say. I'm afraid at any rate you won't think I am," he pursued after a pause, "if I ask you what in the world, since Harold does keep Lady Fanny so quiet, Cashmore still requires Nanda's direction for." "Ah find out," said Mrs. Brook. "Isn't Mrs. Donner quite shelved?" "Find out," she repeated. Vanderbank had reached the door and had his hand on the latch, but there was still something else. "You scarce suppose, I imagine, that she has come to like him for himself." "Find out." And Mrs. Brook, who was now on her feet, turned away. He watched her a moment more, then checked himself and left her. Section 32 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 9th, Vanderbank, Chapter 2. She remained alone 10 minutes, at the end of which her reflections, which would have been seen to be deep, were interrupted by the entrance of her husband. The interruption was indeed not so great as if the couple had not met, as they almost invariably met, in silence. She took at all events, to begin with, no more account of his presence than to hand him a cup of tea accompanied with nothing but cream and sugar. Her having no word for him, however, committed her no more to implying that he had come in only for his refreshment than it would have committed her to say, "Here it is, Edward dear, just as you like it, so take it and sit down and be quiet." No spectator worth his salt could have seen them more than a little together without feeling how everything that, under his eyes or not, she either did or omitted, rested on a profound acquaintance with his ways. They formed, Edward's ways, a chapter by themselves, of which Mrs. Brook was completely mistress, and in respect to which the only drawback was that a part of her credit was by the nature of the case predestined to remain obscure. So many of them were so queer that no one but she could know them, and know thereby into what crannies her reckoning had to penetrate. It was one of them, for instance, that if he was often most silent when most primed with matter, so when he had nothing to say he was always silent too, a peculiarity misleading, until mastered, for a lady who could have allowed in the latter case for almost any variety of remark. "What do you think," he said at last, "of his turning up to-day?" "Of old Van's?" "Oh, has he turned up?" "Half an hour ago, and asking almost in his first breath for Nanda. I sent him up to her, and he's with her now." If Edward had his ways she had also some of her own, one of which, in talk with him, if talk it could be called, was never to produce anything till the need was marked. She had thus a card or two always in reserve, for it was her theory that she never knew what might happen. It nevertheless did occur that he sometimes went, as she would have called it, went better. "He's not with her now. I've just been with her." "Then he didn't go up?" Mrs. Brook was immensely interested. "He left me, you know, to do so." "No? How should I know? I left her 5 minutes ago." "Then he went out without seeing her?" Mrs. Brook took it in. "He changed his mind out there on the stairs." "Well," said Edward, "it won't be the first mind that has been changed there. It's about the only thing a man can change." "Do you refer particularly to my stairs?" she asked with her whimsical woe. But meanwhile she had taken it in. "Then whom were you speaking of?" "Mr. Longdon's coming to tea with her. She's had a note." "But when did he come to town?" "Last night, I believe. The note, an hour or two ago, announced him, brought by hand and hoping she'd be at home." Mrs. Brook thought again. "I'm glad she is. He's too sweet. By hand! It must have been so he sent them to mamma. He wouldn't for the world wire." "Oh, Nanda has often wired to him," her father returned. "Then she ought to be ashamed of herself. But how," said Mrs. Brook, "do you know?" "Oh, I know when we're in a thing like this." "Yet you complain of her want of intimacy with you. It turns out that you're as thick as thieves." Edward looked at this charge as he looked at all old friends, without a sign, to call a sign, of recognition. "I don't know of whose want of intimacy with me I've ever complained. There isn't much more of it, that I can see, that any of them could put on. What do you suppose I'd have them do? If I on my side don't get very far I may have alluded to that." "Oh but you do," Mrs. Brook declared. "You think you don't, but you get very far indeed. You're always, as I said just now, bringing out something that you've got somewhere." "Yes, and seeing you flare up at it. What I bring out is only what they tell me." This limitation offered, however, for Mrs. Brook no difficulty. "Ah, but it seems to me that with the things people nowadays tell one, what more do you want?" "Well," and Edward from his chair regarded the fire a while, "the difference must be in what they tell you." "Things that are better?" "Yes, worse. I dare say," he went on, "what I give them—" "Isn't as bad as what I do? Oh we must each do our best. But when I hear from you," Mrs. Brook pursued, "that Nanda had ever permitted herself anything so dreadful as to wire to him, it comes over me afresh that I would have been the perfect one to deal with him if his detestation of me hadn't prevented." She was by this time also, but on her feet, before the fire, into which, like her husband, she gazed. "I would never have wired. I'd have gone in for little delicacies and odd things she's never thought of." "Oh, she doesn't go in for what you do," Edward assented. "She's as bleak as a chimney top when the fire's out, and if it hadn't been after all for mamma—" And she lost herself again in the reasons of things. Her husband's silence seemed to mark for an instant a deference to her allusion, but there was a limit even to this combination.
You make your mother, I think, keep it up pretty well. But if she hadn't, as you say, done so—"
"Why, we shouldn't have been anywhere."
"Well, where are we now? That's what I want to know."
Following her own train, she had at first no heed for his question. "Without his hatred he would have liked me." But she came back with a sigh to the actual. "No matter. We must deal with what we've got."
"What have we got?" Edward continued.
Again with no ear for his question, his wife turned away, only, however, after taking a few vague steps, to approach him with new decision. "If Mr. Longdon's due, will you do me a favour? Will you go back to Nanda before he arrives and let her know, though not of course as from me, that Van has been here half an hour, has had it put well before him that she's up there and at liberty, and has left the house without seeing her?" Edward Brookenham made no motion.
"You don't like better to do it yourself?"
"If I liked better," said Mrs. Brook, "I'd have already done it. The way to make it not come from me is surely not for me to give it to her. Besides, I want to be here to receive him first."
"Then can't she know it afterwards?"
"After Mr. Longdon has gone? The whole point is that she should know it in time to let him know it."
Edward still communed with the fire. "And what's the point of that?"
Her impatience, which visibly increased, carried her away again, and by the time she reached the window he had launched another question.
"Are you in such a hurry she should know that Van doesn't want her?"
"What do you call a hurry when I've waited nearly a year? Nanda may know or not as she likes, may know whenever. If she doesn't know pretty well by this time she's too stupid for it to matter. My only pressure's for Mr. Longdon. She'll have it there for him when he arrives."
"You mean she'll make haste to tell him?"
Mrs. Brook raised her eyes a moment to some upper immensity. "She'll mention it." Her husband on the other hand, his legs outstretched, looked straight at the toes of his boots.
"Are you very sure?"
Then as he remained without an answer:
"Why should she if he hasn't told her?"
"Of the way I so long ago let you know that he had put the matter to Van? It's not out between them in words, no doubt, but I fancy that for things to pass they've not to dot their i's quite so much, my dear, as we do. Without a syllable said to her she's yet aware in every fibre of her little being of what has taken place." Edward gave a still longer space to taking this in.
"Poor little thing."
"Does she strike you as so poor," Mrs. Brook asked, "with so awfully much done for her?"
"Done by whom?"
It was as if she had not heard the question that she spoke again. "She's got what every woman, young or old, wants."
"Really?"
Edward's tone was of wonder, but she simply went on: "She's got a man of her own."
"Well, but if he's the wrong one—"
"Do you call Mr. Longdon so very wrong? I wish," she declared with a strange sigh, "that I had had a Mr. Longdon."
"I wish very much you had. I wouldn't have taken it like Van."
"Oh it took Van," Mrs. Brook replied, "to put them where they are." "But where are they? That's exactly it. In these 3 months for instance," Edward demanded, "how has their connexion profited?" Mrs. Brook turned it over. "Profited which?" "Well, one cares most for one's child." "Then she has become for him what we've most hoped her to be, an object of compassion still more marked."
"Is that what you've hoped her to be?"
Mrs. Brook was obviously so lucid for herself that her renewed expression of impatience had plenty of point. "How can you ask after seeing what I did—"
"That night at Mrs. Grendon's? Well, it's the first time I have asked it."
Mrs. Brook had a silence more pregnant. "It's for being with us that he pities her." Edward thought.
"With me too?"
"Not so much, but still you help."
"I thought you thought I didn't that night."
"At Tishy's? Oh, you didn't matter," said Mrs. Brook. "Everything, every one helps. Harold distinctly" she seemed to figure it all out. "And even the poor children, I dare say, a little. Oh but every one," she warmed to the vision. "It's perfect. Jane immensely, par exemple. Almost all the others who come to the house. Cashmore, Carrie, Tishy, Fanny. Bless their hearts all, each in their degree." Edward Brookenham had under the influence of this demonstration gradually risen from his seat, and as his wife approached that part of her process which might be expected to furnish the proof, he placed himself before her with his back to the fire. "And Mitchy, I suppose?" But he was out. "No, Mitchy's different." He wondered. "Different?" "Not a help. Quite a drawback." Then as his face told how these were involutions, "You needn't understand, but you can believe me," she added. "The one who does most is of course Van himself." It was a statement by which his failure to apprehend was not diminished, and she completed her operation. "By not liking her." Edward's gloom on this was not quite blankness, yet it was dense. "Do you like his not liking her?" "Dear no. No better than he does." "And he doesn't?" "Oh, he hates it." "Of course I haven't asked him." Edward appeared to say more to himself than to his wife. "And of course I haven't," she returned, not at all in this case plainly for herself. "But I know it. He'd like her if he could, but he can't. That," Mrs. Brook wound up, "is what makes it sure." There was at last in Edward's gravity a positive pathos. "Sure he won't propose?" "Sure Mr. Longdon won't now throw her over." "Of course if it IS sure." "Well?" "Why, it is. But of course if it isn't." "Well?" "Why, she won't have anything. Anything but us," he continued to reflect. "Unless, you know, you're working it on a certainty." "That's just what I am working it on. I did nothing till I knew I was safe." "Safe?" he ambiguously echoed while on this their eyes met longer. "Safe. I knew he'd stick." "But how did you know Van wouldn't?" "No matter how. But better still, he hasn't stuck." She said it very simply, but she turned away from him. His eyes for a little followed her. "We don't know after all the old boy's means." "I don't know what you mean by we don't. Nanda does." "But where's the support if she doesn't tell us?" Mrs. Brook, who had faced about, again turned from him. "I hope you don't forget," she remarked with superiority, "that we don't ask her." "You don't?" Edward gloomed. "Never. But I trust her." "Yes," he mused afresh. "One must trust one's child. Does Van?" he then enquired. "Does he trust her?" "Does he know anything of the general figure?" She hesitated. "Everything. It's high." "He has told you so?" Mrs. Brook, supremely impatient now, seemed to demur even to the question. "We ask HIM even less." "Then how do we know?" She was weary of explaining. "Because that's just why he hates it." There was no end, however, apparently, to what Edward could take. "But hates what?" "Why, not liking her." Edward kept his back to the fire and his dead eyes on the cornice and the ceiling. "I shouldn't think it would be so difficult." "Well, you see it isn't. Mr. Longdon can manage it." "I don't see what the devil's the matter with her," he coldly continued. "Ah, that may not prevent. It's fortunately the source at any rate of half Mr. Longdon's interest." "But what the hell is it?" he drearily demanded. She faltered a little, but she brought it out. "It's me." "And what's the matter with you?" She made, at this, a movement that drew his eyes to her own, and for a moment she dimly smiled at him. "That's the nicest thing you ever said to me. But ever, ever, you know." "Is it?" She had her hand on his sleeve and he looked almost awkward. "Quite the very nicest. Consider that fact well, and even if you only said it by accident, don't be funny, as you know you sometimes can be, and take it back. It's all right. It's charming, isn't it, when our troubles bring us more together? Now go up to her." Edward kept a queer face, into which this succession of remarks introduced no light, but he finally moved, and it was only when he had almost reached the door that he stopped again. "Of course you know he has sent her no end of books." "Mr. Longdon, of late? Oh yes, a deluge, so that her room looks like a bookseller's back shop. And all in the loveliest bindings, the most standard English works. I not only know it, naturally, but I know what you don't why." "Why?"
Edward echoed. "Why but that, unless he should send her money, it's about the only kindness he can show her at a distance."
Mrs. Brook hesitated. Then with a little suppressed sigh, "That's it."
But it still held him. "And perhaps he does send her money."
"No, not now."
Edward lingered. "Then is he taking it out?"
"In books only."
It was wonderful, with its effect on him now visible, how she possessed her subject.
"Yes, that's his delicacy for the present."
"And you're not afraid for the future?"
"Of his considering that the books will have worked it off? No, they're thrown in." Just perceptibly cheered he reached the door, where, however, he had another pause.
"You don't think I'd better see Van?"
She stared. "What for?"
"Why, to ask what the devil he means."
"If you should do anything so hideously vulgar," she instantly replied, "I'd leave your house the next hour. Do you expect," she asked, "to be able to force your child down his throat?" He was clearly not prepared with an account of his expectations, but he had a general memory that imposed itself.
"Then why in the world did he make up to us?"
"He didn't. We made up to him."
"But why in the world?"
"Well," said Mrs. Brook, really to finish, "we were in love with him."
"Oh," Edward jerked.
He had by this time opened the door, and the sound was partly the effect of the disclosure of a servant preceding a visitor. His greeting of the visitor before edging past and away was, however, of the briefest. It might have implied that they had met but yesterday.
"How d'you do, Mitchy? At home? Oh, rather."
End of Section 32. Section 33 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 9th, Vanderbank. Chapter 3. Very different was Mrs. Brook's welcome of the restored wanderer, to whom in a brief space she addressed every expression of surprise and delight, though marking indeed at last, as a qualification of these things, her regret that he declined to partake of her tea or to allow her to make him what she called snug for a talk in his customary corner of her sofa. He pleaded frankly agitation and embarrassment, reminded her even that he was awfully shy and that after separations, complications, whatever might at any time happen, he was conscious of the dust that had settled on intercourse and that he couldn't blow away in a single breath. She was only, according to her nature, to indulge him if, while he walked about and changed his place, he came to the surface but in patches and pieces. There was so much he wanted to know that, well, as they had arrived only the night before, she could judge. There was knowledge, it became clear, that Mrs. Brook almost equally craved, so that it even looked at first as if, on either side, confidence might be choked by curiosity. This disaster was finally barred by the fact that the spirit of inquiry found for Mitchy material that was comparatively plastic. That was after all apparent enough when at the end of a few vain passes he brought out sociably, "Well, has he done it?" Still indeed there was something in Mrs. Brook's face that seemed to reply, "Oh come, don't rush it, you know," and something in the movement with which she turned away that described the state of their question as by no means so simple as that. On his refusal of tea she had rung for the removal of the table, and the bell was at this moment answered by the two men. Little ensued then for some minutes while the servants were present. She spoke only as the butler was about to close the door. "If Mr. Longdon presently comes, show him into Mr. Brookenham's room if Mr. Brookenham isn't there. If he is, show him into the dining room, and in either case let me immediately know." The man waited expressionless. "And in case of his asking for Miss Brookenham?" "He won't," she replied with a sharpness before which her interlocutor retired. "He will," she then added in quite another tone to Mitchy. "That is, you know, he perfectly may." But oh, the subtlety of servants, she sighed. Mitchy was now all there. "Mr. Longdon's in town then?" "For the first time since you went away. He's to call this afternoon." "And you want to see him alone?" Mrs. Brook thought. "I don't think I want to see him at all." "Then you're keeping him below?" "Is so that he shan't burst in till I know. It's you, my dear, I want to see." Mitchy glared about. "Well, Don't take it ill if, in return for that, I say I myself want to see everyone. I could have done even just now with a little more of Edward." Mrs. Brook, in her own manner and with a slow headshake, looked lovely. "I couldn't." Then she puzzled it out with a pause. "It even does come over me that if you don't mind—" "What, my dear woman?" said Mitchy encouragingly. "Did I ever mind? I assure you," he laughed, "I haven't come back to begin." At this, suddenly dropping everything else, she laid her hand on him. "Mitchy, love, are you happy?" So for a moment they stood confronted. "Not perhaps as you would have tried to make me." "Well, you've still got me, you know." "Oh," said Mitchy, "I've got a great deal. How, if I really look at it, can a man of my peculiar nature it is, you know, awfully peculiar not be happy? Think, if one is driven to it, for instance, of the breadth of my sympathies." Mrs. Brook, as a result of thinking, appeared for a little to demur. "Yes, but one mustn't be too much driven to it. It's by one's sympathies that one suffers. If you should do that I couldn't bear it." She clearly evoked for Mitchy a definite image. "It would be funny, wouldn't it? But you wouldn't have to. I'd go off and do it alone somewhere, in a dark room, I think, or on a desert island, at any rate where nobody should see. Where's the harm, moreover," he went on, "of any suffering that doesn't bore one, as I'm sure, however much its outer aspect might amuse some others, mine wouldn't bore me? What I should do in my desert island or my dark room, I feel, would be just to dance about with the thrill of it, which is exactly the exhibition of ludicrous gambols that I would fain have arranged to spare you. I assure you, dear Mrs. Brook," he wound up, "that I'm not in the least bored now. Everything's so interesting." "You're beautiful," she vaguely interposed. But he pursued without heeding. "Was perhaps what you had in your head that I should see him?" She came back but slowly, however, to the moment. "Mr. Longdon? Well, yes. You know he can't bear me." "Yes, yes." Mitchy was almost eager. It had already sent her off again. "You're too lovely. You HAVE come back the same. It seemed to me," she after an instant explained, "that I wanted him to be seen—" "Without inconvenience, as it were, either to himself or to you? Then," said Mitchy, who visibly felt that he had taken her up successfully, "it strikes me that I'm absolutely your man. It's delicious to come back to a use." But she was much more dim about it. "Oh what you've come back to?" "It's just what I'm trying to get at. Van is still then where I left him?" She was just silent. "Did you really believe he would move?" Mitchy took a few turns, speaking almost with his back presented. "Well, with all the reasons." After which, while she watched him, he was before her again with a question. "It's utterly off?" "When was it ever really on?" "Oh I know your view, and that, I think," said Mitchy, "is the most extraordinary part of it. I can tell you it would have put me on." "My view?" Mrs. Brook thought. "Have you forgotten that I had for you too a view that didn't?" "Ah but we didn't differ, you and I. It wasn't a defiance and a prophecy. You wanted me." "I did indeed," Mrs. Brook said simply. "And you didn't want him. For her, I mean. So you risked showing it." She looked surprised. "Did I?" Again they were face to face. "Your candour's divine." She wondered. "Do you mean it was, even then?" Mitchy smiled at her till he was red. "It's exquisite now." "Well," she presently returned, "I knew my Van." "I thought I knew yours too," Mitchy said. Their eyes met a minute and he added: "But I didn't." Then he exclaimed: "How you've worked it!" She looked barely conscious. "Worked it?" After which, with a slightly sharper note: "How do you know, while you've been amusing yourself in places that I'd give my head to see again but never shall, what I've been doing?" "Well, I saw, you know, that night at Tishy's, just before we left England, your wonderful start. I got a look at your attitude, as it were, and your system." Her eyes were now far away, and she spoke after an instant without moving them. "And didn't I by the same token get a look at yours?" "Mine?" Mitchy thought but seemed to doubt. "My dear child, I hadn't any then." "You mean that it has formed itself your system, since." He shook his head with decision. "I assure you I'm quite at sea. I've never had, and I have as little as ever now, anything but my general philosophy, which I won't attempt at present to go into, and of which moreover I think you've had first and last your glimpses. What I made out in you that night was a perfect policy." Mrs. Brook had another of her infantine stares. "Everyone that night seems to have made out something. All I can say is, at any rate," she went on, "that in that case you were all far deeper than I was." "It was just a blind instinct, without a programme or a scheme? Perhaps then, since it has so perfectly succeeded, the name doesn't matter. I'm lost, as I tell you," Mitchy declared, "in admiration of its success." She looked as before, so young yet so grave. "What do you call its success? Let me ask you rather, mayn't I, what you call its failure?" Mrs. Brook, who had been standing for some minutes, seated herself at this as if to respond to his idea. But the next moment she had fallen back into thought. "Have you often heard from him?" "Never once." "And have you written?" "Not a word either. I left it, you see," Mitchy smiled, "all to you." After which he continued, "Has he been with you much?" She just hesitated. "As little as possible. But as it happens he was here just now." Her visitor fairly flushed. "And I've only missed him?" Her pause again was of the briefest. "You wouldn't if he had gone up." "Gone up?" "To Nanda, who has now her own sitting room, as you know, for whom he immediately asked and for whose benefit, whatever you may think, I was at the end of a quarter of an hour, I assure you, perfectly ready to release him. He changed his mind, however, and went away without seeing her." Mitchy showed the deepest interest. "And what made him change his mind?" "Well, I'm thinking it out." He appeared to watch this labour. "But with no light yet?" "When it comes I'll tell you." He hung fire once more but an instant. "You didn't yourself work the thing again?" She rose at this in strange sincerity. "I think, you know, you go very far." "Why, didn't we just now settle," he promptly replied, "that it's all instinctive and unconscious? If it was so that night at Tishy's—" "Ah, voyons, voyons," she broke in. "What did I do even then?" He laughed out at something in her tone. "You'd like it again all pictured?" "I'm not afraid." "Why, you just simply, publicly, took her back." "And where was the monstrosity of that?" "In the one little right place. In your removal of every doubt." "Well, of what?" He had appeared not quite to know how to put it, but he saw at last. "Why, of what we may still hope to do for her. Thanks to your care there were specimens." Then she had the look of trying vainly to focus a few. "I can't recover them one by one," he pursued, "but the whole thing was quite lurid enough to do us all credit." She met him after a little, but at such an odd point. "Pardon me if I scarcely see how much of the credit was yours. For the first time since I've known you, you went in for decency." Mitchy's surprise showed as real. "It struck you as decency?" Since he wished she thought it over. "Oh, your behaviour." "My behaviour was my condition. Do you call that decent? No, you're quite out." He spoke in his good nature with an approach to reproof. "How can I ever—" But it had already brought her quite round and to a firmer earth than she clearly preferred to tread. "Are things really bad with you, Mitch?" "Well, I'll tell you how they are. But not now." "Some other time? On your honour?" "You shall have it all. Don't be afraid." She dimly smiled. "It will be like old times." He rather demurred. "For you perhaps, but not for me." In spite of what he said it did hold her, and her hand again almost caressed him. "But till you do tell me, is it very, very dreadful?" "That's just perhaps what I may have to get you to decide." "Then shall I help you?" she eagerly asked. "I think it will be quite in your line." At the thought of her line it sounded somehow so general she released him a little with a sigh, yet still looking round, as it were, for possibilities. Jane, you know, is in a state."
"Yes, Jane's in a state. That's a comfort."
She continued in a manner to cling to him. "But is it your only one?" He was very kind and patient. "Not perhaps quite." "I'm a little of one."
"My dear child, as you see."
Yes, she saw, but was still on the wing. "And shall you have recourse—"
"To what?" he asked as she appeared to falter.
"I don't mean to anything violent. But shall you tell Nanda?"
Mitchy wondered. "Tell her—"
"Well, everything. I think, you know," Mrs. Brook musingly observed, "that it would really serve her right." Mitchy's silence, which lasted a minute, seemed to take the idea, but not perhaps quite to know what to do with it.
"Ah, I'm afraid I shall never really serve her right."
Just as he spoke the butler reappeared, at sight of whom Mrs. Brook immediately guessed. "Mr. Longdon?"
"In Mr. Brookenham's room, ma'am. Mr. Brookenham has gone out."
"And where has he gone?"
"I think, ma'am, only for some evening papers."
She had an intense look from Mitchy, then she said to the man, "Ask him to wait 3 minutes. I'll ring," turning again to her visitor as soon as they were alone. "You don't know how I'm trusting you."
"Trusting me?"
"Why, if he comes up to you."
Mitchy thought. "Hadn't I better go down?"
"No. You may have Edward back. If you see him you must see him here. If I don't myself it's for a reason."
Mitchy again just sounded her. "His not, as you a while ago hinted—"
"Yes, caring for what I say." She had a pause, but she brought it out. "He doesn't believe a word."
"Of what you tell him?" Mitchy was splendid. "I see. And you want something said to him?"
"Yes, that he'll take from you. Only it's for you," Mrs. Brook went on, "really and honestly, and as I trust you, to give it. But the comfort of you is that you'll do so if you promise."
Mitchy was infinitely struck. "But I haven't promised, eh? Of course I can't till I know what it is."
"It's to put before him—"
"Oh, I see. The situation."
"What has happened here today. Van's marked retreat, and how, with the time that has passed, it makes us at last know where we are. You of course for yourself," Mrs. Brook wound up, "see that."
"Where we are?" Mitchy took a turn and came back. "But what then did Van come for? If you speak of a retreat there must have been an advance."
"Oh," said Mrs. Brook, "he simply wanted not to look too brutal. After so much absence he could come."
"Well, if he established that he isn't brutal, where was the retreat?"
"In his not going up to Nanda. He came, frankly, to do that, but he made up his mind on second thoughts that he couldn't risk even being civil to her."
Mitchy had visibly warmed to his work. "Well, and what made the difference?"
She wondered. "What difference?"
"Why, of the effect, as you say, of his second thoughts. Thoughts of what?"
"Oh," said Mrs. Brook suddenly and as if it were quite simple, "I know that. Suspicions."
"And of whom?"
"Why, of you, you goose. Of your not having done—"
"Well, what?" he persisted as she paused.
"How shall I say it? The best thing for yourself. And of Nanda's feeling that. Don't you see?" In the effort of seeing, or perhaps indeed in the full act of it, poor Mitchy glared as never before.
"Do you mean Van's jealous of me?"
Pressed as she was there was something in his face that momentarily hushed her. "There it is," she achieved, however, at last.
"Of me?"
Mitchy went on. What was in his face so suddenly and strangely was the look of rising tears, at sight of which, as from a compunction as prompt, she showed a lovely flush. "There it is," she repeated. "You ask me for a reason, and it's the only one I see. Of course if you don't care," she added, "he needn't come up. He can go straight to Nanda." Mitchy had turned away again as with the impulse of hiding the tears that had risen and that had not wholly disappeared even by the time he faced about.
"Did Nanda know he was to come?"
"Mr. Longdon?"
"No, no. Was she expecting Van?"
"My dear man!" Mrs. Brook mildly wailed. "When can she have not been?" Mitchy looked hard for an instant at the floor. "I mean, does she know he's been and gone?" Mrs. Brook, from where she stood and through the window, looked rather at the sky. "Her father will have told her." "Her father?" Mitchy frankly wondered. "Is he in it?" Mrs. Brook had at this a longer pause. "You assume, I suppose, Mitchy dear," she then quavered, "that I put him up." "Put Edward up?" he broke in. "No, that of course. Put Van up to ideas." He caught it again. "About me? What you call his suspicions?" He seemed to weigh the charge, but it ended, while he passed his hand hard over his eyes, in wariness and in the nearest approach to coldness he had ever shown Mrs. Brook. "It doesn't matter. It's every one's fate to be in one way or another the subject of ideas. Do then," he continued, "let Mr. Longdon come up." She instantly rang the bell. "Then I'll go to Nanda. But don't look frightened," she added as she came back, "as to what we may, Edward or I, do next. It's only to tell her that he'll be with her." "Good. I'll tell Tatton," Mitchy replied. Still, however, she lingered. "Shall you ever care for me more?" He had almost the air, as he waited for her to go, of the master of the house, for she had made herself before him, as he stood with his back to the fire, as humble as a tolerated visitor. "Oh just as much. Where's the difference? Aren't our ties in fact rather multiplied?" "That's the way I want to feel it. And from the moment you recognise with me." "Yes?" "Well, that he never, you know, really would." He took her mercifully up. "There's no harm done?" Mitchy thought of it. It made her still hover. "Nanda will be rich. Toward that you can help, and it's really, I may now tell you, what it came into my head you should see our friend here for." He maintained his waiting attitude. "Thanks, thanks." "You're our guardian angel!" she exclaimed. At this he laughed out. "Wait till you see what Mr. Longdon does." But she took no notice. "I want you to see before I go that I've done nothing for myself. Van, after all," she mused. "Well?" "Only hates me. It isn't as with you," she said. "I've really lost him." Mitchy for an instant, with the eyes that had shown his tears, glared away into space. "He can't very positively, you know, now like any of us. He misses a fortune." "There it is," Mrs. Brook once more observed. Then she had a comparative brightness. "I'm so glad YOU don't." He gave another laugh, but she was already facing Mr. Tatton, who had again answered the bell. "Show Mr. Longdon up." "I'm to tell him then it's at your request?" Mitchy asked when the butler had gone. "That you receive him? Oh yes, he'll be the last to quarrel with that. But there's one more thing." It was something over which of a sudden she had one of her returns of anxiety. "I've been trying for months and months to remember to find out from you." "Well, what?" he enquired, as she looked odd. "Why, if Harold ever gave back to you, as he swore to me on his honour he would, that £5 note." "But which, dear lady?" The sense of other incongruities than those they had been dealing with seemed to arrive now for Mitchy's aid. "The one that, ages ago, one day when you and Van were here, we had the joke about. You produced it, in sport, as a fine for something, and put it on that table. After which, before I knew what you were about, before I could run after you, you had gone off and ridiculously left it. Of course the next minute, and again before I could turn round, Harold had pounced on it, and I tried in vain to recover it from him. But all I could get him to do—" "Was the promise to return it straight to its owner?" Mitchy had listened so much less in surprise than in amusement that he had apparently after a moment re-established the scene. "Oh I recollect. He did settle with me. That's all right." She fixed him from the door of the next room. "You got every penny?" "Every penny. But fancy your bringing it up!" "Ah, I always do, you know. Some day." "Yes, you're of a rigour. But be at peace. Harold's quite square," he went on, "and I quite meant to have asked you about him." Mrs. Brook promptly was all for this. "Oh it's all right." Mitchy came nearer. "Lady Fanny?" "Yes, has stayed for him." "Ah," said Mitchy,
I knew you'd do it. But hush, they're coming."
On which, while she whisked away, he went back to the fire. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the 9th, Vanderbank, Chapter 4. 10 minutes of talk with Mr. Longdon by Mrs. Brookenham's hearth elapsed for him without his arriving at the right moment to take up the business so richly put before him in his previous interview. No less time indeed could have sufficed to bring him into closer relation with this affair. And nothing at first could have been more marked than the earnestness of his care not to show impatience of appeals that were, for a person of his old friend's general style, simple recognitions and decencies. There was a limit to the mere allusiveness with which, in Mr. Longdon's school of manners, a foreign tour might be treated, and Mitchy, no doubt, plentifully showed that none of his frequent returns had encountered a curiosity at once so explicit and so discreet. To belong to a circle in which most of the members might be at any moment on the other side of the globe was inevitably to fall into the habit of few questions, as well as into that of making up for their fewness by their freedom. This interlocutor, in short, while Mrs. Brook's representative privately thought over all he had in hand, went at some length and very charmingly, since it was but a tribute to common courtesy, into the Virgilian associations of the Bay of Naples. Finally, however, he started, his eye having turned to the clock. "I am afraid that, though our hostess doesn't appear, I mustn't forget myself. I too came back but yesterday, and I've an engagement, for which I'm already late, with Miss Brookenham, who has been so good as to ask me to tea." The divided mind, the expressed civility, the decent Miss Brookenham, the escape from their hostess, these were all things Mitchy could quickly take in, and they gave him in a moment his light for not missing his occasion. I see. I shall make you keep Nanda waiting. But there's something I shall ask you to take from me quite as a sufficient basis for that, which is simply that after all, you know, for I think you do know, don't you, I'm nearly as much attached to her as you are." Mr. Longdon had looked suddenly apprehensive and even a trifle embarrassed, but he spoke with due presence of mind. "Of course I understand that perfectly. If you hadn't liked her so much—" "Well," said Mitchy as he checked himself, "I would never, last year, have gone to stay with you." "Thank you," Mitchy laughed. "Though I like you also, and extremely," Mr. Longdon gravely pursued, "for yourself." Mitchy made a sign of acknowledgement. "You like me better for her than you do for anybody else but myself." "You put it, I think, correctly. Of course I've not seen so much of Nanda, if between my age and hers, that is, any real contact is possible, without knowing that she now regards you as one of the very best of her friends, treating you, I find myself suspecting, with a degree of confidence—" Mitchy gave a laugh of interruption. "That she doesn't show even to you?" Mr. Longdon's poised glasses faced him. "Even. I don't mind, as the opportunity has come up, telling you frankly, and as from my time of life to your own, all the comfort I take in the sense that in any case of need or trouble she might look to you for whatever advice or support the crisis should demand." "She has told you she feels I'd be there?" Mitchy after an instant asked. "I'm not sure," his friend replied, "that I ought quite to mention anything she has told me. I speak of what I've made out myself." "Then I thank you more than I can say for your penetration. Her mother, I should let you know," Mitchy continued, "is with her just now." Mr. Longdon took off his glasses with a jerk. "Has anything happened to her?" "To account for the fact I refer to?" Mitchy said in amusement at his start. "She's not ill that I know of, thank goodness, and she hasn't broken her leg. But something none the less has happened to her. That I think I may say. To tell you all in a word, it's the reason, such as it is, of my being here to meet you. Mrs. Brook asked me to wait. She'll see you herself some other time." Mr. Longdon wondered. "And Nanda too?" Oh, that must be between yourselves. Only while I keep you here."
"She understands my delay?" Mitchy thought. Mrs. Brook must have explained. Then, as his companion took this in silence, "But you don't like it?" he asked. "It only comes to me that Mrs. Brook's explanations—" "Are often so odd? Oh yes. But Nanda, you know, allows for that oddity. And Mrs. Brook, by the same token," Mitchy developed, "knows herself, no one better, what may frequently be thought of it. That's precisely the reason of her desire that you should have on this occasion explanations from a source that she's so good as to pronounce, for the immediate purpose, superior. As for Nanda," he wound up, "to be aware that we're here together won't strike her as so bad a sign." "No," Mr. Longdon attentively assented. "She'll hardly fear we're plotting her ruin. But what then has happened to her?" "Well," said Mitchy, "it's you, I think, who will have to give it a name. I know you know what I've known." Mr. Longdon, his nippers again in place, hesitated. "Yes, I know." "And you've accepted it?" "How could I help it? To reckon with such cleverness—" "Was beyond you? Ah it wasn't my cleverness," Mitchy said. "There's a greater than mine. There's a greater even than Van's. That's the whole point," he went on while his friend looked at him hard. "You don't even like it just a little?" Mr. Longdon wondered. "The existence of such an element?" "No, the existence, simply, of my knowledge of your idea." "I suppose I'm bound to keep in mind in fairness the existence of my own knowledge of yours." But Mitchy gave that the go by. "Oh I've so many ideas. I'm always getting hold of some new one and for the most part trying it, generally to let it go as a failure. Yes, I had one 6 months ago. I tried that. I'm trying it still." "Then I hope," said Mr. Longdon with a gaiety slightly strained, "that, contrary to your usual rule, it's a success." It was a gaiety, for that matter, that Mitchy's could match. "It does promise well. But I've another idea even now, and it's just what I'm again trying." "On me?" Mr. Longdon still somewhat extravagantly smiled. Mitchy thought. "Well, on 2 or 3 persons of whom you are the first for me to tackle. But what I must begin with is having from you that you recognise she trusts us." Mitchy's idea, after an instant, had visibly gone further. "Both of them. The 2 women up there at present so strangely together. Mrs. Brook must too, immensely. But for that you won't care." Mr. Longdon had relapsed into an anxiety more natural than his expression of a moment before. "It's about time. But if Nanda didn't trust us," he went on, "her case would indeed be a sorry one. She has nobody else to trust." "Yes." Mitchy's concurrence was grave. "Only you and me." "Only you and me." The eyes of the 2 men met over it in a pause terminated at last by Mitchy's saying: "We must make it all up to her." "Is that your idea?" "Ah," said Mitchy gently, "don't laugh at it." His friend's grey gloom again covered him. "But what can?" Then as Mitchy showed a face that seemed to wince with a silent "What could?" the old man completed his objection. "Think of the magnitude of the loss." "Oh I don't for a moment suggest," Mitchy hastened to reply, "that it isn't immense." "She does care for him, you know," said Mr. Longdon. Mitchy, at this, gave a wide prolonged glare. "No?" he ever so delicately murmured. His irony had quite touched. "But of course you know. You know everything. Nanda and you." There was a tone in it that moved a spring, and Mitchy laughed out. "I like your putting me with her. But we're all together. With Nanda," he next added, "it IS deep." His companion took it from him. "Deep." "And yet somehow it isn't abject." The old man wondered. "Abject?" "I mean it isn't pitiful. In its way," Mitchy developed, "it's happy." This too, though rather ruefully, Mr. Longdon could take from him. "Yes, in its way."
Any passion so great, so complete," Mitchy went on, "is, satisfied or unsatisfied, a life." Mr. Longdon looked so interested that his fellow visitor, evidently stirred by what was now an appeal and a dependence, grew still more bland, or at least more assured, for affirmation. "She's not too sorry for herself?" "Ah she's so proud." "Yes, but that's a help." "Oh not for us." It arrested Mitchy, but his ingenuity could only rebound. "In one way, that of reducing us to feel that the desire to make up to her is, well, mainly for our relief. If she trusts us, as I said just now, it isn't for that she does so." As his friend appeared to wait then to hear, it was presently with positive joy that he showed he could meet the last difficulty. "What she trusts us to do" oh Mitchy had worked it out "is to let him off." "Let him off?" It still left Mr. Longdon dim. "Easily. That's all." "But what would letting him off hard be? It seems to me he's, on any terms, already beyond us. He is off." Mr. Longdon had given it a sound that suddenly made Mitchy appear to collapse under a sharper sense of the matter. "He is off," he moodily echoed. His companion, again a little bewildered, watched him. Then with impatience: "Do, please, tell me what has happened." He quickly pulled himself round. "Well, he was, after a long absence, here a while since, as if expressly to see her. But after spending half an hour he went away without it." Mr. Longdon's watch continued. "He spent the half hour with her mother instead?" "Oh 'instead' it was hardly that. He at all events dropped his idea." "And what had it been, his idea?" "You speak as if he had as many as I," Mitchy replied. "In a manner indeed he has," he continued as if for himself. "But they're of a different kind," he said to Mr. Longdon. "What had it been, his idea?" the old man, however, simply repeated. Mitchy's confession, at this, seemed to explain his previous evasion. "We shall never know." Mr. Longdon hesitated. "He won't tell you?" "Me?" Mitchy had a pause. "Less than any one." Many things they had not spoken had already passed between them, and something, evidently, to the sense of each, passed during the moment that followed this. "While you were abroad," Mr. Longdon presently asked, "did you hear from him?" "Never. And I wrote nothing." "Like me," said Mr. Longdon. "I've neither written nor heard." "Ah but with you it will be different." Mr. Longdon, as if with the outbreak of an agitation hitherto controlled, had turned abruptly away and, with the usual swing of his glass, begun almost wildly to wonder. "You will hear." "I shall be curious." "Oh but what Nanda wants, you know, is that you shouldn't be too much so." Mr. Longdon thoughtfully rambled. "Too much?" "To let him off, as we were saying, easily." The elder man for a while said nothing more, but he at last came back. "She'd like me actually to give him something?" "I dare say." "Money?" Mitchy smiled. "A handsome present." They were face to face again with more mute interchange. "She doesn't want him to have lost?" Mr. Longdon, however, on this, once more broke off, while Mitchy's eyes followed him. "Doesn't it give a sort of measure of what she may feel?" He had paused, working it out again with the effect of his friend's returning afresh to be fed with his light. "Doesn't what give it?" "Why, the fact that we still like him." Mr. Longdon stared. "Do you still like him?" "If I didn't, how should I mind?" But on the utterance of it Mitchy fairly pulled up. His companion, after another look, laid a mild hand on his shoulder. "What is it you mind?" "From him? Oh nothing." He could trust himself again. "There are people like that great cases of privilege." "He is one," Mr. Longdon mused. "There it is. They go through life somehow guaranteed. They can't help pleasing."
"Ah," Mr. Longdon murmured, "if it hadn't been for that."
"They hold, they keep everyone," Mitchy went on. "It's the sacred terror." The companions for a little seemed to stand together in this element, after which the elder turned once more away and appeared to continue to walk in it. "Poor Nanda," then in a far off sigh came across from him to Mitchy. Mitchy on this turned vaguely round to the fire, into which he remained gazing till he heard again Mr. Longdon's voice. "I knew it of course after all. It was what I came up to town for. That night, before you went abroad, at Mrs. Grendon's." "Yes?" Mitchy was with him again. "Well, made me see the future. It was then already too late." Mitchy assented with emphasis. "Too late. She was spoiled for him." If Mr. Longdon had to take it he took it at least quietly, only saying after a time: "And her mother isn't?" "Oh yes, quite." "And does Mrs. Brook know it?" "Yes, but doesn't mind. She resembles you and me. She still likes him." "But what good will that do her?" Mitchy sketched a shrug. "What good does it do us?" Mr. Longdon thought. "We can at least respect ourselves." "Can we?" Mitchy smiled. "And he can respect us," his friend, as if not hearing him, went on. Mitchy seemed almost to demur. "He must think we're rum." "Well, Mrs. Brook's worse than rum. He can't respect HER." "Oh that will be perhaps," Mitchy laughed, "what she'll get just most out of." It was the first time of Mr. Longdon's showing that even after a minute he had not understood him, so that as quickly as possible he passed to another point. "If you do anything may I be in it?" "But what can I do? If it's over it's over." "For him, yes. But not for her or for you or for me." "Oh I'm not for long," the old man wearily said, turning the next moment to the door, at which one of the footmen had appeared. "Mrs. Brookenham's compliments, please, sir," this messenger articulated. "And Miss Brookenham is now alone." "Thanks. I'll come up." The servant withdrew and the eyes of the two visitors again met for a minute, after which Mitchy looked about for his hat. "Good-bye. I'll go." Mr. Longdon watched him while, having found his hat, he looked about for his stick. "You want to be in everything?" Mitchy, without answering, smoothed his hat down. Then he replied: "You say you're not for long, but you won't abandon her." "Oh I mean I shan't last for ever." "Well, since you so express it yourself, that's what I mean too. I assure you I shan't desert her. And if I can help you " "Help me?" Mr. Longdon interrupted, looking at him hard. It made him a little awkward. "Help you to help her, you know." "You're very wonderful," Mr. Longdon presently returned. "A year and a half ago you wanted to help me to help Mr. Vanderbank." "Well," said Mitchy, "you can't quite say I haven't." "But your ideas of help are of a splendour." "Oh I've told you about my ideas." Mitchy was almost apologetic. Mr. Longdon had a pause. "I suppose I'm not indiscreet then in recognising your marriage as one of them? And that, with a responsibility so great already assumed, you appear fairly eager for another?" "Makes me out a kind of monster of benevolence?" Mitchy looked at it with a flushed face. "The two responsibilities are very much one and the same. My marriage has brought me, as it were, only nearer to Nanda. My wife and she, don't you see, are particular friends." Mr. Longdon, on his side, turned a trifle pale. He looked rather hard at the floor. "I see. I see." Then he raised his eyes. "But to an old fellow like me it's all so strange." "It is strange." Mitchy spoke very kindly. "But it's all right." Mr. Longdon gave a headshake that was both sad and sharp. "It's all wrong. But you're all right," he added in a different tone as he walked hastily away. End of Section 34. Section 35 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 10th, Nanda. Chapter 1. Nanda Brookenham, for a fortnight after Mr. Longdon's return, had found much to think of, but the bustle of business became, visibly for us, particularly great with her on a certain Friday afternoon in June. She was in unusual possession of that chamber of comfort in which so much of her life had lately been passed, the redecorated and rededicated room upstairs, in which she had enjoyed a due measure both of solitude and of society. Passing the objects about her in review, she gave especial attention to her rather marked wealth of books, changed repeatedly for 5 minutes the position of various volumes, transferred to tables those that were on shelves, and rearranged shelves with an eye to the effect of backs. She was flagrantly engaged throughout indeed in the study of effect, which moreover, had the law of an extreme freshness not inveterately prevailed there, might have been observed to be traceable in the very detail of her own appearance. Company, in short, was in the air, and expectation in the picture. The flowers on the little tables bloomed with the consciousness sharply taken up by the glitter of knick-knacks and reproduced in turn in the light exuberance of cushions on sofas and the measured drop of blinds in windows. The numerous photographed friends in particular were highly prepared, with small intense faces, each, that happened in every case to be turned to the door. The pair of eyes most dilated perhaps was that of old Van, present under a polished glass and in a frame of gilt-edged morocco that spoke out across the room of Piccadilly and Christmas, and visibly widening his gaze at the opening of the door, at the announcement of a name by a footman, and at the entrance of a gentleman remarkably like him, save as the resemblance was, on the gentleman's part, flattered. Vanderbank had not been in the room 10 seconds before he showed ever so markedly that he had arrived to be kind. Kindness therefore becomes for us, by a quick turn of the glass that reflects the whole scene, the high pitch of the concert, a kindness that almost immediately filled the place, to the exclusion of everything else, with a familiar friendly voice, a brightness of good looks and good intentions, a constant, though perhaps sometimes misapplied, laugh, a superabundance almost of interest in attention and movement. The first thing the young man said was that he was tremendously glad she had written. "I think it was most particularly nice of you." And this thought precisely seemed, as he spoke, a flower of the general bloom, as if the niceness he had brought in was so great that it straightway converted everything to its image. "The only thing that upset me a little," he went on, "was your saying that before writing it you had so hesitated and waited. I hope very much, you know, that you'll never do anything of that kind again. If you've ever the slightest desire to see me, for no matter what reason, if there's ever the smallest thing of any sort that I can do for you, I promise you I shan't easily forgive you if you stand on ceremony. It seems to me that when people have known each other as long as you and I, there's one comfort at least they may treat themselves to. I mean, of course," Van developed, "that of being easy and frank and natural. There are such a lot of relations in which one isn't, in which it doesn't pay, in which ease in fact would be the greatest of troubles and nature the greatest of falsities. However," he continued while he suddenly got up to change the place in which he had put his hat, "I don't really know why I am preaching at such a rate, for I have a perfect consciousness of not myself requiring it. One does half the time preach more or less for oneself, eh? I'm not mistaken at all events, I think, about the right thing with you. And a hint's enough for you, I'm sure, on the right thing with me." He had been looking all round while he talked and had twice shifted his seat, so that it was quite in consonance with his general admiring notice that the next impression he broke out with should have achieved some air of relevance. "What extraordinarily lovely flowers you have, and how charming you've made everything! You're always doing something. Women are always changing the position of their furniture. If one happens to come in the dark, no matter how well one knows the place, one sits down on a hat or a puppy dog. But of course you'll say one doesn't come in the dark, or at least, if one does, deserves what one gets. Only you know the way some women keep their rooms. I'm bound to say you don't, do you? You don't go in for flower pots in the windows and half a dozen blinds. Why should you? You have got a lot to show." He rose with this for the third time, as the better to command the scene. "What I mean is that sofa, which by the way is awfully good. You do, my dear Nanda, go it. It certainly was here the last time, wasn't it? And this thing was there. The last time. I mean the last time I was up here was fearfully long ago. When, by the way, was it? But you see, I have been, and that I remember it. And you've a lot of more things now. You're laying up treasure. Really, the increase of luxury. What an awfully jolly lot of books. Have you read them all? Where did you learn so much about bindings?" He continued to talk. He took things up and put them down. Nanda sat in her place, where her stillness, fixed and colourless, contrasted with his rather flushed freedom, and appeared only to wait, half in surprise, half in surrender, for the flow of his suggestiveness to run its course, so that, having herself provoked the occasion, she might do a little more to meet it. It was by no means, however, that his presence in any degree ceased to prevail, for there were minutes during which her face, the only thing in her that moved, turning with his turns and following his glances, actually had a look inconsistent with anything but submission to almost any accident. It might have expressed a desire for his talk to last and last, an acceptance of any treatment of the hour or any version or want of version of her act that would best suit his ease, even in fact a resigned prevision of the occurrence of something that would leave her, quenched and blank, with the appearance of having made him come simply that she might look at him. She might indeed well have been aware of an inability to look at him little enough to make it flagrant that she had appealed to him for something quite different. Keeping the situation meanwhile thus in his hands, he recognized over the chimney a new alteration. There used to be a big print, wasn't there? A thing of the 50s. We had lots of them at home. Some place or other in the olden time. Now there's that lovely French glass. So you see. He spoke as if she had in some way gainsaid him, whereas he had not left her time even to answer a question. But he broke out anew on the beauty of her flowers. "You have awfully good ones. Where do you get them? Flowers and pictures and what are the other things people have when they're happy and superior? Books and birds. You ought to have a bird or two. Though I dare say you think that by the noise I make I'm as good myself as a dozen. Isn't there some girl in some story? It isn't Scott. What is it? Who had domestic difficulties and a cage in her window, and whom one associates with chickweed and virtue. It isn't Esmeralda. Esmeralda had a poodle, hasn't she? Or have I got my heroines mixed? You're up here yourself like a heroine. You're perched in your tower, or what you call it, your bower. You quite hang over the place, you know, the great wicked city, the wonderful London sky and the monuments looming through. Or am I again only muddling up my Zola? You must have the sunsets, haven't you? No, what am I talking about? Of course, you look north. Well, they strike me as about the only thing you haven't. At the same time, it's not only because I envy you that I feel humiliated. I ought to have sent you some flowers." He smote himself with horror, throwing back his head with a sudden thought. "Why in goodness, when I got your note, didn't I for once in my life do something really graceful? I simply liked it and answered it. Here I am. But I've brought nothing. I haven't even brought a box of sweets. I'm not a man of the world." "Most of the flowers here," Nanda at last said, "come from Mr. Longdon. Don't you remember his garden?" Vanderbank, in quick response, called it up. "Dear, yes. Wasn't it charming? And that morning you and I spent there." He was so careful to be easy about it. Talking under the trees. "You had gone out to be quiet and read." "And you came out to look after me. Well, I remember," Van went on, "that we had some good talk." The talk, Nanda's face implied, had become dim to her, but there were other things. "You know he's a great gardener. I mean really one of the greatest. His garden's like a dinner in a house what the person of the house, thoroughly knows and cares."
"I see. And he sends you dishes from the table?"
"Often. Every week. It comes to the same thing. Now that he's in town his gardener does it."
"Charming of them both," Vanderbank exclaimed. But his gardener, that extraordinarily tall fellow with the long red beard, was almost as nice as himself. I had talks with him too, and remember every word he said. I remember he told me you asked questions that showed a deal of study. But I thought I'd never seen all round such a charming lot of people. I mean as those down there that our friend has got about him. It's an awfully good note for a man, pleasant servants, I always think, don't you? Mr. Longdon's, and quite without their saying anything, just from the sort of type and manner they had, struck me as a kind of chorus of praise. The same with Mitchy's at Myrtle, I remember," Van rambled on. "Mitchy's the sort of chap who might have awful ones, but I recollect telling him that one quite felt as if it were with them one had come to stay. Good note, he cheerfully repeated. "I'm bound to say, you know," he continued in this key, "that you've a jolly sense for getting in with people who make you comfortable. Then, by the way, he's still in town?" Nanda waited.
"Do you mean Mr. Mitchy?"
"Oh, he is, I know. I met them 2 nights ago. And by the way again, don't let me forget, I want to speak to you about his wife. But I've not seen, do you know, Mr. Longdon, which is really too awful. Twice, thrice, I think, have I at moments like this one snatched myself from pressure, but there's no finding the old demon at any earthly hour. When do you go? Or does he only come here? Of course I see you've got the place arranged for him. When I asked at his hotel at what hour he ever is in, blessed if the fellow didn't say, 'Very often, sir, about 10.' And when I said, 10 p.m., he quite laughed at my innocence over a person of such habits. What are his habits then now, and what are you putting him up to? Seriously," Vanderbank pursued, "I am awfully sorry, and I wonder if, the first time you've a chance, you'd kindly tell him you've heard me say so, and that I mean yet to run him to earth. The same really with the dear Mitchys. I didn't somehow, the other night, in such a lot of people, get at them. But I sat opposite to Aggie all through dinner, and that puts me in mind. I should like volumes from you about Aggie, please. It's too revolting of me not to go to see her. But every one knows I'm busy. We're up to our necks."
"I can't tell you," said Nanda, "how kind I think it of you to have found, with all you have to do, a moment for this. But please, without delay, let me tell you." Practically, however, he would let her tell him nothing. His almost aggressive friendly optimism clung so to references of short range. "Don't mention it, please. It's too charming of you to squeeze me in. To see you, moreover, does me good. Quite distinct good. And your writing me touched me. Oh but really. There were all sorts of old things in it." Then he broke out once more on her books, one of which for some minutes past he had held in his hand. "I see you go in for sets. And my dear child, upon my word, I see big sets. What's this? Volume 23, The British Poets. Volume 23 is delightful. Do tell me about Volume 23. Are you doing much in the British Poets? But when the deuce, you wonderful being, do you find time to read? I don't find any. It's too hideous. One relapses in London into such illiteracy and barbarism. I have to keep up a false glitter to hide in conversation my rapidly increasing ignorance. I should be so ashamed, after all, to see other people not shocked by it. But teach me, he gaily went on. "The British Poets," Nanda immediately answered, "were given me by Mr. Longdon, who has given me all the good books I have, except a few, those in that top row, that have been given me at different times by Mr. Mitchy. Mr. Mitchy has sent me flowers too, as well as Mr. Longdon, and they're both, since we've spoken of my seeing them, coming by appointment this afternoon. Not together, but Mr. Mitchy at 5:30 and Mr. Longdon at 6:30. She had spoken as with conscious promptitude, making up for what she had not yet succeeded in saying by a quick, complete statement of her case. She was evidently also going on with more, but her actual visitor had already taken her up with a laugh. "You ARE making a day of it, and you run us like railway trains." He looked at his watch. "Have I then time?" It seems to me I should say, have I? But it's not 4:30, Nanda went on, and though I have something very particular of course to say to you, it won't take long. They don't bring tea till 5, and you must surely stay till that. I'd already written to you when they each, for the same reason, proposed this afternoon. They go out of town tomorrow for Sunday.
Oh, I see, and they have to see you first. What an influence you exert, you know, on people's behaviour."
She continued as literal as her friend was facetious. Well, it just happened so, and it didn't matter since, on my asking you, don't you know, to choose your time, you had taken, as suiting you best, this comparatively early hour.
"Oh, perfectly." But he again had his watch out. "I've a job, perversely that was my reason on the other side of the world, which, by the way, I'm afraid, won't permit me to wait for tea. My tea doesn't matter." The watch went back to his pocket. "I'm sorry to say I must be off before 5. It has been delightful at all events to see you again." He was on his feet as he spoke, and though he had been half the time on his feet, his last words gave the effect of his moving almost immediately to the door. It appeared to come out with them rather clearer than before that he was embarrassed enough really to need help, and it was doubtless the measure she after an instant took of this that enabled Nanda, with a quietness all her own, to draw to herself a little more of the situation. The quietness was plainly determined for her by a quick vision of its being the best assistance she could show. Had he an inward terror that explained his superficial nervousness, the incoherence of a loquacity designed, it would seem, to check in each direction her advance? He only fed it in that case by allowing his precautionary benevolence to put him in so much deeper. Where indeed could he have supposed she wanted to come out, and what that she could ever do for him would really be so beautiful as this present chance to smooth his confusion and add as much as possible to that refined satisfaction with himself which would proceed from his having dealt with a difficult hour in a gallant and delicate way. To force upon him an awkwardness was like forcing a disfigurement or a hurt, so that at the end of a minute, during which the expression of her face became a kind of uplifted view of her opportunity, she arrived at the appearance of having changed places with him and of their being together precisely in order that he, not she, should be let down easily. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the 10th, Nanda, Chapter 2. But surely you're not going already? She asked. Why in the world then do you suppose I appeal to you? Bless me, no. I've lots of time. He dropped, laughing for very eagerness, straight into another chair. You're too awfully interesting. Is it really an appeal? Putting the question indeed, he could scarce even yet allow her a chance to answer it. It's only that you make me a little nervous with your account of all the people who are going to tumble in. And there's one thing more, he quickly went on. I just want to make the point in case we should be interrupted. The whole fun is in seeing you this way, alone. Is that the point? Nanda, as he took breath, gravely asked. That's a part of it. I feel it, I assure you, to be charming. But what I meant, if you'd only give me time, you know, to put in a word, is what for that matter I've already told you, that it almost spoils my pleasure for you to keep reminding me that a bit of luck like this, luck for me, I see you coming, is after all for you but a question of business. Hang business. Good. Don't stab me with that paper knife. I listen. What is the great affair? Then, as it looked for an instant as if the words she had prepared were just, in the supreme pinch of her need, falling apart, he once more tried his advantage. Oh, if there's any difficulty about it, let it go. We'll take it for granted. There's one thing at any rate, do let me say this, that I should like you to keep before me. I want, before I go, to make you light up for me the question of little Aggie. Oh, there are other questions too, as to which I regard you as a perfect fountain of curious knowledge. However, we'll take them one by one, the next some other time. You always seem to me to hold the strings of such a lot of queer little dramas. Have something on the shelf for me when we meet again.
The thing just now is the outlook for Mitchy's affair. One cares enough for old Mitch to fancy one may feel safer for a lead or two. In fact, I want regularly to turn you on." "Ah, but the thing I happen to have taken it into my head to say to you," Nanda now securely enough replied, "hasn't the least bit to do, I assure you, either with Aggie or with old Mitch. If you don't want to hear it, want some way of getting off, please believe they won't help you a bit." It was quite in fact that she felt herself at last to have found the right tone. Nothing less than a conviction of this could have made her after an instant add: "What in the world, Mr. Van, are you afraid of?" Well, that it was the right tone a single little minute was sufficient to prove. A minute, I must yet haste to say, big enough, in spite of its smallness, to contain the longest look on any occasion exchanged between these friends. It was one of those looks, not so frequent it must be admitted, as the muse of history, dealing at best in short cuts, is often by the conditions of her trade reduced to representing them, which after they have come and gone are felt not only to have changed relations, but absolutely to have cleared the air. It certainly helped Vanderbank to find his answer. "I'm only afraid, I think, of your conscience." He had been indeed for the space more helped than she. "My conscience?" "Think it over, quite at your leisure, and some day you'll understand. There's no hurry," he continued, "no hurry. And when you do understand, it needn't make your existence a burden to you to fancy you must tell me." Oh, he was so kind, kinder than ever now. "The thing is, you see, that I haven't a conscience. I only want my fun." They had on this a second look, also decidedly comfortable, though discounted, as the phrase is, by the other, which had really in its way exhausted the possibilities of looks. "Oh, I want my fun too," said Nanda, "and little as it may strike you in some ways as looking like it, just this, I beg you to believe, is the real thing. What's at the bottom of it," she went on, "is a talk I had not long ago with mother." "Oh yes," Van returned with brightly blushing interest. "The fun," he laughed, "that's to be got out of mother." "Oh, I'm not thinking so much of that. I'm thinking of any that she herself may be still in a position to pick up. Mine now, don't you see, is in making out how I can manage for this. Of course it's rather difficult," the girl pursued, "for me to tell you exactly what I mean." "Oh, but it isn't a bit difficult for me to understand you." Vanderbank spoke, in his geniality, as if this were in fact the veriest trifle. "You've got your mother on your mind. That's very much what I mean by your conscience." Nanda had a fresh hesitation, but evidently unaccompanied at present by any pain. "Don't you still like mamma?" she at any rate quite successfully brought out. "I must tell you," she quickly subjoined, "that though I've mentioned my talk with her as having finally led to my writing to you, it isn't in the least that she then suggested my putting you the question. I put it," she explained, "quite off my own bat." The explanation, as an effect immediately produced, did proportionally much for the visitor, who sat back in his chair with a pleased, a distinctly exhilarated, sense both of what he himself and what Nanda had done. "You're an adorable family." "Well then, if mother's adorable, why give her up?" This, I don't mind admitting she did the day I speak of, let me see that she feels you've done. But without suggesting either, not a scrap, please believe, that I should make you any sort of scene about it. Of course, in the first place, she knows perfectly that anything like a scene would be no use. You couldn't make out even if you wanted," Nanda went on, "that this is one. She won't hear us, will she, smashing the furniture? I didn't think for a while that I could do anything at all, and I worried myself with that idea half to death. Then suddenly it came to me that I could do just what I'm doing now. You said a while ago that we must never be, you and I, anything but frank and natural. That's what I said to myself also. Why not? Here I am for you, therefore, as natural as a cold in your head. I just ask you, I even press you. It's because, as she said, You've practically ceased coming. Of course I know everything changes. It's the law. What is it? The great law of something or other. All sorts of things happen. Things come to an end. She has more or less, by his marriage, lost Mitchy. I don't want her to lose everything. Do stick to her. What I really wanted to say to you, to bring it straight out, is that I don't believe you thoroughly know how awfully she likes you. I hope my saying such a thing doesn't affect you as immodest. One never knows, but I don't much care if it does. I suppose it would be immodest if I were to say that I verily believe she's in love with you. Not, for that matter, that father would mind. He wouldn't mind, as he says, a twopenny rap. So, she extraordinarily kept it up, you're welcome to any good the information may have for you, though that, I dare say, does sound hideous. No matter, if I produce any effect on you. That's the only thing I want. When I think of her downstairs, there so often nowadays practically alone, I feel as if I could scarcely bear it. She's so fearfully young. This time at least her speech, while she went from point to point, completely hushed him, though after a full glimpse of the direction it was taking he ceased to meet her eyes and only sat staring hard at the pattern of the rug. Even when at last he spoke it was without looking up. "You're indeed, as she herself used to say, the modern daughter. It takes that type to wish to make a career for her parents." "Oh," said Nanda very simply, "it isn't a career exactly, is it? Keeping hold of an old friend? But it may console a little, mayn't it, for the absence of one? At all events, I didn't want not to have spoken before it's too late. Of course I don't know what's the matter between you, or if anything's really the matter at all. I don't care at any rate what is. It can't be anything very bad. Make it up. Make it up. Forget it. I don't pretend that it's a career for you any more than for her. But there it is. I know how I sound, most patronizing and pushing. But nothing venture, nothing have. You can't know how much you are to her. You're more to her, I verily believe, than anyone ever was. I hate to have the appearance of plotting anything about her behind her back, so I'll just say it once for all. She said once, in speaking of it to a person who repeated it to me, that you had done more for her than anyone, because it was you who had really brought her out. It was. You did. I saw it at the time myself. I was very small, but I could see it. You'll say I must have been a most uncanny little wretch, and I dare say I was, and am keeping now the pleasant promise. That doesn't prevent one's feeling that when a person has brought a person out—" "A person should take the consequences," Vanderbank broke in, "and see a person through." He could meet her now perfectly and proceeded admirably to do it. "There's an immense deal in that, I admit. I'm bound to say I don't know quite what I did. One does those things, no doubt, with a fine unconsciousness. I should have thought indeed it was the other way round. But I assure you I accept all consequences and all responsibilities. If you don't know what's the matter between us, I'm sure I don't either. It can't be much. We'll look into it. I don't mean you and I. You mustn't be any more worried. But she and her so unwittingly faithless one. I haven't been as often, I know," Van pleasantly kept his course, "but there's a tide in the affairs of men, and of women too, and of girls, and of everyone. You know what I mean. You know it for yourself. The great thing is that, bless both your hearts, one doesn't, one simply can't if one would, give your mother up. It's absurd to talk about it. Nobody ever did such a thing in his life. There she is like the moon or the Marble Arch. I don't say, mind you," he candidly explained, "that everyone likes her equally. That's another affair. But no one who ever has liked her can afford ever again for any long period to do without her. There are too many stupid people, there's too much dull company. That in London is to be had by the ton. Your mother's intelligence, on the other hand, will always have its price. One can talk with her for a change. She's fine, fine, fine. So, my dear child, be quiet. She's a fixed star." "Oh, I know she is," Nanda said. "It's you." "Who may be only the flashing meteor?" he said and smiled at her. I promise you then that your words have stayed me in my course. You have made me stand as still as Joshua made the sun." With which he got straight up. "Young, you say she is?" For as if to make up for it he all the more sociably continued. "It's not like anything else. She's youth. She's my youth. She was mine. And if you ever have a chance," he wound up, "do put in for me that if she wants really to know, she's booked for my old age. She's clever enough, you know," and Vanderbank, laughing, went over for his hat, "to understand what you tell her." Nanda took this in with due attention. She was also now on her feet. "And then she's so lovely." "Awfully pretty." "I don't say it, as they say, you know," the girl continued, "because she's mother. But I often think, when we're out, that wherever she is—" "There's no one that all round really touches her?" Vanderbank took it up with zeal. "Oh so every one thinks, and in fact one's appreciation of the charming things in that way so intensely her own can scarcely breathe on them all lightly enough. And then, hang it, she has perceptions, which are not things that run about the streets. She has surprises." He almost broke down for vividness. "She has little ways." "Well, I'm glad you do like her," Nanda gravely replied. At this again he fairly faced her, his momentary silence making it still more direct. "I like, you know, about as well as I ever liked anything, this wonderful idea of yours of putting in a plea for her solitude and her youth. Don't think I do it injustice if I say, which is saying much, that it's quite as charming as it's amusing. And now, good-bye." He had put out his hand, but Nanda hesitated. "You won't wait for tea?" "My dear child, I can't." He seemed to feel, however, that something more must be said. "We shall meet again. But it's getting on, isn't it, toward the general scatter?" "Yes, and I hope that this year," she answered, "you'll have a good holiday." "Oh we shall meet before that. I shall do what I can, but upon my word I feel, you know," he laughed, "that such a tuning up as you've given me will last me a long time. It's like the high Alps." Then with his hand out again he added: "Have you any plans yourself?" So many, it might have seemed, that she had no time to take for thinking of them. "I dare say I shall be away a good deal." He candidly wondered. "With Mr. Longdon?" "Yes, with him most." He had another pause. "Really for a long time?" "A long, long one, I hope." "Your mother's willing again?" "Oh perfectly. And you see that's why." "Why?" She had said nothing more, and he failed to understand. "Why you mustn't too much leave her alone. Don't!" Nanda brought out. "I won't. But," he presently added, "there are one or two things." "Well, what are they?" He produced in some seriousness the first. "Won't she after all see the Mitchys?" "Not so much either. That of course is now very different." Vanderbank demurred. "But not for you, I gather, is it? Don't you expect to see them?" "Oh yes, I hope they'll come down." He moved away a little, not straight to the door. "To Beccles? Funny place for them, a little though, isn't it?" He had put the question as if for amusement, but Nanda took it literally. "Ah, not when they're invited so very, very charmingly. Not when he wants them so." "Mr. Longdon? Then that keeps up?" "That?" She was at a loss. "I mean his intimacy with Mitchy." "So far as it IS an intimacy." "But didn't you, by the way," and he looked again at his watch, "tell me they're just about to turn up together?" "Oh not so very particularly together." "Mitchy first alone?" Vanderbank asked. She had a smile that was dim, that was slightly strange. "Unless you'll stay for company." "Thanks. Impossible. And then Mr. Longdon alone?" "Unless Mitchy stays." He had another pause. "You haven't after all told me about the evolution, or the evolutions, of his wife." "How can I if you don't give me time?" "I see. Of course not." He seemed to feel for an instant the return of his curiosity. "Yet it won't do, will it, to have her out before him? No, I must go." He came back to her and at present she gave him a hand. "But if you do see Mr. Longdon alone, will you do me a service? I mean indeed not simply today, but with all other good chances." She waited. "Any service whatever. But which first?" "Well," he returned in a moment, "let us call it a bargain. I look after your mother." "And I?" She had to wait again. "Look after my good name. I mean for common decency to him. He's been of a kindness to me that, when I think of my failure to return it, makes me blush from head to foot. I've odiously neglected him by a complication of accidents. There are things I ought to have done that I haven't. There's one in particular. But it doesn't matter. And I haven't even explained about that. I've been a brute and I didn't mean it and I couldn't help it. But there it is. Say a good word for me. Make out somehow or other that I'm not a beast. In short," the young man said, quite flushed once more with the intensity of his thought, "let us have it that you may quite trust me if you let me a little, just for my character as a gentleman, trust you." "Ah, you may trust me," Nanda replied with her handshake. "Good-bye then," he called from the door. "Good-bye," she said after he had closed it. End of section 36. Section 37 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the 10th, Nanda, Chapter 3. It was 5:30 when Mitchy turned up, and her relapse had in the meantime known no arrest but the arrival of tea, which, however, she had left unnoticed. He expressed on entering the fear that he failed of exactitude, to which he replied by the assurance that he was on the contrary remarkably near it, and by the mention of all the aid to patients she had drawn from the pleasure of half an hour at Mr. Van, an allusion that of course immediately provoked on Mitchy's part the liveliest interest. "He HAS risked it at last then? How tremendously exciting! And your mother?" he went on; after which, as she said nothing, "Did she see him, I mean? And is he perhaps with her now?" "No. She won't have him come in unless you asked." "I didn't ask. I asked only for you." Nanda thought an instant. "But you'll still sometimes come to see her, won't you? I mean you won't ever give her up?" Mitchy at this laughed out. "My dear child, you're an adorable family." She took it placidly enough. "That's what Mr. Van said. He said I'm trying to make a career for her." "Did he?" Her visitor, though without prejudice to his amusement, appeared struck. "You must have got in with him rather deep." She again considered. "Well, I think I did rather. He was awfully beautiful and kind." "Oh," Mitchy concurred, "trust him always for that." "He wrote me, on my note," Nanda pursued, "a tremendously good answer." Mitchy was struck afresh. "Your note? What note?" "To ask him to come. I wrote at the beginning of the week." "Oh, I see," Mitchy observed, as if this were rather different. "He couldn't then of course have done less than come." Yet his companion again thought. "I don't know." "Oh come, I say, you do know," Mitchy laughed. "I should like to see him, or you either." There would have been for a continuous spectator of these episodes an odd resemblance between the manner and all the movements that had followed his entrance and those that had accompanied the installation of his predecessor. He laid his head, as Vanderbank had done, in 3 places in succession and appeared to question scarcely less the safety, somewhere, of his umbrella and the grace of retaining in his hand his gloves. He postponed the final selection of his seat and he looked at the objects about him while he spoke of other matters. Quite in the same fashion indeed at last these objects impressed him. "How charming you've made your room, and what a lot of nice things you've got!" "That's just what Mr. Van said too. He seemed immensely struck." But Mitchy hereupon once more had a drop to extravagance. "Can I do nothing then but repeat him? I came, you know, to be original." "It would be original for you," Nanda promptly returned, "to be at all like him." But you won't," she went back, "not sometimes come for mother only? You'll have plenty of chances." This he took up with more gravity. "What do you mean by chances? That you're going away? That will add to the attraction," he exclaimed as she kept silence. "I shall have to wait," she answered at last, "to tell you definitely what I am to do. It's all in the air. Yet I think I shall know today. I'm to see Mr. Longdon." Mitchy wondered. "Today?" "He's coming at 6:30."
"And then you'll know?"
"Well, he will."
"Mr. Longdon?"
"I meant Mr. Longdon," she said after a moment. Mitchy had his watch out. "Then shall I interfere?" "There are quantities of time. You must have your tea. You see at any rate," the girl continued, "what I mean by your chances." She had made him his tea, which he had taken. "You do squeeze us in." "Well, it's an accident your coming together. Except of course that you're not together. I simply took the time that you each independently proposed. But it would have been all right even if you had met. That is, I mean," she explained, "even if you and Mr. Longdon do. Mr. Van, I confess, I did want alone."
Mitchy had been glaring at her over his tea. "You're more and more remarkable."
"Well then, if I improve, so give me your promise."
Mitchy, as he partook of refreshment, kept up his thoughtful gaze. "I shall presently want some more, please. But do you mind my asking if Van knew?"
"That Mr. Longdon's to come? Oh yes, I told him. And he left with me a message for him."
"A message? How awfully interesting!" Nanda thought.
"It will be, awfully, to Mr. Longdon."
"Some more now, please," said Mitchy while she took his cup. "And to Mr. Longdon only, eh? Is that a way of saying that it's none of my business?"
The fact of her attending, and with a happy show of particular care, to his immediate material want added somehow, as she replied, to her effect of sincerity. "Ah, Mr. Mitchy, the business of mine that has not by this time ever so naturally become a business of yours, well, I can't think of any just now, and I wouldn't, you know, if I could."
"I can promise you then that there's none of mine," Mitchy declared, "that hasn't made by the same token quite the same shift. Keep it well before you, please, that if ever a young woman had a grave lookout—"
"What do you mean," she interrupted, "by a grave lookout?"
"Well, the certainty of finding herself saddled for all time to come with the affairs of a gentleman whom she can never get rid of on the specious plea that he's only her husband, or her lover, or her father, or her son or her brother, or her uncle or her cousin. There, as none of these characters, he just stands."
"Yes," Nanda kindly mused, "he's simply her Mitchy."
"Precisely. And the Mitchy, you see, is, what do you call it, simply indissoluble. He's moreover inordinately inquisitive. He goes to the length of wondering whether Van also learned that you were expecting me."
"Oh yes, I told him everything."
Mitchy smiled. "Everything?"
I told him,"
she replied with impatience. Mitchy hesitated. "And did he then leave me also a message?"
"No, nothing. What I'm to do for him with Mr. Longdon," she immediately explained, "is to make practically a kind of apology."
"Ah, and for me?" Mitchy quickly took it up. "There can be no question of anything of that kind. I see. He has done me no wrong." Nanda, with her eyes now on the window, turned it over.
"I don't much think he would know even if he had."
I see. And we wouldn't tell him." She turned with some abruptness from the outer view.
"We wouldn't tell him. But he was beautiful all round," she went on. "No one could have been nicer about having for so long, for instance, come so little to the house, as if he hadn't only too many other things to do. He didn't even make them out nearly the good reasons he might. But fancy, with his important duties, all the great affairs on his hands, our making vulgar little rows about being neglected. He actually made so little of what he might easily plead, speaking so, I mean, as if he were all in the wrong, that one had almost positively to show him his excuses. As if," she really kept it up, "he hasn't plenty."
"It's only people like me," Mitchy threw out, "who have none?"
"Yes, people like you. People of no use, of no occupation and no importance. Like you know," she pursued, "there are so many." Then it was with no transition of tone that she added: "If you're bad, Mitchy, I won't tell you anything."
"And if I'm good, what will you tell me? What I want really most to know is why he should be, as you said just now, apologetic to Mr. Longdon. What's the wrong he allows he has done him?"
"Oh, he has neglected him, if that's any comfort to us, quite as much."
"Hasn't looked him up and that sort of thing?"
"Yes, and he mentioned some other matter."
Mitchy wondered. "Mentioned it?"
"In which," said Nanda, "he hasn't pleased him."
Mitchy after an instant risked it. "But what other matter?"
"Oh, he says that when I speak to him Mr. Longdon will know."
Mitchy gravely took this in. "And shall you speak to him?"
"For Mr. Van?"
How, she seemed to ask, could he doubt it?
"Why, the very first thing."
"And then will Mr. Longdon tell you?"
"What Mr. Van means?"
Nanda thought.
"Well, I hope not."
Mitchy followed it up. "You hope?"
"Why, if it's anything that could possibly make any one like him any less, I mean I shan't in that case in the least want to hear it."
Mitchy looked as if he could understand that, and yet could also imagine something of a conflict. "But if Mr. Longdon insists?"
"On making me know? I shan't let him insist. Would you?" she put to him.
"Oh, I'm not in question."
"Yes, you are!" she quite rang out.
"Ah," Mitchy laughed; after which he added: "Well then, I might overbear you."
"No, you mightn't," she as positively declared again. "And you wouldn't at any rate desire to."
This he finally showed he could take from her, showed it in the silence in which for a minute their eyes met; then showed it perhaps even more in his deep exclamation: "You're complete!" For such a proposition as well she had the same detached sense.
"I don't think I am in anything but the wish to keep you so."
"Well, keep me, keep me. It strikes me that I'm not at all now on a footing, you know, of keeping myself. I quite give you notice in fact," Mitchy went on, "that I'm going to come to you henceforth for everything. But you're too wonderful," he wound up as she at first said nothing to this. "I don't even frighten you."
"Yes, fortunately for you."
"Ah, but I distinctly warn you that I mean to do my very best for it." Nanda viewed it all with as near an approach to gaiety as she often achieved.
"Well, if you should ever succeed it would be a dark day for you."
"You bristle with your own guns," he pursued, "but the ingenuity of a lifetime shall be devoted to my taking you on some quarter on which you're not prepared."
"And what quarter, pray, will that be?"
"Ha, I'm not such a fool as to begin by giving you a tip." Mitchy on this turned off with an ambiguous but unmistakably natural sigh. He looked at photographs, he took up a book or two as Vanderbank had done, and for a couple of minutes there was silence between them. "What does stretch before me," he resumed after an interval during which clearly, in spite of his movements, he had looked at nothing, "what does stretch before me is the happy prospect of my feeling that I've found in you a friend with whom, so utterly and unreservedly, I can always go to the bottom of things. This luxury, you see now, of our freedom to look facts in the face is one of which, I promise you, I mean fully to avail myself." He stopped before her again, and again she was silent. "It's so awfully jolly, isn't it, that there's not at last a single thing that we can't take our ease about? I mean that we can't intelligibly name and comfortably tackle. We've worked through the long tunnel of artificial reserves and superstitious mysteries, and I at least shall have only to feel that in showing every confidence and dotting every I I've followed the example you so admirably set. You go down to the roots? Good. It's all I ask." He had dropped into a chair as he talked, and so long as she remained in her own they were confronted. But she presently got up and, the next moment, while he kept his place, was busy restoring order to the objects both her visitors had disarranged.
"If you weren't delightful you'd be dreadful."
"There we are. I could easily, in other words, frighten you if I would." She took no notice of the remark, only, after a few more scattered touches, producing an observation of her own.
"He's going, all the same, Mr. Van, to be charming to mother. We've settled that."
"Ah, then he CAN make time." She judged it.
"For as much as that, yes. For as much, I mean, as may sufficiently show her that he hasn't given her up. So don't you recognize how much more time you can make?"
"Ah, see precisely, there we are again," Mitchy promptly ejaculated. Yet he had gone, it seemed, further than she followed.
"But where?"
"Why, as I say, at the roots and in the depths of things."
"Oh!"
She dropped to an indifference that was but part of her general patience for all his irony. "It's needless to go into the question of not giving your mother up. One simply doesn't give her up. One can't. There she is."
"That's exactly what he says. There she is."
"But I don't want to say nothing but what he says," Mitchy laughed. "He can't at all events have mentioned to you any such link as the one that in my case is now almost the most palpable. I've got a wife, you know."
"Oh, Mitchy!"
the girl protestingly, though vaguely, murmured. "And my wife did you know it?" Mitchy went on, "is positively getting thick with your mother. Of course it isn't new to you that she's wonderful for wives. Now that our marriage is an accomplished fact she takes the greatest interest in it, or bids fair to if her attention can only be thoroughly secured, and more particularly in what I believe is generally called our peculiar situation. For it appears, you know, that we're to the most conspicuous degree possible in a peculiar situation. Aggie's therefore already, and is likely to be still more, in what's universally recognized as your mother's regular line. Your mother will attract her, study her, finally understand her. In fact she'll help her as she has helped so many before and will help so many still to come. With Aggie thus as a satellite and a frequenter, in a degree in which she never yet has been," he continued, "what will the whole thing be but a practical multiplication of our points of contact? You may remind me of Mrs. Brook's contention that if she did in her time keep something of a saloon, the saloon is now, in consequence of events, but a collection of fortuitous atoms, but that, my dear Nanda, will become none the less, to your clearer sense, but a pious echo of her momentary modesty, or, call it at the worst, her momentary despair. The generations will come and go, and the personnel, as the newspapers say, of the saloon will shift and change, but the institution itself, as resting on a deep human need, has a long course yet to run and a good work yet to do. We shan't last, but your mother will, and as Aggie is happily very young she's therefore provided for, in the time to come, on a scale sufficiently considerable to leave us just now at peace. Meanwhile, as you're almost as good for husbands as Mrs. Brook is for wives, why aren't we as a couple, we Mitchys, quite ideally arranged for, and why mayn't I speak to you of my future as sufficiently guaranteed? The only appreciable shadow I make out comes, for me, from the question of what may to-day be between you and Mr. Longdon. Do I understand," Mitchy asked, "that he's presently to arrive for an answer to something he has put to you?" Nanda looked at him a while with a sort of solemnity of tenderness, and her voice, when she at last spoke, trembled with a feeling that clearly had grown in her as she listened to the string of whimsicalities, bitter and sweet, that he had just unrolled. "You're wild," she said simply. "You're wild." He wonderfully glared. "Am I then already frightening you?" He shook his head rather sadly. "I'm not in the least trying yet. There's something," he added after an instant, "that I do want too awfully to ask you." "Well then." If she had not eagerness she had at least charity. "Oh but you see I reflect that though you show all the courage to go to the roots and depths with me, I'm not, I never have been, fully conscious of the nerve for doing as much with you. It's a question," Mitchy explained, "of how much, of a particular matter, you know." she continued ever so kindly to face him.
Hasn't it come out all round now that I know everything?
Her reply in this form took a minute or two to operate, but when it began to do so it fairly diffused a light. Mitchy's face turned of a colour that might have been produced by her holding close to it some lantern wonderfully glazed. "You know, you know!" he then rang out.
Of course I know.
"You know!" Mitchy repeated.
Everything, she imperturbably went on. But what you're talking about.
He was silent a little, his eyes on her. "May I kiss your hand?"
No, she answered. That's what I call wild.
He had risen with his question, and after her reply he remained a moment on the spot. "See, I frightened you. It proves as easy as that. But I only wanted to show you and to be sure for myself. Now that I've the mental certitude I shall never wish otherwise to use it." He turned away to begin again one of his absorbed revolutions. "Mr. Longdon has asked you this time for a grand public adhesion, and what he turns up for now is to receive your ultimatum. A final irrevocable flight with him is the line he advises, so that he'll be ready for it on the spot with the post-chaise and the pistols." The image appeared really to have for Nanda a certain vividness, and she looked at it a space without a hint of a smile.
"We shan't need any pistols, whatever may be decided about the post-chaise, and any flight we may undertake together will need no cover of secrecy or night. Mother, as I've told you—"
"Won't fling herself across your reckless path? I remember," said Mitchy, "you alluded to her magnificent resignation. But father?" he oddly demanded. Nanda thought for this a moment longer.
"Well, Mr. Longdon has, off in the country, a good deal of shooting."
"So that Edward can sometimes come down with his old gun? Good then too. If it isn't, as he takes you by the way, to shoot you. You've got it all ship-shape and arranged, in other words, and have only, if the fancy does move you, to clear out. You clear out. You make all sorts of room. It IS interesting," Mitchy exclaimed, "arriving thus with you at the depths. I look all round and see every one squared and every one but one or two suited. Why then reflexion and delay?"
"You don't, dear Mr. Mitchy," Nanda took her time to return, "know nearly as much as you think."
"But isn't my question absolutely a confession of ignorance and a renunciation of thought? I'd put myself from this moment forth with you," Mitchy declared, "on the footing of knowing nothing whatever and of receiving literally from your hands all information and all life. Let my continued attitude of dependence, my dear Nanda, show it. Any hesitation you may yet feel, you imply, proceeds from a sense of duties in London not to be lightly renounced. Oh," he thoughtfully said, "I do at least know you have them." She watched him with the same mildness while he vaguely circled about. "You're wild, she insisted. "But it doesn't in the least matter. I shan't abandon you." He stopped short. "Ah, that's what I wanted from you in so many clear-cut golden words, though I won't in the least of course pretend that I felt I literally need it. I don't literally need the big turquoise in my necktie, which incidentally means, by the way, that if you should admire it you're quite welcome to it. Such words, that's my point, are like such jewels. The pride, you see, of one's heart. They're mere vanity, but they help along. You've got of course always poor Tishy," he continued.
"Will you leave it all to me?"
Nanda said as if she had not heard him. "And then you've got poor Carrie," he went on. "Though her of course you rather divide with your mother."
"Will you leave it all to me?" the girl repeated.
"To say nothing of poor Cashmore," he pursued, "whom you take all, I believe, yourself."
"Will you leave it all to me?"
she once more repeated. This time he pulled up, suddenly and expressively, wondering. "Are you going to do anything about it at present? I mean with our friend?" She appeared to have a scruple of saying, but at last she produced it.
"Yes, he doesn't mind now."
Mitchy again laughed out. "You ARE, as a family !" But he had already checked himself. Mr. Longdon will at any rate, you imply, be somehow interested."
"In my interests? Of course, since he has gone so far. You expressed surprise at my wanting to wait and think. But how can I not wait and not think when so much depends on the question, now so definite, of how much further he will go?"
"I see," said Mitchy, profoundly impressed. "And how much does that depend on?" She had to reflect.
"On how much further I, for my part, must."
Mitchy's grasp was already complete. "And he's coming then to learn from you how far this is?"
"Yes, very much."
Mitchy looked about for his hat. "So that of course I see my time's about up, as you'll want to be quite alone together." Nanda glanced at the clock.
"Oh, you've a margin yet."
"But you don't want an interval for your thinking?"
"Now that I've seen you?"
Nanda was already very obviously thoughtful. "I mean if you've an important decision to take."
"Well," she returned, "seeing you has helped me."
"Ah, but at the same time worried you. Therefore," and he picked up his umbrella. Her eyes rested on its curious handle.
"If you cling to your idea that I'm frightened you'll be disappointed. It will never be given you to reassure me."
"You mean by that I'm primarily so solid?"
"Yes, that till I see you yourself afraid."
"Well?"
"Well, I won't admit that anything isn't exactly what I was prepared for."
Mitchy looked with interest into his hat. "Then what is it I'm to leave to you?" After which, as she turned away from him with a suppressed sound and said, while he watched her, nothing else, "It's no doubt natural for you to talk," he went on, "but I do make you nervous. Good-bye. Good-bye." She had stayed him by a fresh movement, however, as he reached the door.
"Aggie's only trying to find out."
"Yes? What?" he asked, waiting.
"Why, what sort of a person she is. How can she ever have known? It was carefully, elaborately hidden from her, kept so obscure that she could make out nothing. She isn't now like me."
He wonderingly attended. "Like you?"
"Why, I get the benefit of the fact that there was never a time when I didn't know something or other, and that I became more and more aware, as I grew older, of 100 little chinks of daylight."
Mitchy stared. "You're stupendous, my dear," he murmured. Ah, but she kept it up.
"I had my idea about Aggie."
"Oh, don't I know you had? And how you were positive about the sort of person—"
"That she didn't even suspect herself," Nanda broke in, "to be? I'm equally positive now. It's quite what I believed, only there's ever so much more of it. More has come, and more will yet. You see, when there has been nothing before it all has to come out with a rush. So that if even I'm surprised, of course she is."
"And of course I am." Mitchy's interest, though even now not wholly unqualified with amusement, had visibly deepened. "You admit then," he continued, "that you're surprised?" Nanda just hesitated.
"At the mere scale of it. I think it's splendid. The only person whose astonishment I don't quite understand," she added, "is Cousin Jane."
"Oh, Cousin Jane's astonishment serves her right."
"If she held so," Nanda pursued, "that marriage should do everything."
"She shouldn't be in such a funk at finding what it is doing. Oh no, she's the last one," Mitchy declared. "I vow I enjoy her scare."
"But it's very bad, you know," said Nanda.
"Oh, too awful."
"Well, of course," the girl appeared assentingly to muse, "she couldn't after all have dreamed." But she took herself up. "The great thing is to be helpful."
"And in what way?" Mitchy asked with his wonderful air of inviting competitive suggestions.
"Toward Aggie's finding herself. Do you think," she immediately continued, "that Lord Petherton really is?"
Mitchy frankly considered. "Helpful? Oh, he does his best, I gather. Yes," he presently added. "Petherton's all right."
"It's you yourself, naturally," his companion threw off, "who can help most."
"Certainly, and I'm doing my best too. So that with such good assistance," he seemed at last to have taken it all from her, "what is it, I again ask you, that, as you request, I'm to leave to you?" Nanda required, while he still waited, some time to reply.
"To keep my promise."
"Your promise?"
"Not to abandon you."
"Ah," cried Mitchy, "that's better."
"Then good bye," she said.
"Good bye." But he came a few steps forward. "I mayn't kiss your hand?"
"Never."
"Never?"
"Never."
"Oh," he oddly sounded as he quickly went out. End of Section 37. Section 38 of The Awkward Age by Henry James is LibriVox Recordings in the Public Domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 10th, Nanda, Chapter 4. The interval he had represented as likely to be useful to her was in fact, however, not a little abbreviated by a punctuality of arrival on Mr. Longdon's part so extreme as to lead the first thing to a word almost of apology. "You can't say," her new visitor immediately began, "that I haven't left you alone these many days, as much as I promised on coming up to you that afternoon when, after my return to town, I found Mr. Mitchett, instead of your mother, awaiting me in the drawing room."
"Yes," said Nanda, "you've really done quite as I asked you."
"Well," he returned, "I felt half an hour ago that, near as I was to relief, I could keep it up no longer. So that though I knew it would bring me much too soon, I started at 6 sharp for our trysting place."
"And I've no tea after all to reward you."
It was but now clearly that she noticed it.
"They must have removed the things without my heeding."
Her old friend looked at her with some intensity. "Were you in the room?"
"Yes, but I didn't see the man come in."
"What then were you doing?" Nanda thought. Her smile was as usual the faintest discernible outward sign.
"Thinking of you."
"So tremendously hard?"
"Well, of other things too, and of other persons. Of everything really that in our last talk I told you I felt I must have out with myself before meeting you for what I suppose you've now in mind."
Mr. Longdon had kept his eyes on her, but at this he turned away, not however for an alternative, embracing her material situation with the embarrassed optimism of Vanderbank or the mitigated gloom of Mitchy. "Ah," he took her up with some dryness, "you've been having things out with yourself." But he went on before she answered. "I don't want any tea, thank you. I found myself, after 5, in such a fidget that I went 3 times in the course of the hour to my club, where I've the impression I each time had it. I dare say it wasn't there, though I did have it," he after an instant pursued, "for I've somehow a confused image of a shop in Oxford Street, or was it rather in Regent, into which I gloomily wandered to beguile the moments with a mixture that if I strike you as upset I beg you to set it all down to. Do you know in fact what I've been doing for the last 10 minutes? Roaming hither and thither in your beautiful crescent till I could venture to come in."
"Then did you see Mitchy go out? But no, you wouldn't," Nanda corrected herself. "He has been gone longer than that."
Her visitor had dropped on a sofa where, propped by the back, he sat rather upright, his glasses on his nose, his hands in his pockets and his elbows much turned out. "Mitchy left you more than 10 minutes ago, and yet your state on his departure remains such that there could be a bustle of servants in the room without your being aware? Kindly give me a lead then as to what it is he has done to you." She hovered before him with her obscure smile.
"You see it for yourself."
He shook his head with decision. "I don't see anything for myself, and I beg you to understand that it's not what I've come here today to do. Anything I may yet see which I don't already see will be only, I warn you, so far as you shall make it very clear. There, you've work cut out. And is it with Mr. Mitchett, may I ask, that you've been, as you mention, cutting it?" Nanda looked about her as if weighing many things, after which her eyes came back to him. "Do you mind if I don't sit down?" "I don't mind if you stand on your head at the pass we've come to." "I shall not try your patience," the girl good-humouredly replied, "so far as that. I only want you not to be worried if I walk about a little." Mr. Longdon, without a movement, kept his posture. "Oh, I can't oblige you there. I shall be worried. I've come on purpose to be worried, and the more I surrender myself to the rack the more I seem to feel we shall have threshed our business out. So you may dance, you may stamp if you like, on the absolutely passive thing you've made of me." "Well, what I have had from Mitchy," she cheerfully responded, "is practically a lesson in dancing, by which I perhaps mean rather a lesson in sitting myself, as I want you to do while I talk as still as a mouse. They take," she declared, "while they talk, an amount of exercise." "They?" Mr. Longdon wondered. Was his wife with him? "Dear no. He and Mr. Van." "Was Mr. Van with him?" "Oh no. Before. Alone. All over the place." Mr. Longdon had a pause so rich in appeal that when he at last spoke his question was itself like an answer. "Mr. Van has been to see you?" "Yes. I wrote and asked him." "Oh," said Mr. Longdon. "But don't get up." She raised her hand. "Don't." "Why should I?" He had never budged. "He was most kind, stayed half an hour and, when I told him you were coming, left a good message for you." Mr. Longdon appeared to wait for this tribute, which was not immediately produced. "What do you call a good message?" "I'm to make it all right with you." "To make what?" "Why, that he has not, for so long, been to see you or written to you, that he has seemed to neglect you." Nanda's visitor looked so far about as to take the neighbourhood in general into the confidence of his surprise. "To neglect me?" "Well, others too, I believe, with whom we're not concerned. He's been so taken up. But you above all." Mr. Longdon showed on this a coldness that somehow spoke for itself as the greatest with which he had ever in his life met an act of reparation, and that was infinitely confirmed by his sustained immobility. "But of what have I complained?" "Oh, I don't think he fancies you've complained." "And how could he have come to see me," he continued, "when for so many months past I've been so little in town?" He was not more ready with objections, however, than his companion had by this time become with answers. "He must have been thinking of the time of your present stay. He evidently has you much on his mind. He spoke of not having seen you." "He has quite sufficiently tried. He has left cards," Mr. Longdon returned. "What more does he want?" Nanda looked at him with her long grave straightness, which had often a play of light beyond any smile. "Oh, you know, he does want more." "Then it was open to him?" "So he so strongly feels," she quickly took him up, "that you must have felt. And therefore it is I speak for him." "Don't," said Mr. Longdon. "But I promised him I would." "Don't," her friend repeated as if in stifled pain. She had kept for the time all her fine clearness turned to him, but she might on this have been taken as giving him up with a movement of obedience and a strange soft sigh. The smothered sound might even have represented to a listener at all initiated a consenting retreat before an effort greater than her reckoning, a retreat that was in so far the snap of a sharp tension.
The next minute, none the less, she evidently found a fresh provocation in the sight of the pale and positively excessive rigour she had imposed, so that, though her friend was only accommodating himself to her wish, she had a sudden impulse of criticism. "You're proud about it. Too proud." "Well, what if I am?" He looked at her with a complexity of communication that no words could have meddled with. "Pride's all right when it helps one to bear things." "Ah," said Nanda, "but that's only when one wants to take the least from them. When one wants to take the most." "Well?" He spoke, as she faltered, with a certain small hardness of interest. She faltered, however, indeed. "Oh, I don't know how to say it." She fairly coloured with the attempt. "One must let the sense of all that I speak of, well, all come. One must rather like it. I don't know, but I suppose one must rather grovel." Mr. Longdon, though with visible reluctance, turned it over. "That's very fine. But you're a woman." "Yes, that must make a difference. But being a woman in such a case has then," Nanda went on, "its advantages." On this point perhaps her friend might presently have been taken as relaxing. "It strikes me that even at that the advantages are mainly for others. I'm glad, God knows, that you're not also a young man." "Then we're suited all round." She had spoken with a promptitude that appeared again to act on him slightly as an irritant, for he met it, with more delay, by a long and derisive murmur. "Oh, my pride!" But this she in no manner took up, so that he was left for a little to his thoughts. "That's what you were plotting when you told me the other day that you wanted time?" "Ah, I wasn't plotting, though I was, I confess, trying to work things out. That particular idea of simply asking Mr. Van by letter to present himself, that particular flight of fancy hadn't in fact then at all occurred to me." "It never occurred, I'm bound to say, to me," said Mr. Longdon. "I've never thought of writing to him." "Very good. But you haven't the reasons. I wanted to attack him." "Not about me, I hope to God," Mr. Longdon, distinctly a little paler, rejoined. "Don't be afraid. I think I had an instinct of how you would have taken that. It was about mother." "Oh," said her visitor. "He has been worse to her than to you," she continued, "but he'll make it all right." Mr. Longdon's attention retained its grimness. "If he has such a remedy for the more then, what has he for the less?" Nanda, however, was but for an instant checked. "Oh, it's I who make it up to you. To mother, you see, there's no one otherwise to make it up." This at first unmistakably sounded to him too complicated for acceptance, but his face changed as light dawned. "That puts it then that you will come?" "I'll come if you'll take me as I am, which is what I must previously explain to you. I mean more than I've ever done before. But what he means by what you call his remedy is my making you feel better about himself." The old man gazed at her. "Your doing it is too beautiful, and he could really come to you for the purpose of asking you?" "Oh no," said the girl briskly. "He came simply for the purpose of doing what he had to do. After my letter, how could he not come? Then he met most kindly what I said to him for mother and what he quite understood to be all my business with him. So that his appeal to me to plead with you for, well, for his credit, was only thrown in because he had so good a chance." This speech brought Mr. Longdon abruptly to his feet, but before she could warn him again of the patience she continued to need he had already, as if what she evoked for him left him too stupefied, dropped back into submission. "The man stood there for you to render him a service? For you to help him and praise him?" "Ah, but it wasn't to go out of my way, don't you see? He knew you were presently to be here." Her anxiety that he should understand gave her a rare strained smile. "I mustn't make, as a request from him, too much of it, and I've no doubt that, rather than that you should think any ill of him for wishing me to say a word, he would gladly be left with whatever bad appearance he may actually happen to have." She pulled up on these words as with a quick sense of their really, by their mere sound, putting her in deeper, and could only give her friend one of the looks that expressed, "If I could trust you not to assent even more than I want, I should say, you know what I mean." She allowed him at all events, or tried to allow him, no time for uttered irony before going on: "He was everything you could have wished. Quite as beautiful about you." "As about you?" Mr. Longdon took her up. She demurred. "As about mother." With which she turned away as if it handsomely settled the question. But it only left him, as she went to the window, sitting there sombre. "I like, you know," he brought out as his eyes followed her, "your saying you're not proud. Thank God you are, my dear. Yes, it's better for us." At this, after a moment, in her place, she turned round to him. "I'm glad I'm anything, whatever you may call it, and though I can't call it the same, that's good for you." He said nothing more for a little, as if by such a speech something in him were simplified and softened. "It would be good for me, by which I mean it would be easier for me, if you didn't quite so immensely care for him." "Oh," came from Nanda with an accent of attenuation at once so precipitate and so vague that it only made her attitude at first rather awkward. "Oh," she immediately repeated, but with an increase of the same effect; after which, conscious, she made, as if to save herself, a quick addition. "Dear Mr. Longdon, isn't it rather yourself most—" "It would be easier for me," he went on, heedless, "if you didn't, my poor child, so wonderfully love him." "Ah but I don't. Please believe me when I assure you I don't," she broke out. It burst from her, flaring up, in a queer quaver that ended in something queerer still, in her abrupt collapse on the spot into the nearest chair, where she choked with a torrent of tears. Her buried face could only after a moment give way to the flood, and she sobbed in a passion as sharp and brief as the flurry of a wild thing for an instant uncaged, her old friend meantime keeping his place in the silence broken by her sound, and distantly, across the room, closing his eyes to his helplessness and her shame. Thus they sat together while their trouble both conjoined and divided them. She recovered herself, however, with an effort worthy of her fall, and was on her feet again as she stammeringly spoke and angrily brushed at her eyes. "What the difference in the world does it make? What difference ever?" Then clearly, even with the words, her checked tears suffered her to see how it made the difference that he too had been crying, so that "I don't know why you mind," she thereupon wailed with extravagance. "You don't know what I would have done for him. You don't know, you don't know," he repeated, while she looked as if she naturally couldn't, as with a renewal of his dream of beneficence and of the soreness of his personal wound. "Well, but he does you justice. He knows. So it shows. So it shows." But in this direction too, unable to say what it showed, she had again broken down and again could only hold herself and let her companion sit there. "Ah Nanda, Nanda," he deeply murmured, and the depth of the pity was, vainly and blindly, as the depth of a reproach. It is I therefore," she said, as if she must then so look at it with him. "It's I who am the horrible impossible and who have covered everything else with my own impossibility. For some different person you could have done what you speak of, and for some different person you can do it still." He stared at her with his barren sorrow. "A person different from him?" "A person different from me." "And what interest have I in any such person?" "But your interest in me, you see well enough where that lands us." Mr. Longdon now got to his feet and somewhat stiffly remained, after which, for all answer, "You say you will come then?" he asked. Then as, seemingly with her last thought, she kept silent: "You understand clearly, I take it, that this time, It's never again to leave me or to be left." "I understand," she presently replied. "Never again. That," she continued, "is why I asked you for these days." "Well then, since you've taken them." "Ah, but have you?" said Nanda. They were close to each other now, and with a tenderness of warning that was helped by their almost equal stature, she laid her hand on his shoulder. "What I did more than anything else write to him for," she had now regained her clearness enough to explain, "was that, with whatever idea you had, you should see for yourself how he could come and go." "And what good was that to do me? Hadn't I seen for myself?" "Well, you've seen once more. Here he was. I didn't care what he thought. Here I brought him, and his reasons remain." She kept her eyes on her companion's face, but his own now and afterwards seemed to wander far. "What do I care for his reasons so long as they're not mine?" She thought an instant, still holding him gently and as if for successful argument. "But perhaps you don't altogether understand them." "Why the devil altogether should I?" "Ah, because you distinctly want to," said Nanda ever so kindly. "You admitted as much when we've talked." "Oh, but when have we talked?" he sharply interrupted. This time he had challenged her so straight that it was her own look that strayed. "When?" "When?" She hesitated. "When haven't we?" "Well, you may have, if that's what you call talking, never saying a word. But I haven't. I've only to do, at any rate, in the way of reasons, with my own." "And yours too then remain? Because, you know," the girl pursued, "I am like that." "Like what?" "Like what he thinks." Then so gravely that it was almost a supplication, "Don't tell me," she added, "that you don't know what he thinks. You do know." Their eyes, on that strange ground, could meet at last, and the effect of it was presently for Mr. Longdon. "I do know." "Well?" "Well." He raised his hands and took her face, which he drew so close to his own that, as she gently let him, he could kiss her with solemnity on the forehead. "Come," he then very firmly said, quite indeed as if it were a question of their moving on the spot. It literally made her smile, which, with a certain compunction, she immediately corrected by doing for him in the pressure of her lips to his cheek what he had just done for herself. "Today?" she more seriously asked. He looked at his watch. "Tomorrow." She paused, but clearly for assent. "That's what I mean by your taking me as I am. It is, you know, for a girl, extraordinary."
"Oh, I know what it is!" he exclaimed with an odd fatigue in his tenderness. But she continued, with the shadow of her scruple, to explain.
"We're many of us. We're most of us, as you long ago saw and showed you felt, extraordinary now. We can't help it. It isn't really our fault. There's so much else that's extraordinary that if we're in it all so much we must naturally be." It was all obviously clearer to her than ever yet, and her sense of it found renewed expression, so that she might have been, as she wound up, a very much older person than her friend. "Everything's different from what it used to be."
"Yes, everything," he returned with an air of final indoctrination. "That's what he ought to have recognized."
"As you have?"
Nanda was once more, and completely now, enthroned in high justice.
"Oh, he's more old-fashioned than you."
"Much more," said Mr. Longdon with a queer face.
"He tried," the girl went on. "He did his best. But he couldn't. And he's so right for himself."
Her visitor, before meeting this, gathered in his hat and stick, which for a minute occupied his attention. "He ought to have married
"Little Aggie? Yes," said Nanda.
They had gained the door, where Mr. Longdon again met her eyes. "And then Mitchy?" But she checked him with a quick gesture.
"No, not even then?" So again, before he went, they were for a minute confronted. "Are you anxious about Mitchy?" She faltered, but at last brought it out. "Yes. Do you see? There I am." "I see. There we are. Well," said Mr. Longdon, "tomorrow." End of The Awkward Age by Henry James. Read for LibriVox.org by Anna Simon. Nijmegen, the Netherlands, 2014.